Mhm, mhm. Do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Couple of these. Getting there, getting there, getting there. Yeah, that ought to do it. Perfect. Good morning, people. How far art thou? Oh, that's kind of wonky. That's fine. Perfect. Everything's good. See? Sometimes you just gotta take your time with it. You know what I'm saying? What's good? How you doing? Buenos dias. I'm just sitting here with my little meatloaf, my big snoring meatloaf. Mm, I don't know why he acting all tired for. Sleepy boy. I love to hear that. Love to hear that. You know what I just realized? I think Mezzo might have used the same picture. I feel like that's on one of his backgrounds. I could be wrong, but I feel like that's one of his backgrounds. I might be tripping, but I don't think I'm his. You feel me? Good morning, Joshua. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well this morning. This beautiful Thursday morning. Thursday indeed. Thursday indeed. Juan, what's up, my friend? How you doing, man? You know, I wish I could. I hate. I hate Mac. I wish I could say I was sleep deprived. I ain't even gonna lie to you. My dad FaceTimed me not last night, but the night before at like 7:30, almost 7:40 p.m. I was completely knocked the fuck out. And yeah, I don't know. Ever since I started kind of being up early as fuck in the morning and then like not taking naps throughout the day, I just crash hard as fuck at night. So I don't know. Sometimes I know it's coming, and sometimes I wake up in places that I didn't consider sleeping spots. So big fan of the shutdown method, the control of the lead, if you will. He created it for Saturn and his angles. Gotta love it. It does, doesn't it? You know, I need to get all my beauty sleep in now. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna spit a hot 16 for Bash and see if he'll sign me. I don't think he has a label, but fuck it. You know. Appreciate you sharing the live out, Mac.
Yeah, morning, man.
Appreciate you sharing the live out, Mac.
Yeah, morning, man.
Squeeze me. Morning. How are you?
All is well, all is well. Just coming to help the people who are searching for knowledge, you know. You know, knowledge is power. So where I see questions,
Go
I'm
go
always ready to answer.
go ahead and pick a topic, man. I know why you here.
Yeah, well, God created hell for Lucifer and his demons and those who choose to follow him, you know.
Yeah, but
Simple.
why would he?
For judgment.
Eternal torture?
Yeah, judgment.
Is that a justifiable punishment?
Yes.
Can you have eternal punishment for a finite crime?
You know why?
Hmm?
Let me tell you why. Because
It
God.
wasn't a white question, really.
No, I'm telling you why is that so? That's why I asked you to. Should I tell you why? You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
I asked you, can you have an eternal punishment for a finite crime?
Yes, that's what it is. Meaning
You
you live,
can.
you live for 70 years, you sin for 40 of those 70 years,
Morning, friend.
and then yet you enter hell for eternity. That's your point, right? It's an
Say it
easy
one more
question
time. I
I'm
wasn't.
asking you. It's not
You said
rocket
what?
science. I'm saying to be clear what you're trying to say. You live
I'm not
40
clear with what I
years.
said.
You live 40 years. You have been sinning. You never give your life to the Lord. And his punishment is to cast you into hell forever. You think that's an unfair punishment? Is that what you
Yeah,
say?
yeah. What is 40 years compared to eternity?
My brother, I'm just asking a simple question. Is this
I am
what you
too.
call an
What?
unfair?
Yeah, I am too. What is 40 years compared to eternity?
It's nothing. It's like a drop in the ocean, right?
Right. So why would
Right.
you
So
have
I'm
an
asking
eternal
you. I'm
crime for
asking you,
40
sir.
years?
Listen to my question. You
Positive.
see, I'm
Answer
asking you
my
a simple
question. Why would you have an eternal punishment for a finite crime?
because that's the way God has done it. You cannot question why God is just.
Does God
God
create
is
the
all
system?
knowing.
Did God
God
create the
is,
rules?
of course, God created the rules.
Okay,
God
so if
created,
God created the rules, that means he could have made it any way he wanted to.
yeah, but you
So I'm
cannot tell.
justified in
Okay, if you
asking,
tell, okay, can you
positive,
say,
this is not
hold
going
on,
to
hold
work
on.
if you're going to
How
try to
can you
keep talking
question
over
God,
me.
sir?
Positive. This is not going to work if you're going to try to keep talking over me. I'll move on to the next person. Okay. The question I'm asking is, how is it justified to give an eternal punishment for a finite crime? If you only live 40 years and that entire time you do nothing but sin, I'm not even
Every
talking
time
about
I'm
being
talking
evil,
to tell,
but every time that you
bro,
positive, like I said, this
everybody
is not
asking
going
the
to
same
work, bro.
question.
This
You
is
asking the
not going to
same
work.
question.
This is not going to work. I have to ask the same question because you're not giving the correct answer. You're not answering the question. If you are living for 40 years and you don't accept this God, because truthfully, it's not even about being bad. You just don't have to accept the God. So you could be the goodest person, or excuse me, let me not say that. You could be the best person on earth. You could be a kind, moral, empathetic human being. But if you do not choose to be with that God, then you have to go to hell. If you don't choose to accept because there's not enough evidence to convince you, then you have to go to hell. So you're spending that 40 years being a good person, doing things that are kind and empathetic. You don't hurt anybody. All you do is help spread positivity, right? You still go to hell, and the finite crime was you just did not accept God. So now you have to spend an eternity in punishment. That doesn't make sense. Now you can respond. Bueno dia. It should. Might have been accidente.
I
He
was
might still be
done.
talking. I don't know.
Right. Now let me respond to you, right? You see,
It's only been 5 minutes since I said you could.
right, I know, I was muted. Yeah. What I'm saying to you, sir. The concept of God that you have in your brain is is erred. It's flawed.
I
Because
missed the
hold on,
question.
hold on. You just tell me don't cut you. Don't cut me,
No, that
brother.
was me. That was me.
Don't
So,
cut me.
hang
Whoever
on,
it
bud.
is.
Hang on,
Whoever
bud.
it is. Whoever it is.
Yeah,
Just
hey, bud. Hey, hey.
whoever it is, just be
Yeah, it's
quiet.
it's
Whoever.
no, it's a guy that can do this to you,
All right, no
S-
problem.
right? So I joined a little late. I missed the question he asked you. What question did he ask you?
Ask him.
Yeah, basically the question was you could spend your lifetime, which positive has said was 40 years, which is fine. You could spend 40 years being a good person, empathetic, kind, loving, one that shows moral support to their friends, donates to charity, helps feed homeless people. Or you could do all those amazing things in life and not be a horrible human being. But because you choose not to be convinced, or because you're not convinced of the existence of that God and don't choose to follow it arbitrarily, you have to spend eternity in hell for the finite crime of not being convinced of poor evidence, right?
Mm.
So he's trying to justify how that makes sense, but he's saying that in order to do that, I have to understand that this is actually a good thing
Uh,
because I don't understand God or something.
yeah,
Well, let
that's
me
what threw me off
explain,
when
man.
you talked.
You guys forget I was going to respond. You
I
got to
thought your
focus,
question
man.
was about like the justice of a infinite punishment, but then
Bro,
you
you
started
just came on the panel. Let me finish my statement, bro. You got to have respect, man.
yeah,
All
no,
right.
they were just
So
incongruent.
what I was saying, right? Okay, come on, just be quiet, man. Come, I'm trying to speak. That's
I know,
humble. Patience.
he asked you
Patience is
something.
good, you know.
Thing.
You heard the question, right? Now I'm going to respond.
I was
So the thing
confused.
about it, positive, is literally while I was asking that question, you came off of mute 3 times to interrupt me. So don't expect that same courtesy when it
I'll,
comes back to you,
just tell
okay?
me when you're ready, though, right?
You can respond after I
All right
finish the
then.
statement. You can
All
respond
right,
after I finish your statement.
no
But what
problem.
I'm saying is you constantly came off of mute to interrupt me. So do not ask anybody else to show you the respect that you cannot show others.
No problem. That's fine. Are you ready for me to respond now? Okay then. Right, you ready for me to respond? Now, the concept of God that you have in your brain is earth. It's definitely not the God that you think that we serve. And I will explain to you in detail. You see, what you're saying is that God is going to put you in hell, which is not what Christianity teaches. And I'm going to tell you again, whether you like it or not, that hell was not created for humans. But humans chose to go to hell because the road of life and death were placed before them. Jesus Christ come to save us from that place by the choice that we make. So it is you, sir, that is taking yourself to hell. You don't have to accept what I just said.
Wow.
But this is what, hold on, have patience. I ain't land yet. So whether you believe what I just said, oh
You don't
Lord, you
get
see,
to police people for cutting you
you
off
being
when you
bothered,
have a
you
problem cutting
being
people off.
bothered. Yeah, but you being bothered by my responding.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
fine.
but you don't get
Okay,
to
go ahead.
police people for cutting you off when you
Okay, no,
have an
but
issue
I'm
cutting
not.
people off.
Yeah, but
You don't
yeah,
get to
but
do that.
so what I'm saying. So you following me now? You becoming a jackass like me? That's what you telling me. It's good
No,
to
no,
follow
no, no,
an
no, no, no,
idiot.
no, no, no. I'm the host. I can interrupt you, but
All
you
right,
do not have the power to
all
interrupt
right,
me.
but okay, but does it is are you justifying anything by doing that, or do you not really want to?
Because you're not speaking to the topic. Right
So
now
then
you're
it means
talking
then,
about meta.
bro, I literally answer your question. You said, why does God put people in hell? I am showing you that's a flawed statement because the Bible
I
doesn't
never
teach that
asked
God,
you why would God
my
put people
brother,
in hell.
my brother,
I never
whether it's
asked
a,
you why would God put
you
people in
saying
hell.
why it's justified that a man be thrown in hell forever. I'm
Uh-huh.
telling you, he is not being thrown there. This is what you're not understanding. You is assuming,
Is when
my
you die,
brother.
is there an option to get out of heaven
Yes,
or
there's an
hell?
option. There's an
There's an
option.
option to get out of
There's
heaven
an
and
option.
hell.
There's an option to not go there. This is
There's
why.
an
This
option.
is what.
Hold on, positive. You're not answering the fucking question. There is an option for you to not go to heaven or
Yeah, but
hell.
why are you not responding to what I'm saying though?
Can you answer my question? Is there an
Can you?
option for you
Try it
to
again.
go somewhere that
Why
is
you
not
muting?
heaven or hell?
You muting? Your argument is flawed. This is what I'm telling you. So how
Is
could I
there
answer
an
a flawed?
option to get out of the heaven and hell binary?
No,
Yes or no?
you don't have to go
No?
there. This is what I'm telling you, sir.
Okay. No, you're
You
not
don't
listening to the
have to go
whole
to.
question. Positive. Listen to
Don't
the
have to
whole
go to
question
hell.
before you answer it. Do
Have to go.
you, as a person, have the
Don't have,
option to get out of the binary of heaven or hell? Can you pick a third option or a
don't
fourth
have to go
option?
to don't have to go to hell.
All right, man.
Don't have to go to hell. To
Can
that.
can you go to neither heaven nor hell?
You don't have to go there.
Can you go to neither heaven nor hell?
Choose to go hell by your wicked. You.
Julius, are you a Christian?
That's why you gotta mute me.
Yeah, this is what indoctrination does to your brain.
The truth.
Yeah,
Julius,
I
are you a
am.
Christian? Okay.
Yes, sir, I am.
Can I get your age for TikTok?
Well, I'm gonna respond.
Cut him loose.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm burning you, Jet.
All right, eat shit, dude.
I'm 49, bro.
Cool beans. Go ahead and pick a topic.
We can go with the number one. Why would God create hell?
Mm-hmm.
We can start there.
Mm-hmm. What do you think?
Why do I say He created it?
Yeah, why do you think he created?
Well, I believe he created it for Satan and his followers, according to Scripture. That's what I understand.
Okay, and it is eternal torment, correct?
I'm a little ignorant when it comes to that. I haven't really taken the time to actually read up on that. I do know that there is that it is an eternal place, but as far as people being there eternally, not quite sure about that.
Have you ever heard of there being an opportunity to make it out of hell?
Yeah, I believe so.
Who made it out of hell?
I mean, God went to hell and He held the keys to hell and, came back. There's also, testimonies of people that actually have visited hell and, came out of there too.
That's like saying the warden broke out of prison. I'm talking about. Come on now, are you serious?
That's like saying what, brother?
The warden broke out of prison.
No, I wouldn't say that.
That is exactly like that. The motherfucker has keys. He can get it and out if he wants to.
Well, I get that. I believe that's just showing ownership of.
Okay, let's just pretend that I'm a person who does not have the keys or the ownership. You think I could escape hell?
I don't know. That's the thing. I believe that people that have.
Good morning, Cynthia.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Oh, I believe some people that have gone to hell and, been able to experience that and have gotten out of there.
How?
I believe it in the spirit, obviously. I don't know. Do you believe in the spiritual realm?
You think they got out of hell through the spiritual realm?
No. Obviously, you can't go there physically. You got to be there in the spirit, obviously.
So then how'd they get out?
Well, obviously, spiritually. Do you believe in the spiritual realm?
So is the punishment not physical? Like, is the fire not physical?
I don't think so.
So then what's burning?
You see, these are very good questions you guys are asking. I personally haven't really. When I read scripture, here's the thing: I haven't read it all, and one of the parts that I actually stay away from is Revelation. I usually read scripture for understanding on how to make my life better, how to improve. As a man, as a husband, as a member of society, things that will talk to me about how I can improve. Learning about hell really is kind of like, something that I don't really get into.
I
But
mean,
I do
you
know
did
that God
come up
created
here
it.
and pick the topic about hell. It's not the only topic.
Well, I mean, yeah, like I said, I mean, I was thinking of going through all of them. Why do you think God created hell?
Well, first of all,
You don't what?
I don't think he created hell. I think that's a fabrication of human imagination. I do also think that if we're going to have an internal critique of it, I think that the narcissism that this God exhibits is unmatched, unparalleled. He would create an eternal place of torture because instead of choosing to live your life in the way that you see fit, um, he'd rather see you burning up.
Hmm. Well, I understand you're saying. Well, it seems to me like you're pretty much judging God on how He does things. And I understand you're saying it's an internal critique, which is fine. But at the end of the day, you are judging His work, His the way He designed things. Um,
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
yeah, I mean,
You
well,
judge God every day.
I'll tell you what's wrong with it. What's wrong with it is that you could possibly be wrong.
Do you not judge God every day?
Mm, no, I'm not gonna say every day. I have done it in the past. I'm learning how to not. Um,
Is God good?
is God good? I think He's everything.
So is he good?
I believe He's everything, and I know that you're trying
Oh,
to.
he's a monster. He's a villain. He's a piece of shit.
E3DO.
Mm, I mean, like I said, I think He's everything. He created everything for
Oh
Him.
wow.
I think He created evil. Um, I mean, He's pretty much everything.
Is he
There's nothing.
omniscient?
I believe that there's nothing that exists outside of the parentheses of God.
Is he omniscient?
I believe so.
So does he send people to hell?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay, so he made hell for people.
No, He made it for Satan and his followers, like I said earlier.
So he's not omniscient then.
I believe He is.
So then he made hell for people.
Well, let me ask you this: ha- what's your favorite board game?
Um,
Are you familiar with Monopoly?
why would you ask me if you had one in mind? Monopoly is fucking dog shit.
Do you like
Because
chess? I mean,
Code names. I like code names.
is that a board game?
Yes.
I'm not familiar with it. Can you pick one? Maybe we're both familiar with. That's why I
Monopoly.
said the most popular ones.
the magic trick doesn't work like that, Mac. You gotta
Candyland.
Man, you
classic.
you had a obviously a better childhood than I did because I don't know what Candyland is.
Candyland? You don't know Candyland?
Nope.
I mean, look, if you know one board game, just say the board. Like,
That's why I figured
why are you sending
one
me
of
on a
the,
chase to know to guess what games you know?
one of the most popular. What do you consider the most popular board games?
Dungeons and Dragons.
Wow. Yeah, I know. I guess I was too busy working while you guys were playing.
I like Word on the Street.
Oh, that's tough, Julius. What do you do for a living?
I have a construction company. I have a restaurant. I have a bar.
Yeah, I'm a farmer, so you're welcome.
There you go. I used to what do you call it? I used to pick fields when I was young.
Yeah, I bet you did.
Yeah,
You were saying something about us being lazy or something?
lazy.
Yeah, because we have pop culture knowledge or something.
No, I don't believe I ever said that. I said
Oh, okay.
I was too busy working. You guys,
Working while we were playing games.
yeah,
Yeah, lazy.
that's being lazy.
That's the connotation of what you're saying.
No, not at all. That's how you
Okay.
took. That's how you took
Okay.
it.
You don't know what the word connotation means.
Yeah, I
That's
mean,
okay.
what else were you saying with that?
That I didn't have the upbringing you guys did.
That's not really saying anything.
Perhaps.
You tried it, Julius. You want to get back to the Bible stuff or you
Um, I mean, it just sounds like you guys are just, you know,
Okay, I gotta get Cones of Dunshire. That's the game.
Ah, grateful. Grateful.
I'm
How
the
old are you guys, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm 49.
I'm the maverick.
Also, you're 49.
Yep,
When were you born?
I forgot that makes me about
49 years ago.
57. No, more than that. Shit. 66. Ooh.
So other than actually trying to have conversations and maybe
Can you get back to your board game
share your
analogy, or
knowledge.
did you
That what's
lose that?
happening here is
No,
that
yeah,
Right.
I
Like, did you lose track of your analogy that you were trying to set up?
yeah, yeah,
Or,
yeah.
oh, okay, then go ahead and do that.
You definitely won. So you guys are
Go ahead and
master.
do your board game analogy.
You guys are master debaters, obviously.
yeah, okay. Kerplunk. Kerplunk is my favorite board game.
There you go.
I haven't played that game, but I've seen it.
You know what's the most fun looking, but actually the worst? It would be Mousetrap.
Mousetrap does look fun, but I could tell that it was inherently a flawed system, and I felt like I
Yeah,
would
but
have like lost a lot of pieces.
you also have to like reset it every time.
Mm,
It's like work, and I'm lazy.
that's fair. That's fair. Oh yeah, yeah, that's fair.
Establish that.
You had a good lazy childhood, you lazy child.
Just laid around collecting pop
Oh,
culture
that's a
references.
great question. Is Operation considered a board game?
I mean, I said Kerplunk and Mousetrap. What do you think?
That's
Is
fair.
there a
That's fair.
board?
Although there is a board for Mousetrap, isn't it? Technically,
There's a the operation's a board. It's just raised a little bit.
that's fair. That's fair. I think what makes it a board game?
That's the real question.
Third topic: what makes a board game a board game?
Change the background.
Operation was the shit. I ain't gonna lie. I love that
You know
game.
what? Fuck this. One
Uh,
question. What's a board game?
Actually, I thought Operation black kids couldn't purchase Operation back in the day
Why?
I never heard that.
because you're black.
And
Well, you weren't supposed to be able to purchase that game
because
because you're black, dude. What part of that don't you understand?
and what does that mean?
You obviously don't know.
Clearly, that's why I'm asking you, right?
It's okay. You have all the culture. You should know.
Why can't you elaborate?
No, I don't think you're capable of understanding that.
Oh, try your hardest. Maybe you're not capable of relaying information.
No, that could be true too.
Try your hardest, though.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I just figured you did really know that. It's interesting you brought that game up because that actually, you know, deals with the medical field and things of that nature.
Oh, that's interesting. You were saying earlier about how you focus on trying to be a really good person.
When did I say that?
Oh, you don't remember saying that?
No.
You
That's
said you
weird.
don't have to worry about focusing on health because you're worried about being a good person and
I don't read
good to
Revelation because I
people.
want to be a
Yeah.
better person.
You don't remember all that or no?
Not really.
Oh, that's a
Yeah,
shit you said.
that makes a lot of sense.
But I mean,
Yeah,
now that you said that, why would you say
Because
that?
like you just say shit to move
Are
from.
you insinuating that I'm not?
So like you don't actually have any like real principles. You just kind of say what you think you need to say in the moment. That makes sense.
No, I do not have morals. I have principles, obviously.
I don't know. You seem pretty fungible
Yeah.
or
I mean,
non-fungible.
did it bother you that I told you, what was happening back in the day when that game came out?
You feel like you did something? Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. It's interesting you brought up that board game, and I just figured, you know, back in the day you weren't allowed to play it or buy it if you were black, and I mean, obviously that triggered you or something.
Yeah, man. Especially because you cited that source that makes me believe you.
I feel like you were trying to trigger somebody.
Not at all, my friend. It was interesting that you brought that board game up. We're talking about board games.
Oh, interesting.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. So interesting.
Incredible. Yeah.
Back in the day, as a matter of fact, I had a few friends that were black, and they weren't allowed to play chess, Operation,
Oh,
um,
wow.
certain Monopoly. They couldn't play Monopoly either.
You know, the crazy part is
Mm.
The biggest lie was that he said he had black friends.
Yeah,
I
but
did.
then like also these quote friends just told him they weren't allowed to play those games, so he wouldn't come around.
Right, like come on now. Julius, you suck at racism. You know that, right?
What do you mean? I'm not trying to be racist, bro.
You need more practice.
I'm not trying to be racist,
Your
bro.
subliminals don't hit like you think they do. That's why you're still up here. You you don't even commit it to the bit.
Yeah, that's true.
You guys are
Like
obvious.
you're so nonchalant about your racism that it comes across as apathy. Like you just don't generally care about anything. You should
Hold
probably
on.
fix that.
I have to
Get
look
some more
up that
passion.
word. I have to look up that word. Apathy. How do you spell that?
hmm It's spelled like it sounds.
Oh, okay. A pussy.
It's spelled like it sounds.
Yeah, yeah.
If you can sound it out, you can spell it.
Okay. I'm gonna look it up. Hold on.
hmm
I remember when I was in elementary school, I had a spelling bee, and the word I got knocked out on was apron.
mm.
So I spelled it with an I
Oh.
because it sounds like it has an I. The way
I
everybody
get you.
pronounces apron.
Damn.
Yeah,
What
so
grade was this?
I had to be like third, maybe fourth.
Mm. Did you ever do another spelling bee after that?
No,
Yeah, that'll do
no, I would fly into a rage.
it.
Somebody,
Fork English.
somebody, somebody suggested when it was over. I'd see red. Wake up in the principal's office.
Thankfully, school pew pewing wasn't a trendy thing in your time. um,
Paddle in his office.
Terrell, is that truly you?
It's Terrell.
Oh my goodness, Terrell, are you a Christian? I assume so.
I'm just a man of God, but if you want to put me in that
Uh,
subcategory, then I'm a Christian.
well, it's not really a category, more of a classification. Did Jesus die for your sin?
As far as I know,
Do you follow him?
I thought I was answering a question about why would God create hell.
That's not the only question on the board, and it definitely won't be the only question I ask. So, do you follow Jesus?
Yeah, but that doesn't make me necessarily a Christian.
I mean, that's just technically what the word means, but that's fine.
By
You
default,
can pick
yes.
one or number two off the background.
I didn't see number two. Oh, can salvation be lost? Oh, no.
That's you pick one or the other. That's the one you want to go with.
No, I'm going to go with number one because number two,
Okay.
you can't lose it.
Number two is what?
You can't lose salvation.
I think that's weird that you would put a question up there also that was so obviously a no.
So, so the question would be why God created hell. So, do you have a Bible in front of you by chance or no?
I have several Bibles in front of me.
You mind turning to Ezekiel 18, verse 23?
Give me a second.
Was the wickedness of the wicked shall be their own?
No, this is serious.
What?
It's going to answer his question or your question or whoever's
I don't think
question.
he heard what you said, Mac. You said Ezekiel what?
18, verse 23. And you mind reading that for us, the people that are watching?
Have you ever been on my live before?
No, I think this is my first time. I'm not sure. I go
Oh,
through.
okay. Well, we read the Bible. It's not a. You don't have to. We read the Bible here. Have I any pleasure in the death of the wicked, says the Lord God, and not rather that they should turn from their ways and live?
What's funny about Ezekiel 18 is it kind of shits on the whole Jesus sacrifice thing.
So, my point is what I'm saying is in that verse. Scripture teaches us that without it, the universe morals framework would collapse. Right? Are you listening?
How? This is just God asking a question.
Who the fuck?
Right? Are you listening?
How? This is just God asking a question.
Who the
To
fuck is this
Ezekiel.
guy?
Terrell.
I think it's
Honestly, Terrell.
So,
Honestly, tarot.
as you know, as a lot of people like they'd be like, if your God's so loving, why would He send people to hell? We have to ask ourselves, why would we send ourselves to hell? Because God directly doesn't send us to hell. It's our choice and our decision. And your question was for that other guy that could we avoid um, heaven or hell? And that would be a no. We can't avoid it. There's going to be one way or another. And the reason being is because God's just.
Uh, how's that, Just?
So how can I explain this for somebody that's not a believer?
Try English.
Um,
Okay.
so God's character would be unvindicated. I think that's the word I'm looking for.
What was that?
Unvindicated?
Unvindicated.
Unvindicated? Is that what
Yes,
you just said?
correct.
It can't be unvindicated.
'Cause that's not really a word either.
Maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong. Does anyone know the pronunciation in the chat?
You were trying to
What are
say
you trying to
unvindicated, but
say?
it's not a
What?
word.
I'm dead ass. Like, would unvindicated apply? What is it?
Maybe scorn. I don't know. Thank you guys so
Unequivocated?
much. Maybe Vicodin.
Mm,
Vicodin.
Could I spell it out, possibly?
sure.
All right. So the word I'm trying to pronounce is Unvindicated.
Okay. That is unvindicated, but what does it, how does that apply?
Because God's character would stand unvindicated.
What does that mean?
The word unvindicated,
You know, vindicated, unvindicated.
unvindicated.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Moment. I honestly don't know.
So why are you saying it?
The Lord will be Vesuvius.
That's an explosive revelation. Groundbreaking.
So it means not cleared or justified.
So God is not justified,
Correct.
but he's just?
Just means justice, not justified.
Yeah, I think you're
So,
being led astray by
what's the
whatever
root
steps
word
you're
of
taking.
justified?
Just is justice.
Right. What's the root word? What's the root word of justified though?
Um, should I look up the actual definition?
No. What's the root word of justified?
One moment.
Oh wow.
Dude, this is so wild.
I'm gonna keep it P.
Like, and to be like condescending when you come up, and then this is what
Yeah.
that's crazy work.
Thank you guys. Thank you, Christina. I sure will.
It says I don't know how to explain it to somebody who doesn't understand these words.
Well, root words were something that we learned in like second, third grade. Maybe I was wrong. You know, I was homeschooled, so maybe my view of education was off.
How is God unvindicated? Okay. We're back.
So it's linked to concepts like joining or binding.
The root word of justified is
Oh,
linked to
justified. I
concept.
looked up justice. I'm sorry. So you said just
Well, the root word of justice and justified is the same word.
yeah, linked to concepts like joining or binding.
Okay, but it asks you for a root word. The root word I'm going to spoil.
Um, justice from a Christian standpoint or a biblical standpoint,
The word, just
or
Google the word just.
justification.
Just Google it. Be sure instead of guessing. if I can do a little cultural appropriation, oy vey.
Fair.
hmm
Mm-hmm.
So when we talk about justice and being justified, we're
Mm-hmm.
talking about fairness,
Mm-hmm.
right? So when we're talking about fairness, I like bringing up Romans chapter 9.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I'm going to start at 19. We're going to read to 20 something. I'll let you know where we stop. You will say to me then, why then does he still find fault? For who can resist his will? But who indeed are you, a human, to argue with God? Well, what is molded, say to the one who molds it, why have you made me like this? Has the potter no right over the clay to make out of the same lump one object for special use and another for ordinary use? What if God, desiring to show his wrath and make his power known, has endured with much patience the objects of wrath that are made for destruction? And what if he has done so in order to make known the riches of his glory for the objects of mercy, which he has prepared beforehand for glory? I stopped at 23.
Can you read chapters 12 and 15? Like chapter 12 through 15 then?
Chapter 12 through 15 or
Yeah,
verse
like
12?
Romans. Romans 12.
You want him to read 4 chapters in Romans?
No. Romans 12.
Verse 15.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, before we move on,
Yes.
we're gonna contend with what I just brought up, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if he
Mm-hmm.
creates people and objects for destruction, so that he seems so much more merciful to the ones that he decides to save, is that just? More merciful to the ones that he decides to save, is that just?
What's your question?
You mean the one I literally just asked?
So what are you trying to say or get at?
Uh, trying to get to an answer to the.
Created the massive destruction, which is Lucifer, and Lucifer was an angel, and then Lucifer got casted down.
You think that do you need me to repeat the question?
Yes, please. And can you also someone type it in the comment section? Because maybe I'm misunderstanding something.
Can you? Huh?
Do you want just when he talks, hit the little microphone on Chat GPT and it'll transcribe what he's saying?
I didn't think that was a tough question. Is it just to
Hmm.
create objects for destruction so that you seem better to the objects that you have deemed for glory?
Correct.
That's just.
Yes.
What is just about doing that?
Because it's through us that he shows his greatest purpose. And without good, there's no evil. And without evil, there's no good. Just like darkness, there needs to be lightness.
Wow.
Man, you
Oh,
excited
wow.
about that? You excited about that 2 o'clock tea time, man?
No,
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely,
serious.
bro. Absolutely.
It's gonna be good. Like,
You can't experience darkness without lightness.
yeah, no, we're talking
Why
about
do you why do
relevant
you
stuff
keep
now.
saying lightness?
Light, light.
Um, so remember when we
It
talked
used to be
about
good for
the
bad and
root
very good
word
for
of
bad for
justice?
good. Yes.
Remember how we talking about how it's no, it's Saturday, Jay. We're hitting the links the night before Bash's concert. But yeah, the root word of justice is just, which is, fairness, right? Is it fair for me to create a child that I
Yes.
treat horribly and then create another child that I treat really well
No. See,
just because, listen to the whole question and you'll understand it, right? Just because I want the child that I treat well to think that I'm better than I am. Is that just? Is that fair?
I think you have a misunderstanding. God doesn't create anybody to be anything really, because everyone has free will. So they take it to their own accord to act that way.
So was what
In order to love
he
God,
read was
you
what he
have
read
to
a
have free
lie?
will. If you didn't have free will, you technically wouldn't be able to love God. You would be considered a puppet.
So was what he read a lie?
I never said that.
Well, what you're saying is that it's not true. You're saying that
Can you read the Romans and it'll give you an explanation on what you're trying?
he did read Romans.
No, the one that I've said, and it'll give you an explanation.
You haven't wrestled with the one he read yet.
It's going to answer the question.
So you're going to show us where Romans contradicts itself?
No, it just backs up on why that was made. Like its context, like before, to give the reader a better understanding of the word.
So if we skip back a few verses from 19 where we were,
Mm-hmm.
and it says, for the scripture says, excuse me, to Pharaoh, I have raised you up for this very purpose, that I might show my power in you, and that my name be proclaimed in all the earth, so that he has mercy on whomever he chooses, and he hardens the heart of whomever he chooses. What do you think that means?
That he chose Pharaoh.
To do what?
Um, how can I? You ever heard of the vessel?
To do what? I know what a vessel is.
Yes.
What did he choose Pharaoh to do?
To further his gospel.
Are you sure about that?
Are we talking about the vessel that has no say over the potter?
Yeah, that very one, the one that
Hmm.
God said that he would harden his heart to show his power throughout the earth.
Oh, okay. He only said that 10 times.
Hmm.
We can't know if he meant it.
No, everything that God said he meant.
Okay, so when you tell me that God can't impact your free will,
But
but
you
this
also
clearly
have to.
says, I hate that you try to cut me off because you already don't follow the conversation very well, and it's going to be
Mhm.
even more difficult if you don't hear the full thing, right?
Uh-huh.
It's crazy to me when you say God will not intervene in your free will, and in the Bible, up and down, God is literally doing that. So much so that two verses before the part in Romans 9 that we were reading, it talks about how he hardened Pharaoh's heart for his purposes. He did the thing for his plan. It seems as though your opinion is not Bible based.
Mm. Can we read the Romans one so you can
Yeah,
understand a
you
little
should
bit
read
more?
it. It absolutely blows your argument out of the water. It says, rejoice with those who rejoice and weep with those who weep. So, checkmate.
Damn it.
I have something else on mine.
For Romans 12:15.
Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Let me read.
Shit, I'm feeling unvindicated right now, cardio. I will be vindicated. Oh shit, that was the name of the superhero group from Rick and Morty, wasn't it? The Vindicators?
I don't know. I think I was thinking of, was it Brooklyn Nine-Nine? Where Captain Holt just yells like vindication or something.
Yeah. Yeah. There's also that classic film, Vindicators.
Mm.
Vindicators, mount up.
Also, like key economic vindicators.
Mm. Mm.
You got to keep those in mind.
You do. You do. I'm so glad you brought that to my attention. And of course, when Jesus was flipping those tables in the temples, righteous and vindication.
Mm. Isn't that what they ask you for when they pull you over?
Licensing and vindication.
Okay, can you for the Pharaoh's heart thing, right? Because I read this during the Passover, which you probably don't know, obviously the Passover, but that's fine. I don't expect you to.
Hey,
Wait,
Terrell.
what the fuck did he say?
Terrell, hold on, Terrell. Of the two of us, who do you think knows more about the Bible?
Honestly, I couldn't discern that.
Okay, well, that should let you know that condescending comments probably shouldn't be made.
I'm not even paying attention to comments. I'm trying to focus on.
You're making the
Your
comment,
own
Terrell.
comments.
Oh, so statements. Okay. So
Do you think comments are only in writing? Do you think comments are only in writing?
no, not at all.
Daryl, you are a hoot, dog. That's
No.
too funny, man.
So
I'd live for this. Go ahead, man.
I was going
um,
over my latest bank
so
comment.
this gives you the explanation on why God did what He did, or it should. And if not, I'll give you a little bit more insight.
The question's not why.
Say again.
The question is not why.
Oh,
The statement is that he did it. He
okay.
hardened Pharaoh's heart. He interfered with his free will. He did it so he could show his works and wonders.
So can we read Exodus
So he could be glorified.
Exodus 7 to through 13?
Oh, we done with Romans 12?
7 chapters in Exodus.
Oh, it's gonna give you context
You
on.
want him
So
to
we're
read
so we're
7
so we're
chapters of Exodus.
we're done with Romans 12, 15? That
And
one's
it's
in
just
next.
saying it's gonna give you more of a better understanding on Romans.
Oh,
12.
then what you were okay. And you said Exodus 7 what?
Through 13. He wants you to read 7 chapters.
Oh,
No,
okay.
Exodus 7.
What? You said 7 through 13.
Exodus 7,
Yeah.
13.
Oh, verse 13.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I guess kind of like
However,
in Romans when it was 12 through 15, but it was actually 12
12, 15.
verse 15.
Right.
Yes.
This is on me for not learning.
Yeah, definitely. There is a code here and you're not catching it. However, Pharaoh's heart was hardened and he would not listen to them, as the Lord said. Terrell,
Yeah,
please
what are
tell
we
me that
doing?
you have health insurance.
No.
You don't?
Nope.
Brother, you've been pew-pewing yourself in the foot ever since you got on stage. I don't know that that's a good thing. You should figure out how to do that. Or go for universal health care. Don't even have to worry about it.
That's fine. Um. So does that give you a little bit of understanding on why he hardened his heart, or are you still confused?
So the verse literally says,
Yes.
however,
Can you read?
Pharaoh's heart was
Yes.
hardened and he would not listen to them, as the Lord had said.
Can you
Yes.
read?
You think there's an explanation in there?
This is
Yes.
going to sound really backwards, but can you read 7 through 3?
Oh, wow. Um, I can try. But I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and I will multiply my signs and wonders signs and wonders in the land of Egypt.
Wait, who's going to do what to who?
It says, but this is God, will
Mhm.
harden Pharaoh's heart,
Mm.
and I will multiply, this is still God, my signs and wonders in the land of Egypt. That's a
Yes.
place in Africa.
So do you know why he did that?
Because he doesn't give you free will.
No, because of his unbelief.
Oh, where does it say that?
Okay. I'll bring it up in scripture again.
So did Pharaoh have free will?
One moment.
Terrell was champing at the bit to get up here, just in case y'all are curious.
Please stand by.
You know what? I gotta applaud Terrell because at least he took us to the Old Testament. The Christians are scared of that motherfucker.
Exodus 9,
God
verse
damn.
35.
I thought I jumped around.
Well, it gives you a better, more clarity on everything, or a better picture.
So the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he would not let the Israelites go, just as the Lord had spoken through Moses.
Correct.
Terrell, I think what happened is you put a specific thing into Google or ChatGPT, and it's giving you results, but it's not necessarily the results that you need to display the point that you're trying to make.
That they refused to listen, or King Pharaoh, refused to listen, and that's why he
Who
sent the
hard,
two plagues.
who hardened Pharaoh's heart?
God.
So why wouldn't he be unable to listen if God made him unable to listen?
So your question is, why would God harden his heart?
No, why would he be able to do anything other than what God made him do?
Because what's it? God's not a confusing God. Anything that's confusing or doesn't make any sense is the devil.
Sir, the reason
Why?
why I'm asking you is not because
Yes.
I'm confused. I know why, but you don't, and I'm trying to understand why,
I got
right?
bad news for you, Mr. Satan,
So
because
walk me
you are
through it.
not making any sense.
Walk me through it. If a fair God, right, a just, as we broke down what the word just means, would do something like that. Because our parents, they discipline us. Are they fair for that? Our like earthly parents, like
Sir,
all religion
sir,
aside.
sir,
Yes.
Terrell, this
Yes.
is not that. In order for that to be analogous, what would have to happen is that the parent would have to go inside of the child's mind and make them do something against their will.
Mm,
Pharaoh's heart was hardened
yes.
so that he would not let the people of Israel go, so that the God could do crazier things. He wanted to vamp up all the magical powers that he wanted to show to the people of the world. He said so 2 chapters ago in the third verse. He wanted to display his signs and wonders throughout the land of Egypt.
But
He tells you why. You don't have to make up a reason. He tells you.
is this regarding the Parish angel when he passed over and killed the firstborn, or was this after?
Yeah, it was the frogs, it was the blood, it was
Yes.
the
The
yeah, it was
plague.
the plagues, the boils, it was the genocide, yeah, all that.
So my question for you is, do you realize that there was people that were able to save themselves from that? Those that chose to
Yeah,
listen?
man,
Hey,
that's
Terrell, I'm
crazy.
honestly, I'm really glad that we came to this one because I think it actually demonstrates the that verse very well. Because in order for God to seem so good to the people that He told how to be saved, He had to cause destruction, death, famine,
Yeah,
sickness, disease on other people.
that refused to acknowledge him. That's a fair God
How is that fair?
because they chose with their ignorance and their stupidity not to honor and respect somebody that told them to do something, just like our parents, our earthly parents. Like all religion aside, even if I wasn't a man of God, our parents that discipline us and spank us are
You,
justified to do so if we
if
do
you
something
chose
wrong.
to not honor and respect your parents, they're justified in unaliving you.
No one said that.
What did
That's
God
what
do?
we're talking
I said
about.
spanking, discipline.
What did God do? Did He spank the firstborn?
Um,
He spanked them into hell.
so that's where people get the misconception wrong. Um, not
That's
all
where people
forms.
get the misconception wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, that's where most people get it right.
No. So you're right about that. Correct. But hear me out. The people that had their firstborn that didn't do the lamb thing, the symbolic lamb thing over their lamppost thing.
The euro,
You
the lamb euro.
smear them.
I guess that's how you want to look at it.
Yeah.
And that chose not to listen,
Mm-hmm.
lost their kid. I think that's justifiable. They
How
chose not to
so?
listen.
How so?
Uh, Insubordinate, disobedient.
You think that's worthy of taking someone's child?
I think that's justifiable. Absolutely. Because I'm not saying
I think that's
just to be
certifiable.
clear, just to be clear, God, on this, that I'm not saying, but like if I was the Alpha and Omega and I created the Earth or the
This is
universe,
why I have the question I do on my backdrop.
right? I don't see what your backdrop is.
Yeah, I know. It's
It
fine.
says Mac Luster.
Mm-hmm. With a question mark at the end.
The question you have to ask yourself: if you ever had the ability to be in charge of the universe, and
Hmm.
people want to listen to you,
Hmm.
and you
Would
kept
I
on
be a dickhead
constantly
about it?
telling them,
No.
and you kept on constantly telling them to like obey you,
Uh-huh.
yet they kept on doing their own thing to their
Uh-huh.
own accord. How would that make you feel?
You
And
know
how?
what I wouldn't do is torture
Honestly,
them.
well, but honestly, if I really, really like, if obedience was a top priority of mine,
Hmm.
and I really wanted somebody to obey me and do what I say because I'm the person that has the authority, I
Hmm.
would just create people that did that.
Hmm.
You know what I would do?
Then we would be puppets.
You know what I would do?
What
Hmm.
would you do?
I would do the opposite of plagues. Right?
Mm,
I would do like blessings, but like they get like more impressive each time.
the closer you are to me. Mm,
Yeah, like why did he not just give them good things in order to
positive
convince them
reinforcement.
that he was God?
Mm,
I think you guys get like a twisted worldview
That
in
would be an
your
enabling
heads,
bad
and,
behavior.
and
That's a bad.
you think the only way to like demonstrate your goodness to somebody is to be horrible to them, right? When a good way to demonstrate goodness would be to do good things.
damn. Or what about neutral reinforcement? Just don't do shit at all.
So
Tell, Terrell, tell me why he couldn't do good things for the Egyptians to convince them that God was real.
uh, because that would be enabling bad behavior. That's like giving your child a
What's the bad
reward for being
behavior?
bad at school.
What's the behavior?
They weren't listening to Moses. That he kept on warning them over and
Yeah, but
over.
he immediately started with bad things. He didn't even try good things.
Also, that's a misunderstanding of you.
Good things.
Also, that's a misunderstanding of you've not read this
Yeah.
fully.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, I could read it again if you want after I get off here on my own accord. Um,
Absolutely do that because
after I get off here on my own accord. Um,
absolutely do that because I think you should reread it in adulthood and like really focus on the words because you're coming at it from a narrative that's very much Sunday school and we're well into our adult years, right?
mm, do anything that we want. That's why there's laws in
But
place.
what did Mac ask you though? Because that has nothing to do with his question.
May I ask you this question? Are cops bad people because they arrest criminals
A
or they
cap,
enforce the law?
answer Mac's question. Why could
What's
he
the
not
question
use
now?
positive reinforcement to show people how good he was?
Because they didn't want to listen.
How do you know?
Why would he give
How
blessings
do
or
you
why
know
would
if he never even tried it?
because he's all knowing.
I don't think you want to go down the all-knowing route.
Are you sure?
Yeah. So God created hell for people.
Say again.
God created hell for people.
Um, internally, it was not meant for people to go to hell. As
Definitely,
you said it earlier, but it
People
was
go to hell.
go to hell. As
definitely.
you said it earlier, but it
People
was
go to hell.
say again.
Do people go to hell?
By their own accord.
No. It was a yes or no question. Do people go to hell?
Not all.
No. It was a yes or no question. Do people go to hell?
Not all, but the ones that.
Do people go to hell?
What type of
Are
people?
there people in hell?
No, there's nobody in hell or heaven right now.
Heaven's vacant.
No, so basically until Judgment Day, and we face.
It was a joke. It was a joke. You don't have to try to explain that.
No. Okay.
Will there be people? Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Will there be people who go to hell?
Can you like elaborate or explain?
No, I literally cannot make this simple.
What
How can you
specific?
elaborate on
What type of
that?
people are we talking
If I
about?
have to dumb this down anymore, I'm gonna have to jingle keys. I don't want to do that.
I can't answer that question. If I, what's
You
the
can't answer the question, will
No.
there be people who go to hell?
what type of people?
People?
People with a blue
Like,
type of
so let me
ink
ask you:
conscious.
are you asking like people like Mac and L, also Ray,
Yeah, sure.
or are you talking
That
about
I wish you
Christian?
wouldn't use me as an example. It's too scary to even think about,
Okay,
but that's fine. I'll go with it because I'm feeling brave.
so yeah, unbelievers that chose to ignore the truth. You don't even have to
Oh
necessarily be
my
Christian.
god, it was a fucking yes or no question, dude.
So, all right, fine, fine. I'll answer the question. Yes,
Okay. And God's all knowing?
yes,
So he knew people would be going to hell
yes, absolutely.
before he created hell?
Yes, and when he got betrayed by Judas, he even said,
Write a track here, Slick. God created hell.
correct.
God knew humans would be going to hell before
Yes.
he made it.
Yes, correct, because of the free will that he gave man. But the first sin that
Did
was
God
committed,
know before he created hell
yes,
that humans would be going there?
yes,
Then he created it for humans.
yes, from the beginning of time, and that's why he came and died on the cross.
You just said 3 minutes ago that it was not created for humans.
Attention, like
Oh my God, it was on accident.
the
Your
whole
God
purpose.
accidentally
Oh,
put
no, no.
people there. What the fuck?
God
So
makes
he's kind
God
of a
makes no
Mr. Magoo
mistakes. God
figure.
makes no mistakes, right? So the whole intent behind hell was for Lucifer and the fallen angels that fell with him when he was casted down.
And not humans.
Correct.
So then how did
But he
you?
knew that humans would be going there,
Yes, correct.
and he still made hell anyway.
Well, somebody needs to be held accountable for the wrongdoings. Just like here on Earth, this is not
He
technically.
knew that humans would be going there
Yes.
before he made it.
No.
He did. Now he didn't know before.
No.
Now he's not all knowing.
Let me tell you. So
now he's not all knowing.
no, he is all knowing. So look.
Then he knew before.
Yes.
Okay, so then it was made for humans.
Yes, but the sole purpose behind it was not the intent
You
for.
stumbled on the right answer. You can stop now.
So, with our own behavior / actions lead us
It
to
doesn't
hell,
matter why.
right?
You said it wasn't made for humans.
Okay.
If you do that, then you're saying God is not omniscient.
Okay. So, let me ask you this question: if a loving God exists, why does all these bad things happen?
Because the loving God doesn't exist.
Okay. Why do you feel that way? What
Because all these
evidence do
bad
you
things,
have to prove that?
because all these bad things happen.
Okay, so all these bad things happen. Do you know why?
It's in your own question. Because the loving God doesn't exist.
Okay, so well, I will tell you now that he gave us this world and it was flawless. It was perfect.
What a gift he gave.
Right? And we rebelled against him.
Who's
I'm not saying you.
You got a mouse in your pocket?
I'm talking about Adam and Eve,
Were you there?
Ratatouille.
the first man and woman.
Were you chilling in the garden with them?
Garden of Eden? No, I was not.
So what we?
But we are held responsible because of that.
It's
Why?
just cruise right past it.
Yeah. What we are you talking about? You were there?
No.
Okay, so maybe not we.
But we have to suffer for their choices that they made.
For whose?
Adam and Eve's.
Oh, they.
Ours.
Right? You said their choices that they made.
Yes.
Right, because we weren't there.
Yeah.
And that's fair to you, right? That's just.
In my opinion, yeah.
So even though I don't know if somebody said like,
Because even if they
somebody
didn't do what they did in the Garden of Eden, we
if
would
somebody
still
pulled like a
disappoint them.
crazy chapter like Ezekiel 18,
We would still fall
Right.
short.
you remember Ezekiel
matter what.
18?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, you remember where it says that a son should not pay for the iniquity of the father?
Hmm.
So why does your Bible go against that?
Well, he's already fulfilled all that when he died on the cross.
So we don't have the sin.
You know, we don't have original sin anymore?
The sin's still there, but it was paid in full.
So that
What
means we
happens
don't
when
have it
sin is paid for? God blots it out.
The sin will still exist
No, it's
because
blotted out. It says it's blotted out.
for his own sanity, for his own sake. He can't even pretend like it exists anymore, right? I tell you what, we need a new Terrell edition because Terrell's Bible is a little bit different, and I think it
Yeah.
might be a little bit more inconsistent.
Yeah, plus like one verse is like 5 chapters long.
Yes, absolutely. It's
it's
more
it's
detailed.
unfortunate that he did warn us that this would occur, but I'm all ears, and it's kind of sad a little bit
What's sad?
to see that people are being what is the word?
Duped,
Deceived, I guess.
duped by an obvious scam? Yeah, it is.
What's the scam? So
Man,
Scam
let,
is that you're told you're sick and you're being sold a cure.
let me ask you this question. So, and I want you to be honest. It's okay. I don't really care. Two questions. How did the heaven and earths come about? Right? Like,
What is heaven?
all right, fine. How did the universe, English please, become a thing? Like the Big Bang Theory, or like what exactly started
Yeah,
that?
the Big Bang is the best current explanation.
Uh huh. So you think there's no mastermind behind that?
No.
Okay. And then the second question is going to be, when we pass away, where are we going?
Where were you
Or
before
what
you were
happens to
born?
us?
What happened to you before you were born?
Was that a statement or a question?
It was a question that was rhetorical,
Oh.
so it's acting as a statement.
So I couldn't tell you what happened before I was born.
There you
the
go.
Trojan horse of literature.
So you believe the same thing happens after we pass away?
Yes.
There's nothing. There's not going to be another life. There's nothing.
Right.
Spirit. There's no going to be no spirit world.
There's no reason to believe in other lives or spirits.
So if that day does come where you have to acknowledge that there is,
Uh-oh.
would you
Have
still?
to.
Or would you still believe what you believe right now at this moment?
If your God was real,
Yes, correct.
no,
Well, he is very much real.
I'd ask, I'd take him to task for being like
Keep
a
in mind, this is a
horrendous piece of
hypothetical,
shit.
Terrell.
Say again?
So keep in mind, this is a hypothetical. You
Yes.
said if that day comes.
Yes, if that day comes
Yeah. No, I
where
would.
you have to choose to go to heaven or hell, and he
Terrell,
gives
why
you
do you
that
think we need to hold?
opportunity, which one are you picking?
Terrell, we're not the ones that have a hard time grasping concepts. You don't have to repeat it. I was letting you know that this was a hypothetical. So for you to say
Yes.
it's real when Mac is engaging in the hypothetical that you gave him is ridiculous.
Can't let it go.
So what are you going to do?
I'll tell him to suck my nuts.
Which one? Or both?
Yeah, but he's omni god. He can handle both.
He gonna be omni on these balls.
He's gonna be like omni.
It would be very ironic when that day does come and it actually is all true.
That
But
he
it's
sucks
all about faith.
That he takes both in.
Even like, how can I say this? I know this is gonna make even more laughs. Like, how can I say this? I know this is gonna make even more laughs in the chat. Us believers, we don't really know. It's just having faith.
Yeah, but
That's not shocking to
you
any
don't
of
use
us.
faith for. Yeah, but
That's not shocking to
you
any
don't
of
use
us.
faith for
I
anything.
think it's somebody that's highly of us, other than ourselves.
You don't use faith in real life.
Why not?
You don't. You don't drive down the street and not look at the traffic lights because you have faith that they're green.
Interesting.
You don't operate on faith except in the most important question you can think of.
Hmm.
Ask yourself why that is. Why is faith good enough there? The reason is because it's an obvious scam.
So why do you think that? Like, why do you think that whoever the man or mastermind behind the whole Bible or doctrine or the gospel, whatever you want to call it, would come up with something like this? Like, what's your argument or stance behind that? Why would it just?
Power, control, money.
Give me the loot. Give me the loot.
I mean, that's the easy part. Like, that's wild that that's a mystery to you.
Hmm. So you said power, greed.
Yeah, power, control, and money. Yeah.
Um,
I mean, power and control, there's, a lot of crossover
so
there.
like the low
Yeah.
class, high class, and the middle class, or what? Was it to like cause division or what?
Yeah, cause separation to cause subservience, right? So when, things like in Matthew 5, when he's the Beatitudes, right? And he's like, blessed are the meek, they'll inherit the world, right? So it's just saying like, hey, your life is shitty, but it's because it's going to be so much better on the other side, right? It's to keep people complacent in their shitty life conditions. But then
So it's like a what is
also
it?
tell them that they're dirty and need salvation, and they have to come to you for it because you've got the goods.
So it's like a comfort thing.
Oh no, it's not comfort.
No.
No,
It's the opposite of comfort. The intent is to make you uncomfortable and to run to them for comfort.
run to who?
The church.
What about no church at all? Like,
Well,
say if you don't go to a church, who are you running to
you're
then?
still believing in what the church teaches.
Okay, so um, let's see. How can I?
Carol, I guarantee if you read the Bible, like
Yeah.
actually read the Bible, you'd
Mhm.
realize that a lot of the things that you believe about the Bible are because someone told you that, and not
Yeah,
because you
being
read it.
brainwashed or manipulated into thinking something's true.
Yeah, but you think that you're not in that position when you just tried to recount the story of Exodus
Yeah.
and you did it poorly.
So you think that I should get a better understanding of the Bible more?
I think that you should try to remove the log from your eye before you try to pull the plank out of someone else's.
Oh, the beam out of someone else's. Okay, if I still have mine in my own, I think that's, I don't know. But I know what you're trying to say.
I mean, I quoted it verbatim. So, yeah, man.
Yeah.
A log, a beam,
Okay.
not a plank. Like these words are interchangeable. That was a weird thing to correct.
So, I did my own research on you guys' I'm assuming you guys are atheists, right?
I'm a born again Christian.
Okay.
As
What
of like 12 minutes ago, your appearance on this live saved me. I want to thank you for that.
what is I never heard of the word Caphysics? Caphysist?
What?
Calf exists? I don't know. Someone.
Well, then maybe
They
go
do.
into the comments and ask them.
Well, that's what I'm saying right now. So,
This isn't the comments. This is the panel.
no, I'm saying it out loud, but
Yeah, I'm saying you can go into the comments
it was
and
moving
ask
too
them there.
fast. Yeah.
Terrell, this is
So
flying over your head. I mean, flying over your head.
I did some research on like atheism, or I think that's the word, right? Atheism.
I think it is atheism.
Yes. So I did some research, and it confused me because the Constitution and things like that. It like took 7 years to form,
Okay.
and according to believers, I guess that's what you want to call us, or Christians, or whatever category you want to put us in. Um, the number of completion is the number 7.
Mm.
I just felt that was ironic that both of them were both number 7, and I just thought it was strange that, how can I say this? I thought for the longest time that it was like America that came up with the gospel because of that, if that makes any sense.
Yikes.
Is that wrong? About the 7 years of completion for the Constitution, or am I?
What does it have to do with America coming up with the gospel?
So, like I said, the 7 years of the Constitution, but it all points back to it took 7 years for it to be created or something like that. I don't know. I'm not really patriotic or anything,
I
so
don't
I'm not really
understand
educated on it.
what
But
that has to do with America coming up with the gospels.
that they created it for, it was more of a. I don't want to come off as being like this racist or whatever, but like Caucasian people, that they created it for like oppression in a sense.
They created the gospel?
Yes,
They?
white people. Yes, to keep people suppressed of that were the opposite of white, which are black and
But
everybody else.
why would you believe this stuff if that's what you think is the case?
Oh, this is just my conspiracy theory. I'm still doing my own research on it regarding if it's accurate or my own independent research.
I think
Correct.
you there could be like a right idea in there, but the way you're getting to it is absolutely bonkers.
Yeah,
Like
I'm not really.
The Bible is a tool of oppression,
Yes.
and it was specifically used to oppress black and brown people,
Yes.
but it has nothing to do with this like Masons or whatever thing you're talking about from the US, right?
So, what group created the Bible?
I think they were called the Bibletonians.
No, like what race?
Hmm.
I mean, the people walking around would be like, I don't know, Palestinian, West Asian.
Hmm.
And then, when Rome put it together,
Hmm.
it spread pretty quickly among the whites. If you want to call that. I mean, whiteness wasn't really a concept until the 16th or 17th century, but
Yeah, I think the Bible was influenced by white people, if that makes any sense. The scriptures.
yeah, sure.
Yes.
I don't
And like I
understand.
said,
Like, this is why are you presenting this?
that no, I'm just saying though, like from my own independent research that I'm still doing my own digging around.
But if you think that, why would you take it as true?
Not necessarily saying it's true or false yet until I come to a conclusion or conclude if it's actually accurate.
I
Because
mean,
there's
like
the difference from actually knowing.
historically speaking, there was no Exodus, right? And that the Israelites were never in Egypt.
Oh, I actually did not.
Yeah, like look into that.
And regarding what, like where do I find that stuff at?
Just look up historical evidence for Exodus. Just Google that and start there.
Empirical evidence of Exodus.
Y'all remember high school?
Of okay.
Appreciate all y'all for subbing and sending subs up. Um, you are the boom of the lives. Carol,
So yes.
have we reached that particular point at this point?
What was your question? That
Have
are
we
we
had?
done with this conversation for tonight?
Yeah, are you good?
Are you going to be live tomorrow or
I will be live again
Friday?
Friday, Saturday morning,
Saturday morning? Okay.
You're going Saturday morning?
I think. Or
Yeah, I believe I seen your live
You're
once, but
traveling.
I'm not really sure.
yeah, that's
I've been
true. I
I've
might do
been
tomorrow morning instead.
yeah, I've been going live ever since I got back from deployment and then I got medically separated from the military. So to answer your question, I don't have healthcare yet, but I'm working on acquiring healthcare.
Wait, you lost it from the VA?
So basically Active duty and VA are two different things. They're funded by two different organizations.
So are you like in the process of getting it through the
That's
VA?
correct. That's correct.
Okay.
So it's going to take a while because I just applied recently, like a couple months ago. I should have done it sooner, but
Well, that's
unfortunately,
good. I mean, he was only using it to set up a joke about you shooting yourself in the foot, but that's good
oh
to know that you're getting there.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Um, I'm sorry if I came off as rubbing off my practice or whatever, my beliefs onto you guys. I was just, you know, I
It's
guess
okay, man. I rubbed off last night.
bored, or I don't know, not bored, but I needed to be entertained before I went to sleep.
Same.
Yes.
All right.
I will come to a conclusion about both, about the question number one, and then the second one about how it was created, and it was just basically a power trip or whatever you want to call it to just
Type
keep
shit.
people down. Because it's good to see 2 points of view instead of just one.
Agreed, Terrell. I appreciate the conversation. It has been very entertaining, and that is what I live for.
I'm glad. I'm very happy that was entertaining, worthy.
Thank you for your service. You have a wonderful day.
You too.
All right now. What can I say? Terrell was a trip. Yeah, at least it was a fun trip, you know? It could have been like positive
Revelation.
world.
There's some surprising revelations.
Mm, I feel unvindicated. I do. CS, is that how you say that?
Size.
Like the weapon?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Have you ever seen Ninja Turtles?
No,
Do you know Japanese culture?
I thought those were called scythes. Is that a different thing? Or am I thinking
No,
something
a
else?
scythe. A scythe is a gardening tool. Size is like PSY. It's the little three prong.
Oh yeah. And then
Yeah, yeah.
a sickle is like a handheld kind of scythe kind of thing. Okay.
you don't
Sickle
believe in
mode.
hell.
How old are you?
You don't believe in hell.
How old are you?
Don't worry about it.
Did you ever see Mr. Chickadee on YouTube?
Hell doesn't
No.
need no age restriction. You can go to
Yeah,
hell at
here's the
8 years
thing.
old.
Here's the thing, Sias. TikTok does. So for the purposes of TikTok, how old are you?
28.
What year were you born?
1992.
You dumb fuck.
You
That would make you well over 28. Just in case you were curious, your math was not great. Fucking, he can't count. You could have just said 28 years ago. That's what I did to the other guy.
Hell doesn't need no age restrictions.
Which is an interesting concept
Yeah,
because,
like the babies.
right. Are you saying babies go to hell? I'm not scared to know the truth, Sias, but you're gonna have to come up here and actually be honest, right? So if you can come up here and be honest, we can have the conversation. Otherwise, there's no point. I'm not gonna sit here and have a conversation with a fucking liar. You're not 26.
It's like 8 years old.
Absolutely. And then on top of that, there's no way you were born anywhere near the 90s and don't know the Ninja Turtles. No, I don't like liars. You are a liar. You still haven't said your real age. What's wrong with lying? Well, I'm trying to have an actual honest conversation about the Bible, about the God of the Bible. But if I know that you're gonna sit here and lie the whole time, why would I take the conversation seriously?
Like, is
It
this
wouldn't make sense.
like in your worldview type shit?
I think so.
He couldn't even. He couldn't. I. Oh my god. I would. I kind of want to PayPal him like $10 just to hear him try like a Philbro angle. He said case closed.
What happened, man? She don't like liars? You
How
lying
old
on
are you?
God's name.
How old are you?
I'll tell you that much. 26.
Where were you born?
1998.
98. Okay. That's
Adds
cool.
up, right? I'm not
Yeah.
lying this time.
What's the difference between a W-2 and a 1099?
W-2 is a tax form.
What's a 1099?
I don't know, is that for a job? Some shit.
For a job or some shit. For a job or some shit.
I believe so.
You don't know the difference?
No, I don't file my taxes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, teenagers don't have to do that usually.
Say what?
Well, yeah, teenagers don't have to do that usually.
Say what? Is that teenagers?
Yeah.
I'm not a teenager, man. I'm a grown ass man.
It's weird because, grown men don't have to.
But I just wanted to understand something. You don't like liars, so you don't like deception. You get where I'm going with this, right? I think you get it.
I get where you think you're going, but go ahead and get there.
I'm not. You get it.
I get where you think you're going, but go ahead and get there.
I'm not. I think you know exactly where I'm going.
All right, go ahead, school us, professor.
Professor, you know I got you right where I want you.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah, you're more than positive. It just made everything else that you were trying to combat true. I mean, it literally says in the Bible the devil is a liar. So you don't like the devil.
This is what you came. This is the big reveal.
Well, that's not the big reveal. I'll tell you why hell exists.
Do you know
For the
your
fallen
God
angels,
lies?
for the devil.
Do you know your God lies?
No, he doesn't.
So
Because
when
Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life.
so when God
It's a,
says He
it's
lies,
that's self-explanatory.
when
It says
God
it in the
says He
Bible first and
lies,
foremost.
Sias, when God says He lies, is He lying about that?
He never said he lied.
Sure, He did multiple times.
So where in the Bible does it state that?
Ezekiel 14.
Ezekiel 14. Read it for me.
Yeah, I
You don't
I'm
know.
have
not
a
gonna.
Bible?
I'm not gonna waste my time
You don't have a
Why
trying to
Bible?
you don't
read
you
and
don't know you
interpret.
don't know
I know
your
I'm not
book?
gonna waste my time opening a Bible to read and interpret it the way you want me to.
Yeah, is
When
this
you should open the
You're
Bible
not
and
gonna
read it
open your
so I
Bible
can
to read.
explain
You're
it
not
to you.
gonna open your Bible to read God's word.
just tell me this? Which in order of books, which book in the New Testament is Ezekiel?
Say that again.
In order of books in the New Testament, which order in the New Testament is Ezekiel in?
Does it matter?
I mean, kind of matters.
No, it doesn't.
Is it? Would you say it's before or after Romans?
You tell me. Open your Bible.
I mean, I have it
Why are you afraid to open your Bible?
because I'm trying to show people how fucking stupid you are.
Are you sure? Because I'm proving the
It's
otherwise.
not hard, like at all.
I'm proving them
Like I'm
otherwise.
having like the easiest time. I actually expected a little more
So
resistance.
then open your Bible and read it.
Yeah. So, like I
You
said,
get my point?
if you
I
had to
think you get
guess,
my point. I think my case in point is closed.
you think it's after You think it's after
You
Revelation?
can't run me in a loop like you did the last dude,
I think my
because he's
case
just
in point
innocent.
is closed.
Yes.
I think my case in point is closed. Interesting. Go ahead, Mac.
Is it after Revelation? Do you think?
Of course it's not.
No. Is
But
it? Is it after
have
Romans?
you read Revelations?
Is it after Romans?
Have you read Revelations?
Yeah. What do you think Revelation tells you?
What does it tell you? What did it tell you?
It
You
tells
seem to
you
have read the whole Bible from
it tells
beginning
you
to end.
beware of dumb fucks who will
You
waste your
must have
time.
read the whole Bible enough to convince
Yeah, it says
yourself that it's
beware
not
of dumb
true. So
fucks
I
who will
want to
waste
know
your
what you
time.
believe.
He says they arrogant and yet also stupid.
Say that again.
I was talking about what the Bible says about you.
So now you're saying the Bible is
Yeah,
speaking the truth
Revelation 1 verse
because
3.
the Bible is talking
Beware
about
of
me.
dumb fucks who lie about the year they were born.
So now the Bible speaks the truth, right? The Bible is the
Yeah,
truth.
it says
That's the
you're a
word of
dumb
God,
fuck
right?
who lies. Yeah.
You just realized you just caught yourself in your own trap, right?
Yeah, because I quoted a real Bible verse to you.
But you're using it against me.
Yeah, like
Do you get my analogy?
I quoted Revelation 1:3, who says,
You're
beware of
literally
dumb
trying to
fucks.
defend. You're trying to defend yourself with the word of God right now. So now you
I
understand
am,
what
yeah,
it
it
feels
is
like
the
to be
word of
Christian.
God. It is the word of
Exactly.
God. When
So
God
feel
says,
happy about
when
it.
God
Feel happy
says,
about it and keep reading it because it's only gonna
yeah,
make you
right,
feel much
exactly.
better
When
about
God
yourself.
says, beware of dumb fucks who lie about their age, that's what the Bible says, and that's what I'm reading to you.
And it also says, beware about dumb fucks who try to prophesize
You try to what?
against the word of
Prophetize?
God.
You try to prophetize? You want to try to use a real word?
You get what I was trying to say, anyway.
No, I don't. I don't know what prophetize means.
Oh, you don't get anything, bro.
No, what does
That's why
prophetize
you
mean?
know the Bible is the truth, but you can't accept it.
Serious. What does prophetize mean?
Prophesize. Big deal.
Prophesize? Okay, so also not a word. What does prophesize mean?
You tell me, look it up. You got a phone?
Yeah, I'm on it. It's got
All
some
right,
statistics
so
on it.
look up the word
I
prophesy.
can't. There's like a dumb fuck on it.
Matter of fact, I'm just gonna write it down for you.
Yeah, I wish you luck.
Hey, while you're writing that, enjoy the fact that somebody paid money to drop you.
Oh my God.
Bye.
Jesus Christ.
First of all, he meant to say proselyte.
Maybe.
He
Maybe.
did. Because there's no way he said that they were supposed to be prophesizing against God. What the fuck does
No,
that
he's
even
saying
mean?
I was, right?
Right.
Maybe he thought it meant like I was trying to make money off it.
Oh, in the private sector. I get that. I get that.
Prophesize this thing.
Yeah, prophet.
It's a cash cow.
Oh my goodness. Where we sitting at? Likewise. God damn. God damn.
Too many guests to choose from?
No, man, it's looking like they don't fuck with the kid no more. Look at the like count.
Oh, that's tragic.
It's abysmal. I don't know what to
Yeah.
say.
I don't know, man. I guess we gotta start doing like plagues.
Thanksgiving.
Do some plagues on the chat.
You're right. You're
Rain down
right.
frogs.
Hmm. It's Max Kitty. You know Mac. He's
Damn, she's on the other side of the door. What's so funny about like she's just fully like an outdoor cat now, which I
oh
fucking
really?
yeah. Because like I had to keep her in my room to keep her separated from the dogs, and I don't want to do that. But like I took her like I just went on the back porch with her, and she just like walked away. I'm like, okay, I don't know. So then she came back the next morning. Was like, "Wah, wah." I was like, okay, so she just every time she comes back in the house, she just like announces herself. It's funny.
She's still like a little kitten though, right?
Yeah, she's pretty young. I mean, I gotta go get her fixed, but like
I'm about to say yeah. She's too
honestly,
young to be out there being fast.
I mean, she hasn't like had her first heat or anything. So,
Yeah,
but yeah, it's clock's ticking on that. So
absolutely,
I gotta get
absolutely.
her.
I remember my first. We adopted this cat off the street one time. Lovely cat. Went to go get it. The shots and everything, and make sure it was free of all pests that would consume us. And I think I was like 10 or 11, just hanging out, having a good old time with my cat. And then one day, woke up and I was like, what? Confused the shit out of me. And my mom was like, oh, yeah, she's in heat. I was like, oh. and I
Mm.
learned about what that entails, and I did not realize it lasted so fucking long.
Oh yeah.
God, and they're just so disgusting when they do it because they just rub all up on you and it's like, please get your anal cavity off of me.
Like,
I don't want to feel your
I
hole on my
need it.
foot. Bro, that biological imperative is strong in a bitch. 'Cause I mean, rubbing up on any and everything just because you gotta have it is crazy. Oh shit. Man, that should be.
I'm thinking about putting like a what are the air tags?
Mm. Hmm.
Like an air tag will tell you like where it goes, right? Like it doesn't.
Yeah.
It's not just like location on demand. It'll actually do like tracking.
Oh, like to see. I don't have an. I've never used an AirTag. I don't know if it shows you like the route and stuff. I would assume it's kind of like Find My, where it just shows you the current location from when you ping it.
Mm.
I would assume. I don't know.
You
You probably have to do one of those like
There's
whatever
probably
those
something
trackers
you
that the
can like
runners use.
ping it like an interval or something, like a GPS.
No, just get the whatever tracker like runners use when they go on there and they make those pictures of like how they where they run.
Yeah, but
You seen those?
that's just like GPS on the phone.
Yeah, but I'm sure that you could find something,
I mean, that's kind of what an AirTag is.
but
Yeah,
something that would
I know
track their.
people. So somebody said they use them for cat. I know they use them for cats, but I don't know if it's like to find them or to see where they went. Like,
Hmm.
you know what I mean? Like, am I gonna get like a route?
What was the name of that one cat that was blowing up on TikTok not too long ago?
No idea.
Fuck. He was a menace. He like they attached like a GoPro to his collar or whatever, and you just walk him go around the neighborhood punking the fuck out of all the other cat. I can't. What is that name?
I think I saw a clip of that.
Max? Was it Max? Max the cat? Was that it? It feels wrong, but it could be right.
The little boy's still in the comments saying we're mad. It's like somebody mad
It
for
was Max.
somebody's mad for sure.
Yeah, I think that'd be interesting to see. Yeah, the mean white cat. I think it was Max.
GPS collar on Amazon. I'm gonna have to look that up.
Hmm. I know best of both worlds. Yeah, I spent one time because like like I live on like the front of the property and then like the acres are behind the house.
Mm,
And one time I let pressure go out and I usually don't because I mean it's a lot of land. Like what is he, you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
he can wander off, that's fine. But one day it was like I was out there for like an hour and I was like, where the fuck is this dog at? And I mean I went across the street to the neighbor's land because they got like a fuck ton of trees and stuff. So like maybe he like chased a rabbit in there or something. Didn't find him. I came back over here, went to like the back of the land, didn't find him. I mean, I'm just like, I get in my car and I'm like, well, maybe he can't hear me. So I'm like driving around honking and shit because like he usually responds to that. You know what I mean? And nothing. I was just like, what the fuck? Man, how about this motherfucker was sitting in the tree line watching me go back and forth the whole time?
Little asshole.
Talking behind a tree just staring at my ass. I was like, you bitch.
That's funny. So do you have like a
That's what,
gator or anything?
huh?
You got like a gator or something like ride around on?
No, I was just in my car.
No, I'm saying like in general.
Oh, nah. I got a broke down tractor.
Yeah.
A riding lawnmower, if you want to count that.
I mean, do you have like vegetative or is it just like
Straight
primarily?
livestock.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think the a gator would be good, especially for like moving feed, to their individual places. But I don't know. It's something about walking around with two big ass bags on your shoulder with those high ass boots that just makes you feel like
Yeah, you're a kid.
you know what I'm saying? You're that motherfucker. Uh, so
Yeah, I might have felt the same way 15 years ago.
that's what it is. I'm not at that point just yet. Absolutely. Okay. Thank you guys for getting me to 50K. That's a start. That's a start. That's a start. We're getting there. We have not reached it yet, but we're getting there. Um, and while we are on the way to getting there, if you are a Christian or a believer in the God of the Christian Bible, and you don't have a bunch of weird shit on your Under Armour swimming cap,
Swimming cap. I thought.
yeah, it's a swimming cap.
No, it's not.
It is, I promise.
Is it like rubber?
Mm-mm. It's breathable nylon. I promise you that's what the packaging said. Now, granted, I only picked it up because I knew for a fact it was not rubber and would not rip out my fucking hair.
Yeah.
But it's not rubber, and it said swimming cap, so
There's
fuck it.
expensive swim caps.
I know it sucks as swimming gear, but Under Armour decided to put it in a package and call it that. So fuck it.
It's breathable. It's drownable.
Exactly, fuck it.
It lets so much water through. It's great.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, this would do nothing for like water. You can see it's like breathe, like you can see the holes in the top.
Like all
I
metal.
don't know why Under Armour lost their fucking mind and common sense. I don't know, but this is how it looks straight out of the packaging. I picked this shit up like 2 weeks ago.
Maybe it's for like just doing like doggy paddle.
Maybe this is a pre-cap so that you don't fuck up your hair.
Swim cap, but like for when your head's above water the whole time.
Mhm. Hey Kia, how you doing? Absolutely, that's what it is. Um, uh, well, I guess I could see. I don't see where the numbers are.
116 shares. Guys,
Oh, that's
share
not bad. I don't know.
Christian in your life.
You said what?
So share the live with the Christian in your life.
Oh, absolutely. I appreciate you, Kristen. Do I know any Christians? See God, but I don't think he's up this early in the morning. You know, he's a musician. Oh, he's fine. He's over here right next beside me, being a beautiful baby boy, trying to stay as calm and quiet because I was telling a story about how he was being a complete dickhead to his daddy for fun. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't get reactive on me now. Mhm. All right. You can go back. Taylor, you're a Christian, right?
I'm a Christian, and salvation cannot be lost once it's found.
Is that the topic that you want to talk about?
We can talk about hell, but nah, hell's a bit scary. I hate judgment. I hate fear. So we could talk about salvation if you would want to. You know, it sounds
Okay,
more
that's fine.
pleasing. It,
Thank
it
you,
sounds
Christina.
more. It sounds like it's more full of grace and mercy instead of something that is a little bit harsh and despised upon.
Part of life, man. What can you say? So, do you think salvation can be yours?
In terms of salvation, just like so, we got the correct. So in terms of like me answering your question is subjective to your foundational beliefs and what you believe salvation is. Do you mind if you just share on what you believe salvation is?
We can go off of your definition. What does salvation mean?
In terms of salvation, I believe that you've been saved.
That's crazy. That was my definition.
Is that what it means? I don't know what salvation is. I just believe that there's like some saving process. All I know is that the word save has to come in with salvation.
Yeah, hard agree.
All right. So, in terms of like us talking about salvation and being saved from something on the precipice of this idea, do you think it's also fair to say, or in hopes of what we believe that is right, that God exists?
Oh no, this is an internal critique. We're not really debating the existence of God. It's being
Oh,
granted.
because salvation is
Well, it's
got to do
being
with God,
granted.
right? Because
Yeah,
God brings salvation.
existence is being granted for the sake of discussion. So you don't have to ask if we believe that God exists because the actual answer is no. But for the sake of discussion, sure.
Okay, just for the sake of discussion, but the actual answer can be no. It's good that I know the room that I'm in, right? Because I want it to be a space and place where I can learn, and maybe you guys can extrapolate from what I've got to say too.
Hmm.
In terms of salvation, not being able to, like, if you can lose salvation or not, once you find it, and once you've been in somewhat ways come to the understanding and the fulfillment, coming full circle in your life and what you've been saved from, it can't be lost, bro. It's something that's if
How is it? How is it attained?
how is salvation obtained?
Hmm.
Well, through faith. Well, faith is what you hope for. This it's the substance what is hoped for, the evidence of the unseen. So it's really a belief system that has nothing to do with reality. That's what I'm trying to say. It's actually counterintuitive.
But like, what made salvation available?
What made salvation available?
Yeah.
Are we gonna if I was to like bring into context with why there has to be salvation, do you want me to explain that, or do you want me to answer the question like straight as an arrow?
Yeah, like I would like the question answered as it was asked.
Um as it was asked, okay. Perfect. Because I don't want to seem disingenuous to your questions and what you have, because I'm believing that you're seeking genuine answers. So I'm gonna give it genuine. Um in what you said, I think in terms of what I believe, um salvation is obtained through faith in Jesus.
Right, but that was the first question. I followed that up with what made it available.
That's what made it available.
Not just in faith in Jesus made salvation available.
Yeah,
There was no
because salvation from hell, right? So to be saved
there was
from
no
hell.
that made salvation available.
Yeah, because we're all sinners and we all fall short. So
But that's
without,
what needed. I'm
pardon
saying
me,
what happened to make it available.
to what happened to make salvation available to us or to me?
Hmm.
Yes, to the world.
Okay, I'll make it. I'm gonna just to not be derogative of what you're saying. I'm gonna answer based on what I believe. I'm not speaking for you. I'm speaking for me. Yeah. So,
I
in terms of my
appreciate
belief systems, it's all about me. I'm not. I'm not in.
Taylor. Taylor. I appreciate we don't need the preamble for every answer though. Like
Okay.
if I think you say
No,
something that's a
I
little
just want you to understand that because
I do understand it. If you say something that's a little amiss, we'll ask you about it. But I don't. You don't have to pre-explain every answer.
okay, no worries. So Mac is your name.
Mm-hmm.
Um, do you mind just repeating what you said?
No problem. So what was there? What was the event that made salvation available to everybody?
The event. I think it was in terms of what I believe, it was systematical events. It was something to do with what God had ordained and prophesied for a bunch of people.
Okay. I'm kind of running out of leading questions here, so I'm just going to ask you directly: was it Jesus' sacrifice?
That made salvation available. Um, Jesus' sacrifice. Well, if I was to talk about his sacrifice and what he sacrificed was his life right here on earth, That's what I believe. But in terms of making it available, I think that there needs to be a depiction of um, the will of God
Yeah,
and the will of ourselves.
let me
So
rephrase it.
he was doing the will of God, and we were doing the will of
Well, Taylor,
ourselves.
Taylor, it's a very simple question. Is Christ's sacrifice the reason that salvation is available?
Yes.
Okay, great. So without his sacrifice, salvation is not available?
Without his sacrifice. Yeah, 100%.
Okay, great. So in Hebrews chapter 10, verse 26,
Read from 25 just so we can bring it into context, because I know in terms of what you're saying in terms of there's no other sacrifice for sins, but it has to be in the knowledge of the truth. But if you read it line by line, I'll walk you through it, and then I'll bring a new depiction in terms of the lens of how I read.
well, why don't you just go ahead and do that now?
Before we do that, I've been quiet this whole time because Mac is literally saying everything that I was going to say. And this is weird. Like you're 20 for 20 right now. But do go on.
Yeah. So I only have my phone in front of me right now. I'm not out of bed yet, so can't really do the.
Mm, that's what I think, Mary. Taylor, did you want to read it or do you want me to read it?
I can read it for you, bro, if you don't mind.
What
Do you
version are
have
you
a?
reading?
Wait, let me check. Let me.
You have to check it's not the right one. I'll go ahead and read it. You said you wanted to include 25.
Oh, I was gonna read from the NIV.
Yeah, no, you don't have the right one.
Sorry, I thought all Bibles were inspired by the Holy Spirit, but obviously not. Then,
All Bibles or all scripture?
oh, sorry. I mean, Scripture, God's word. You're right. My
Yeah,
bad.
but some of them don't exactly translate that correctly. So,
I
Oh
mean,
yeah.
that was
I think that's subjective to each person's thoughts.
yeah, but that the thing about scripture being God breathed was written in Greek.
Oh, so you're talking about study Bibles, right?
No, we're talking about translations being different. Some are better than others.
I think they just more elaborate on the term and what it means. It doesn't necessarily bring it out of context.
so I'm just going to read this out of God's only translation that He approved of spiritually. You said you wanted me to start at 25,
Yes, please.
not neglecting to meet together as is the habit of some, but encouraging one another, and all the more as you see the day approaching.
Wow. You know what? Never mind.
What did that add?
I recant everything I said.
What did that add?
Can I just say one thing?
What did 25 add? You said you wanted to go line by line so that you could add it in. What did 25 add?
Oh, no, the thing is, I have a different Bible verse, so the version's off. It's already skewed. So like I can't give you my interpretation of what it means. You know what I mean? So it's pointless. But if you want, can we ask a different question?
So we'll just read the parts that Mac was trying to read. For if we willfully persist in sin after having received the knowledge of truth, there no longer remains a sacrifice for sins, but a fearful prospect of judgment and fury of fire that will consume the adversaries. Anyone who has violated the law of Moses dies without mercy on the testimony of two or three witnesses. How much punishment do you think will be deserved by those who have spurned the Son of God profaned the blood of the covenant by which they were sanctified, and outraged the Holy Spirit of grace.
So that's in contention with everything I said, but that's not what you believe, right? Why are you laughing? You guys don't believe that. I'm just saying that I do. I'm saying
I'm laughing.
in contention with the blood of the covenant,
Clearly,
that's the sacrifice for our sins, the knowledge of truth.
that's why I'm laughing. I'm telling you why I'm laughing, because we very clearly walked you through what was happening in this discussion. It's an internal critique. Whether I believe it or not is irrelevant.
I know exactly. That's what faith is.
Irrelevant, as in not worth mentioning because it's not relevant.
It isn't. It isn't relevant because um, it's in accordance with your faith and your belief systems.
No, it's in your book.
I don't have a belief system.
So, do you want to talk about the knowledge of truth and what this truth is?
That means salvation. But it's saying that you lose your salvation if you sin willfully after accepting that knowledge.
Wait. So you believe the knowledge of truth is salvation?
Why
Is that
wouldn't
what
it
you
be?
believe?
Why wouldn't it be?
Because to have the knowledge of truth is different from having the spirit of truth. Agree or disagree?
Say it
It's up
one
for
more time.
contention.
What'd you say?
To have the knowledge of truth is different to having the spirit of truth. Because you only have the knowledge of truth. It doesn't mean that you've obtained it. It doesn't mean that it's in fruition in your life. It doesn't mean that it's something that's set apart.
So when it says, how much worse punishment do you think will be deserved by those who have spurned the Son of God, profaned the blood of the covenant by which they were sanctified, and outraged the Spirit of grace? What do you think that means?
So that's that in depiction of exactly what that means. That's in contention with people that willfully sin, obviously, because it says that in an earlier scripture. But what it really means is that there. I'm not trying to.
It means
I'm not trying to.
right?
I'm not trying to say. Okay, I'm gonna bring this full circle, but
Hmm.
in this way, and when I do bring it full circle, I don't want it to be like something that hinders you in whatever you want to believe, because this is just what I believe, yeah. And you're just picking from my mind, and
You don't have
I'm
to
just
keep doing the preamble. Mac already told you that. Just answer the question.
okay, cool. It means that what you sow is what you reap. So it means that if you sin willfully after receiving the knowledge of truth, it means that you are subject to the law. You're no longer covered by the blood of the covenant.
No longer have salvation.
You no longer have you're you're no longer in covenant with him. No, that's not the right word. You're no longer living in truth.
That's not what it says.
It says you're destined for hellfire.
No, because if you're talking about people that sin willfully and they have the knowledge of truth, if they sin willfully while knowing the knowledge of truth, bring it into context, they're not living in truth, which is the spirit of truth. You worship in spirit and truth, right? God is spirit.
It tells you what happens to them. There's no sacrifice left, but rather the prospect of hell.
No, because okay, all right, I'm gonna bring it full circle, yeah, because this is what you believe on the precipice of everything that you've stated and quoted. I'm glad that all your parts have come across, right? But I'm gonna bring it full circle right now. Are you ready? It's gonna be like a mic drop, though.
I know you can hear me. It's not what we believe. It's what the text says. You're arguing with the book.
I'm 100%. And watch this argument I bring across with the book, not against you. Are you ready? There is no law for those that have faith in Christ. So if you act, so I'm going to bring it full circle. If you act in accordance and willfully sin in terms of knowing the truth,
Are you saying Christians?
So where does it say in the Bible that Christians uh, are not responsible for holding the law?
Romans 8:17.
And what does it say?
I have the wrong translation. If you want to read it, you can read it.
You can't give me an overview of what it says?
Paraphrase it? I can if you want. You're now a co-heir in Christ for those that believe through faith.
That did something?
It means that you're through faith in Christ, you've now been engrafted into the body of Christ, which is Him. So if
So at that
Christ,
point, it's okay for you to steal, it's okay for you to kill, it's okay for you to work on the Sabbath. All of that stuff that God said He does not want you to do, you can do.
hold that thought. John 15 says to remain in me as I remain in you.
Do you think that answered my question?
I swear there's
No, no, hold that thought, hold that thought, hold that thought, hold that thought.
No, answer
I'm
the
in top.
question.
Okay. So you get to cut me off halfway before bringing it full circle and want me to answer your question?
said the verse and you stopped talking. Don't pretend that you were cut off.
Yeah, that's not going to work here.
All right. Sorry then. Fine then. I wasn't cut off. So your question. Does
All I
that
know
mean because
is
you're now in Christ you can just do whatever you want? No,
typical
because you're
signs of
not
a
living
liar.
you haven't received the truth. You haven't received the truth yet. If you believe you can do those things, you're not in love, you're not in Christ, you're not in Him. Christ isn't in you.
That's
The
not what you
spirit of
said.
truth.
That's not what you said. You said that people who are Christians who know Christ do not have sin to, or excuse me, do not have laws to uphold. That means they can do what they want. They don't have laws to govern their actions.
No, they don't. Because they're in Him. The knowledge of the truth, the spirit of truth that lives in them, abide in me as I as I abide in you. So if the
So they
spirit of
can
truth,
kill and steal and all that stuff
no,
because
but do you know
there's
the
no
spirit of
law.
truth? But do you know the spirit of truth? It is love, it is patience, it is kindness. The fruit of the spirit. Why would you kill?
What?
Why
Whoa,
would you
whoa, whoa, whoa,
destroy?
whoa, whoa! The fruit of the spirit and the spirit of truth are two different things.
No, they're not. The way in which you receive the truth brings into fruition the fruit. That's why it says
What
remain in
is the
me.
fruit of the spirit? What is the fruit of the spirits?
Love, patience, kindness.
Not what are, what is.
What is?
What is the fruit of the spirit? What is it classified as? What is it?
The Holy Spirit. Are you trying to get me to say love, peace, and power? Because if you're wanting power and if you're wanting fire, we can say that. I'm simply answering your questions.
Dude, I went to go look for a cat GPS.
hmm
I put in the search bar cat GPT. I'm so cooked.
That's really funny. I was
Does that
trying to
answer
also
your
type into
question?
Galatians. We're just gonna pull it up. What was it? Galatians 5.
I'm so glad you're walking this far with me, by the way, boys. You guys are doing so well. Like you guys know how to ask questions. Like this is good for me because like it shows how like fundamentally strong I need to be in terms of what I believe.
Yeah, the fruit of the spirit are traits that are displayed um, well, as a result of uh, belonging to Christ,
Mm-hmm.
but that doesn't mean that you cannot sin.
It doesn't mean that you cannot sin, but
Uh,
if you are transcribed, if you in somewhat ways have received the Spirit and the Spirit comes upon you and you know His voice and the Spirit only speaks to what the Father speaks, who is God, and He makes it known to you, would you rather listen to God or would you rather listen to the desires of what goes on in the world and in your body?
so what about when God tells you to kill people?
God says to love one another.
Yeah, except for when he tells you to kill people.
He doesn't say to kill people. We're talking about the blood of the covenant now, yeah, because you've moved from law to
When has
grace.
what God has definitely told people to kill people. What, are you serious? God's
But
never told somebody to kill somebody?
we've moved on from the Old Testament, yeah.
Is
Did
Jesus?
God change?
God is the same yesterday, today, and forever.
So if he said if he told somebody to kill somebody yesterday, and he's the same yesterday, today, and forever, it sounds as though he'd be willing to tell you today to go kill somebody and forever, unless he changes.
But you know, that's in contrary to what we're talking about in terms of the covenant that was back then, because
No,
people didn't
no, it's not
uphold. You're
because
talking about God's
it's
wrath.
not
You're
because
talking
you're
about God's
talking
wrath.
about, no, I'm not. We're talking about the ability to do things that would be considered a sin. Killing people, if you imagine that God told you to do so, because I mean, let's just be honest here. Um, if your defense is God made me do it, lock their ass up. But you're saying that you can't lose salvation when Hebrews 10:26 very clearly states that if you have the spirit of truth and you continue to sin after having that knowledge, then you have spit on the sacrifice of Jesus Christ. It is no longer available to you. There is no sin to cover that mistake, and you are destined for hell. Now, what you're trying to say is that it's impossible for Christians to sin. Well, if that were true, then y'all motherfuckers wouldn't sin, but you do.
Well, guess what? I don't know what Christians you've met in this world, but this is a devout Christian. This is a blood washed, chain breaking, set apart type Christian. I'm talking about the type of Christian that can quote Romans 12 right now and tell you, in light of God's mercy and
I don't
grace,
need all that. I don't need all that. What kind of pants are you wearing right now?
what kind of pants am I wearing? I'm wearing like some like type fire pants. They on fire. That's how much.
Because you're
So
lying.
Taylor, this conversation is gonna go a lot smoother if you quit trying to pretend to be black. This shit is fucking disgusting.
Why would I pretend to be something that I'm not? I am who I am.
You don't say type fire. First of all, that's horrible AAVE. No one fucking says that shit.
I'm from Australia. It's contrary to where you are, right?
You just love that word and have no idea what it means. I've noticed that. You say that word a lot.
I know exactly what I'm saying, bro. It's inspired by the Holy Ghost. His word is in me.
So the Holy Ghost made you say type fire?
He made me say fire, but just hide it so you wouldn't be too afraid when his presence comes upon you. Another question? Or are you going to hide?
The thing about you, Taylor, is You try to come across as this nice, cool person, but you lie a lot, like a
But
lot, actually.
yeah, I know. I come real disingenuous, and I'm not honest at all because I'm
Yeah.
covered by grace.
See, this is another one. This is another one, right? You're trying to conflate shit to make it more than it is. You lied about what you were saying. You lied about the fact that you were not using AAVE. Then you tried to lie on the Holy Ghost, but I think maybe you caught some sense halfway through that. You just lie for what?
For
You were
what?
trying to
God?
sound black when you said my pants are top type fire. That makes no sense. No one says that shit. But because you don't know that, you think that might be enough to get you by. It does not. So again, speak in the way that you normally talk, leave the AAVE for black people, and continue the conversation.
Like I said to you before, whatever you interpret or whatever is left up into interpretation in your mind is subjective to how you see me. It's the precipice and prejudice that runs through your veins. It's not in any
How
way
am I being prejudiced? How am I being prejudiced?
because the way in which you speak and talk, right? Listen to what I'm saying. It's
How am
counterintuitive.
I being prejudiced? What did I do that was prejudiced?
Judging.
Do you know what the pre and prejudice means?
I just said judging.
Right. So do you know what the pre and prejudice means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
It means before. Before. It means before. It
Before
means
what?
before the situation, circumstances occur.
Right. Is that what's happening here? Is he making a judgment about you before he heard you talk? Before having a
Yes.
conversation with
Yes,
you?
because it's counterintuitive to
So
talk
he
about your
therefore
heart and what you perceive.
somehow you have access to what he thought about you before he even talked to you.
How do you think I talk?
Your own
You're very confident lying about your God, aren't you? That's interesting.
behavior.
That's
On
really
whose part?
interesting.
Hey, twin.
Sorry, I'm not trying to interrupt you, but
Hey, Fee.
in terms of lying, do you how could truth
God told you to tell us that I was being prejudiced. God told you that I was being prejudiced. I was judging you before you came up here. Even though I waited till after you did the things that I told you I did not like after the fact and told you not to do that. God told you that I was being a prejudger of your character.
no, step back 1 second. It wasn't when I first got here. I'm talking about this
Did I mention
conversation.
when he first got here or
No,
no?
so no, you didn't. But
Hey, twin.
hey,
I tried to text you the other day, but I don't know why I couldn't find your number. But
it's counterintuitive to look outwardly for something that right now is happening inwardly, because God is a spirit.
You're
So
more than a
if you
thinker. That has
judge,
nothing to do with what I'm talking about, Taylor.
yes, it does, because what you're speaking is on the precipice of
I
what's happening
asked you,
outwardly.
I asked you if God told you that I was being prejudiced before I said something to you after making the statements that you did.
Yes, you are, because you have
God
no
told you that?
100%. Do you want me to tell you how?
why doesn't God know what the word prejudice means?
No, because your preconceived ideas of what Christianity is wrong.
He's talking about Christianity. He's talking about your behavior.
My behavior and the way in which I act is in accordance and of who I am, founded in grace.
Listen, that doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything, but it means everything when it comes to contention with what's true and what's false.
Again, he uses that word. He just throws it out there.
With lying, it's crazy. Lying and doublespeak is like so natural to you. It's kind of upsetting.
It comes across as disingenuous, but if I'm
Because
being honest with
you
you,
literally
it's
just said it doesn't mean everything. It doesn't mean anything, but it means everything.
yeah, because I'm trying to tell you that what is on me, what is in me, what is working through me it isn't held or subjective to any religion, to any thought process, to
Just like
anything that can fathom within the human mind.
That
What
makes
God
no
has done in
sense.
my it doesn't, because that's what faith is. It's the hope, it's the substance of what is hoped for. This is what it's all about. It's not about something you can conceive or perceive. It's something
well,
that
faith.
you're not gonna understand.
He does just say stuff. Great call, Elena.
Then let's keep
So
walking,
I
because
would say
God's
this:
about
if
to
I
do
were
something.
being, if I were to be 100% honest,
Yeah.
um,
Check your heart before you speak.
I would say that Taylor displayed a pattern that I did not want to speak on because I was like, you know what, we'll give him a chance. Maybe he isn't necessarily going to be that way. But I do find that when people give a preamble to every answer, talking about how they are not trying to trick you or dissuade you or trying to fuck with your mental capacity, what they are trying to do is implant that idea that they would never do that to you. So that later on in the conversation, when they do try to do those things to you, you can refer them back to remember when I said, I don't do that to people and I would never do that to you. Now, if I were being honest, I noticed that pattern,
Finally you
but I did
understand.
not say anything because I did not want to judge him before we got to this part.
Well, guess what?
But did God tell you that?
Congratulations.
But did God tell you that?
100%. Because guess what? This
God
is what
told you
it's
that?
like. Yeah, and guess what? This is what
So that
it's.
was a lie.
This is.
Did
Listen,
he tell you
listen,
that?
listen.
That was a lie.
Finally,
Did he
you've
tell you that?
actually made one step.
That was a lie. Did he tell you that?
A bombshell.
Listen, yeah.
That was a lie. Did he tell you that?
What was a lie?
Everything I just said. That was a lie. Did he tell you that?
No, you didn't lie about anything. That was true.
That was not true. That was a lie.
Well, listen to this. On the precipice of what you just said, in contention
Did
with what
God
you
tell you
just
that
said,
was a liar or he told you that was the truth?
This means either. You've used it twice incorrectly
you,
both times.
no. Listen. You're about. Oh, wait, this is about to shock
Did
you.
God
This
tell
is
you that
about
was the
to
lie
shock
or the
you.
truth? Did God tell you that was a lie or the truth? Which one?
Are you talking about what you just said?
Yeah.
That's the utterance of your mouth.
Yeah. Did God tell you it was a lie or the truth? Which one?
You're an honest person. I wouldn't think that you're disingenuous. I think it's the truth.
What did God tell you?
I'm trying to get to that, but you won't let me speak.
God said,
God said, in order to move from
did God tell you it was a lie
fear
or the
to
truth?
faith, it's a
Did
step,
God
right?
tell you it was a lie or the truth, Taylor? Which one? You afraid to pick now?
No, I can pick. It was the
Okay.
truth.
So what did God tell you?
He didn't tell me anything in regard to what you're asking me.
You just said he told you it was the truth a minute ago. What do you mean?
Yeah, what you said is the truth.
Is that what God said? Because I asked you if God told you that and you said yes. And then I told you it was a lie and now you don't want to say. So what did
It
God
wasn't
tell
a
you?
lie. It wasn't a lie. What you
Yeah,
said
what
was the
did
truth
God tell
because
you?
that's what I was saying.
What did God tell you?
You're judging me, right? You're on the basis of what you're saying. You're asking me
It's
if I'm
interesting
lying.
how you'll lie for God, but you won't tell the truth for God. What did God tell you?
What do you mean? I
Was it a
said
lie or
what
the
I
truth?
said. I said the truth.
No, you're saying that you think it was the truth. I want to know what God thinks. What did God think?
What I said is the truth, and what you said is the truth.
God thinks that what you said is the truth,
100%. The truth is
and
in you.
God thinks that what I said was the truth.
What you said was your interpretation of how you depicted those systematical events that are taking place right now. But if you
I
move
wonder why
past
it
that,
is you can't answer questions straight.
oh
I
yes,
wonder
yes,
why
yes,
that
it is the
is.
truth. It is the truth. It is the truth. What else do you
So
want?
God
But are you
said
going to
what
move off
I
of
said
that?
is the truth, correct?
Yeah, that was true. How you interpreted those events. Now, are you ready? Because this is what
Taylor, do you remember what I said?
100%.
What did I say?
You said that a lot of people these days, you know what they do. They say they're not going to be disingenuous, but then when the point of when they're going to be disingenuous, they're disingenuous. Okay, that's what you said. Now,
No, that's not what I said.
Dumb.
okay, sorry, I paraphrased it, but that's pretty much what you said.
That's not pretty much what I said at all, actually.
You said that people that come
And
up
of the
with
two of
these
us,
pre
Taylor, of the
notions,
two of us, my voice is deeper. So you'd have to go further down in the register to get to me, okay?
I know it's a deep, dark place, bro. Trust me, but you're stepping
No,
up.
it's just
Trust
a
me.
deeper voice than you. You kind of sound like this, bro. You kind of sound like this. Whereas I don't. So, you know what I mean?
Okay. So, in terms of what I
Wild.
said was the truth, and what you said is the truth, are you gonna move past that, or are you gonna be stuck in limbo?
What did I say?
You said a lot of people before they talk or before they make notions of what they're about to say, they'll say what they're not gonna do. Wait, sorry, I just got a phone call. Did you hear what I said?
If you got a phone call, what do you think?
That's my bad. My bad. Obviously, it means you didn't. It means why are people saying I'm really bad at this? I'm trying to recollect some events that have happened that are outside of the realm of where I've been intellectually designed to perform. But we're getting there. It was the truth, bro. What you
Thank you for. Oh, my fault, my fault, my fault, my fault, my fault. Oh, you could bring it back up and then drop it. Here.
Well, somebody said they wanted to.
Elena sent $10 and said that he's pissing her off.
Oh, okay. Yeah, welcome back up. I don't know what the mistake was or some kind of miscommunication, but it looks like we're all good now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, somebody got some broken fingers or something. Yeah.
I felt like a certain pastor. Close the doors. Close the doors. Close the doors. I'm not playing. Now, Taylor's annoying. And like I said earlier, the motherfuckers that'll sit up here and give and spend 15 minutes out of a 20-minute answer to tell you about how they're only going to be speaking from the truth and they're so divine and they never lead you astray. Those is the motherfuckers you got to watch out for,
Yeah.
right?
They always,
Because, go ahead, Matt.
they always telling themselves, like, they don't even know it, but like, yeah, as soon as someone comes up and does that shit, exactly what you're saying, like that preamble and shit, like it's, you know what it's gonna be.
Because, I mean, honestly, half the time it's just them filling time to be able to think of an answer that will kind of give you what you want, but not answer the question.
Yeah, yeah.
They try to be like withholding of, and I hate that shit. I really do, because it just does. It doesn't facilitate like a good conversation. And truth be told, I woke up at the butt crack of dawn this morning to have some good conversations today. Believe it or not,
Yeah, it's book report behavior. They haven't read the book.
they have not. Oh shit. Taylor, like I said, you lie a lot. You lie a lot.
Taylor, go break your chain somewhere else.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I honestly, it be like the Terrells of the world, the Seek gods of the world. Uh, who else do I fuck with? Goddamn, remember Living Heart
Oh, barely remember the name.
or Blessed Heart? What was his name? I
Hmm.
think it was Living Heart.
Living Heart does sound familiar, but I
Like
couldn't.
an older guy, very soft voice, almost sounds like Herbert from Family Guy.
I'm telling you, like I can remember. I'm pretty sure you got the name right, but
It was Living Heart, yeah.
yeah.
Gosh, man. Yeah. I live for those because while they might not know everything, they won't be like they don't misrepresent what they say with like the intention of being dishonest towards you. Like they're gonna tell you what they think, and you know if you accept it or don't, they truly are the type of people that if you accept it or don't, this just is what I think. You know what I mean? Unlike the Taylors of the world, it's just like, well, you don't have to accept it, but here's why, and
And I
you know
think
you'd be crazy to think that. And now that the conversation's over, I'm so glad that you found God. Like
yeah, that's a weird little victory lap. Like, what are you talking about? Your God's just as fake as it was before the call. Like, I don't.
Taylor,
Is
if I
that maybe prejudice?
Taylor thought that him calling me prejudice hurt my demons.
That's crazy. But you gotta so like somewhere in the middle of that is a guy like Dean the Dad, where it's
Dean
like,
the dude?
well, it's both.
Hmm,
He did have a name change at one point. Did he land on Dude? Because
I thought it was.
I thought it was Dude first and then Dad, but maybe it's the other way around.
Mm,
But yeah, it's that thing where it's like the whole like, I'm here to engage and like earnest conversation and everything, and then the next time you talk to him, he forgot every fucking thing that was talked about. I
yeah.
watched he go up on his panel and just like just handle like everything right. Did her fee thing, and then like the very next time he's just as ignorant.
Yeah.
You just
Yeah.
you purposely like at a certain it's just willful, right? You're just purposely ignoring the facts and arguments that are presented before him just because I don't know he wants to have a conversation or something. I don't know.
Just because he wants to be that it's that it's like a centrist approach to things, right? Like on the one hand, we have militant Christians that are out here screaming and crying in the channels and raising all kinds of fucking disturbances and saying slurs and all kind of stupid shit. And then we have the Christians that are just like chill, happy go lucky. But it's like a centrist attitude toward Christianity where he's like, oh yeah, no, we can have the conversations and stuff, but I'm just gonna revert back to ignorance every single time. Like it's like, you know what I mean? Like it's because it's a more palatable yeah, faux intellectualism for sure, but it's like a more palatable version of being um basically on the right, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, but it's the exact same thing, right? They say like scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds. Like it's kind of that same thing, right? Where it's like this middle position it's just like a little mask, thin cover.
Hmm. No, I agree. I agree. And I think that it's yeah, it's really sad because I remember I'm sure Christina and Fee have had several conversations with him. But I remember the conversation that I had because it was on the tail end of a conversation with him and Fee. And uh it just I don't know. I could tell as we were having the conversation that none of this shit truly mattered. He don't really care about like, you know what I mean? Like he doesn't actually give a fuck. He's just here to like I don't know. I guess soft launch Christianity for people who haven't heard of it. I don't know.
It's a rebrand.
Like fucking stupid. Taylor, I don't know if you put two and two together. It could have been from the fact that I said it happened, or maybe because the person who did it told you they did it. But when someone pays money to drop you off the panel, it means that they don't want you there. And since they use their hard-earned money to display how much they don't want you to be on my panel, I respect that. Now, there is, however, an exception, and it's only happened once, so I don't expect it to happen again. But if you send $25 to me via one of the links in my bio, I will allow you to grace the stage once again. Again, that's 25 US American dollars. Okay. But until then, Taylor, you're just going to have to gaslight from the comments. Womp womp.
This would be a great opportunity when I was a kid, when I was a teenager, you know, you have your friends and you fuck around with them and stuff, and you want to like we had a little phrase, and it was like to let you know, like, hey, I'm gonna do some bullshit, like play along,
Mm-hmm.
but you had to keep it coded, right?
Right,
So,
right.
screenplay, right? We're running a screenplay,
Ah,
so you would just say SP, and then like whatever bullshit you were on, your friends
they
just
had
went along
that.
with it, but nobody else was wise to it.
Interesting.
So like if I said like SP, like I just sent you that $25. Let's bring him back up because I really want to have this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Like you would bring him back up, and then Elena would just drop him again because that would be fun.
Well, duly noted. I hope everybody that can got that. Um,
We're
it
just
will be implemented.
we're running screenplays now.
Absolutely. It's the esoteric knowledge of atheism, I believe.
It's universe breathed.
Big Bang inspired. It's really funny. Oh fuck, man. Did I tell you what? If I was 30 years older and me and Mac were in the same county, we went to the same high school, we probably wouldn't have liked each other.
Uh, 30?
Oh, yeah. How old are you? Like 70?
Not 66.
Nice. 3 more years and you'll be top.
You said you're 40.
49.
49. Yeah, 49. So yeah,
Mhm.
66.
Yeah, absolutely. Nah, I was a little shit in high school, which I'm sure you could gather.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Most kids are, but I was a smart shit, so
um,
it was worse. Well, I don't know about worse. I wasn't very violent. It was more annoying. I'll put it that way. My teachers hated me, and rightfully so. Who's this smart ass that thinks he knows everything just because he knows everything in this class?
Nothing, know it all.
Fuck. And I loved it when they'd be like, "You don't even know what a W-2 is." Like, ma'am, I've been filing my taxes since I was 16 years old. You think I don't know what a W-2 is? The fuck?
The tax form.
Now ask me what a 1099 is.
Um, guess you scared.
Yeah, we'll do it right there. Never forget. I'm 28 years old. I was born in 1992. Like, I mean, okay, I get it. Quick math can be intimidating, but you got to remember the relationships to numbers, right? Like, if you got an eight and a two
Oh, and
in
another
the ones place, that means there's going to be a fat zero in the ones place on the answer, right? So why in the year 2025 would you be 28 born in 92?
just say you're 25 and that you were born in the year.
Like,
There's no easier math.
Yeah, motherfuckers is just different, not in a good way.
Absolutely.
Everyone's demons left them, and now they scared because they don't know Jesus. Mac, are you afraid?
Yeah, I'm lonely without my demons. So is that what he thinks? He thinks he came up and did like an exorcism?
I don't see how. Oh, speaking of exorcism, John is a troll, right?
John,
Trading,
gotta be.
right? Like, there's no way he fell for that.
I don't know what his deal is, but he can't be serious.
Either he's a wholly unserious person to the point where he doesn't even recognize it,
I'm leaning
or
that.
it has to be a bit.
I'm leaning that way. I honestly like in talking to him. I don't think because it's not like you have to have some degree of intelligence to be able to pull that off. And you know when you're talking to a person who would be capable of doing that kind of thing,
Mm.
that does not come across with him.
See, that's what frightens me a little bit about it, Mac. Because what if that motherfucker's smarter than me? What if he's smarter than both of us combined?
I mean, this is like fucking Kaiser Soze level then.
That's what I'm saying. Because like the only option that makes sense in my mind is that he's just a fucking genius. He knows how to play the part really well, and whether or not he believes, it doesn't matter. He knows how to say a bunch of shit, and it's just like, how is this so tangentially related, but also like so far? Like it's just like he hits the sweet spot of like,
If it
you know what I
is,
mean? Like it just he speaks to the sweet spot every time.
if it is a bit, and he really is that smart to pull off someone like that, then you just okay, someone really smart in the world. It's not like saying, I can't believe this moron is smarter than me, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Because it's not, he's not the moron.
Right. Yeah,
He's the
yeah, yeah.
smart guy. So
Damn,
then it's like you're not being like outsmarted by a dummy. It's just there's a really smart guy doing a bit.
that's fair.
Not my hypothesis. I don't think that's the case.
No, I get what you mean. I get what you mean.
But I think he's just I don't know. I honestly
You think he's an accidental genius?
no, I don't think genius is in this conversation. Like
Damn.
I don't. I just don't know what he is.
So, okay, because so like let's just say, and this is incredibly hypothetical, please don't get Christian on me. But let's just say a 4-year-old smashes two rocks together and that creates time travel. Would it not be a case of accidental genius?
No.
How not?
What did he do to make it come to happen? Did he know that smashing the rocks come together would do that?
No, hence the accidental.
But yeah, hence not genius.
Is genius intentional or is it smart?
I think genius means that you have the knowledge of the things you're doing. Yeah.
Mm, interesting counter. Interesting counter. Mm, interesting counter.
Chad
You
agrees.
might have that one. You might have that one.
Put the Mac emotes in the Mac stickers in the chat.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad because Christina low key like outdid me with the Mac emote. I kind of
Yeah, hers kind of ate.
it did kind of ate, but at the same time, mine was first.
Yeah. I look.
Honestly,
I love
Mac
them.
Webster Rosa Parks me,
I love them
or
both.
I guess Christina did that actually.
I love my children equally.
Yeah. All right.
To be clear, my children are the stickers.
Yeah, you saved yourself. I was just about to text Christina, like, guess what Max said?
Well, I said I love them equally first.
You did.
I said I love them. I love them both, and then I said I love my children equally.
And you know me, normally I get to clarification, but I was just like, nah, let's leave this ambiguous for the purposes of deceit.
I have a certain way I want to take this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't need any more context. Thank you.
Uh,
Oh shit. Oh, that's nice. That's gonna be good. Oh yeah, that's gonna be real good. It's getting a little bit warm out there, man. I hope it's not hot not tomorrow, but Saturday.
supposed to be in the 80s.
Ugh. Actually, that's okay. I tried to go golfing in Vegas in the summer one time. Mm-mm.
Summer's too much. Like I could see like early fall because it like that dry heat thing is real.
Oh yes.
Like
Oh yes.
there are limits to that.
And it was in like the hundreds. Like that was a hot ass summer anyway. Like
Like
fucking melting my shoes to the sidewalk hot. Like it was just hot as fuck, man.
like
I canceled that tea time. I was like, fuck no, I'm not leaving the house. Are you serious?
like the dryness does make the heat more tolerable, but that only gets you so many degrees.
Absolutely. But
95 in Atlanta is absolutely brutal. 95 in Vegas is not bad at all.
but 120
Yeah,
is a
no,
different story.
like, there are limits.
Hmm. Absolutely. No, that was a hot ass summer. I remember, damn, it was like I was on the road and my AC went out and my brakes were bad. And this was before I moved to Vegas, but I was just there for work. And I was coming down this hill and I went to go apply my brakes. So I saw somebody stop and I was like, hmm, hmm, this fucking sucks. And so like I, did evasive maneuvers, didn't hit anybody or anything, kind of pulled into an off street to kind of stop my momentum. And thankfully I had just enough juice left in the brakes to like get it to a complete stop safely.
So they
And
were overheated, like the pads stopped working.
I think that the extreme difference in temperature, because like I was like in South Dakota in the winter
Oh.
that year or the year before, and did the spring and all that, and then summertime I hit the road to fix hail damaged cars or whatever. So it took me to Vegas. So I think that the extremes of it kind of fucked with the brake pads and stuff. So I don't know, but thankfully I was able to get that resolved without any injury or property damage.
I mean, the caliper should like close that gap as you go. Like,
Hmm.
plus the metal would expand, so I would think it'd be even tighter. I don't know.
Maybe, or maybe it warped and it was like.
Well, I think so. When brakes overheat, they start to not work, and I think that's what
Hmm.
it's like, right?
Hmm. It could
They
be.
just yeah,
That could be. That could be the case.
dude. I went to so after my dad died, we went to California, and we brought some of his ashes and stuff. We just like hit like various spots, went up and down the like up and down like I guess US 1 or whatever. Went from like
Okay.
we flew to LA, drove up to San Francisco, and then drove back down again. And we went to Catalina Island, which is like off of LA. And we're driving. You rent these golf carts and you go up these like roads and stuff.
Hmm.
And you know, it's very hilly. It's all hills the entire time. So you're usually going like 1 mile an hour uphill or like 10 miles an hour downhill. And these are golf carts. So if you know how golf carts work, right, the braking is it's engine braking, right? So I was really annoyed with that because it was harsh. It was really harsh braking. Like as soon
Hmm.
as you let off the brake or off the gas, the engine brake starts applying. It's just like it's just like every time, So you have to do like that coasting thing. So I'm like, screw this. I put it in neutral when we were heading downhill. When I tell you I cooked those brakes so bad that I could not stop this golf cart. I got me, my mom, and my two sisters in this golf cart going downhill. The entire fucking time was downhill. I'm like trying to do like side to side weaves and shit, like trying to figure out like who's gonna have to jump off and like what is gonna happen. My mom is like 68. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening here? And eventually got to like area where it was like not even flat. It never got flat, but it got less steep. But when I
Hmm.
this shit was white knuckle of like just it was a grim situation. I'm like doing all kinds of calculus and trying to be cool and not freak them out. And yeah, it just ended up like dude, you never smelled something as bad as those brakes when we took
Holy
the
shit.
it was like if you threw a brake pad in a fire. Absolutely insane. Learn a valuable lesson. Just do the engine braking. Deal with the
That's really funny. That sounds, yeah, that sounds about right.
fearless, man. It was like legit. Like I'm not a person that gets made nervous too easily.
Mm.
I was wigging out. I was like, ugh. But yeah.
When we went to the Bahamas recently, last time I took a trip, and driving the little 4x4 around the island and shit, just cruising, just having a good time. Um, I was noticing the people in the Bahamas drive kind of crazy. They drive kind of fast. Fuck it, I fit in. You know what I mean? Like I drive through Atlanta. I know how to get down. You know what I mean? I've driven through Texas. I haven't driven through like LA. I heard that's worse, but it seems like it's worse because it just stands still. I mean, like I think worse is more chaotic energy. I would like
I've driven in LA a few times. It's honestly like I still think Atlanta's worse.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think I put Atlanta up top and then Texas, and then I guess you could put LA. But like I feel like crazy erratic driving is more seen with like less like traffic jam. I don't know. But either way, we're flying through the Bahamas, look down at my speedometer, going well above the speed limit. And then I see three police SUVs fully lit up behind me. I was just like, oh fuck, I'm going to jail in the Bahamas. But thankfully they had another call to get to. I say thankfully, hopefully that wasn't like a super bad situation, although it's kind of implied. Um, but yeah, no, I thought I was done for with that one. I was just enjoying it, man. It didn't have a windscreen. My hair is just fucking doing the thing, and you know what I mean. I'm just like, yeah, Bahamas, baby, and that shit sobered me up so quick. Yahweh took mercy on me.
What's that?
Funny thing is, I did see them arrest a guy at the beach, and it was the most demeaning shit I've ever seen in my life. It was like,
Okay.
yeah, it was like three officers to this one huge dude. And I mean, they got the firmest fucking pincer grip on the back of this dude's fucking elbow. Like he's a fucking child. I was like, God damn, put the nigga in cuffs or something. Why are you like, get across the street? Like, God damn.
Put the clamps on him.
I was like, fuck, boy. Like you getting your earpiece getting pulled across the street by the cops, man. That's
It's like, hey, I need cuffs. Guy got you.
you coming with me. Like, bro, get your fucking hands off me. What are you doing?
G.I. Joe shit.
Daniel said, action pincer grip. Oh, you can't see it. Hold on.
He looks so bothered.
Yeah, doesn't he? Ah, 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 ah. You love daddy or you just kind of like existing? Hmm? Tell me a secret. Hold on, you got a milk mustache. It's on your bottom lip. Um, where are all the Christians at?
Mm.
Hmm? It can't be just Taylor and that motherfucker.
I mean, shit. Like Daniel's live, but he's only got 114 people.
Damn,
They're just not
dude.
biting.
I am handsome. Thank you, Auntie Charlene.
Mm. Okay, so there's a word in there you might not have seen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am so handsome. Thank you.
All right. I only offer correction once.
After that is coercion, right?
Yeah, and prejudice.
Good morning, Jay. How you doing? They're recovering from Wednesday night Bible study. It couldn't have been that good. It couldn't have been that good. Because if it was that good, they wouldn't need to keep coming back.
Maybe this is the one that did it.
Speaking of, although we know that it's not going to happen because that's just not how the events are laid out in the book. But if you woke up tomorrow morning and there were noticeably fewer people on planet Earth that just disappeared suddenly without a trace in the blink, or was it the twinkling of an eye? What are Mac Luster's next steps?
Like, have I already assessed who's missing? Like,
You can confidently conclude that it was people who were of a certain religious sect.
yeah, but I think even among those, I think. Okay, so I'll leave the assessment aside. What am I doing if the rapture happens?
Max said, I'll play in the hypothetical, I guess.
No, I just because my first thing would be like, who's still here? Like,
Mm. Well, what would you need to
I
see
think
to
at this
determine
point,
whether or not it was like a rapture event?
but it would be like
Kimberly said, I'm drinking.
it'd be like absolute chaos down here, right? And I mean, if it was like 144,000, like worldwide BFD, right?
Hmm.
But if it's like a third or even like a tenth of the people, I think you have wide scale system failures for a while, and then you know Slack would have to get picked up. But then I don't know. Then I'm chilling.
Yeah. I wonder if it would descend into like a Mad Max kind of future.
I
Because I
don't.
didn't think about that. It would kind of destabilize like a lot of systems that people rely on for day to day.
Yeah, just because of sheer numbers, right?
Hmm.
Yeah, I do feel like we'd be fine, Joshua. I think same page there, but there'd definitely be a rough patch. Shit would have to get sorted out. But
Yeah, we'd have to reassign people to help
but I
fill
mean,
needs.
what does that entail for people who have been left behind? Are we just here and that's it? Like, are we living
Um,
mortal lives? Are we getting tortured somehow? Like, what?
I do wonder. I mean, I guess since the belief is kind of is well, not kind of, but is just like like not arbitrarily, but not even related to the text. And it's just completely fabricated. I guess it would depend on the person that believes it to be what will happen. Tribulation, duh. Uh,
My bad.
uh, like, why didn't the God tell the rest of the plan? Does it in there? That's a good question. It's a good question. Because, like, in that interpretation, are you saying that hell is just Earth without believers, or
Yeah,
do we get
that's kind of what my initial thought would be like. Is that it? Like, okay, our punishment is like we don't get to go and say holy, holy, holy. Like, you know what I mean? Are we left
yeah?
here to just like live and die as natural beings, or is it like 1,000 years and then fire? But then, do we live that 1,000 years, or are we just living and
Yeah, do
dying?
we just create new people? Or is everyone sterile but like halfway immortal? Like, I don't, yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
Are we Nephilim?
Could we be? That could be a good background topic. What is the rapture going to be like? Un momento, addendum.
Let's see how quick the graphics department gets this turned around. I think, Joshua, I think that's a fair question to ask. Like, do we get Nephilized? I think if there a rapture a lot to less people that think they will go up. Yeah, I mean, well, like, is there anything that says what the number's gonna be? Like, the Watchtower folks have their number in mind.
Art department here, I'm back. Now, let's see if I can get this bad boy cranking. Maybe, no, that's too low. That's too zoomed in. That'll work. That's legible, right? Everybody can read that?
Oh yeah. Well, it looks like THI from what I see. I don't know what the chat sees, but because the
THI?
last part, like, I don't see the E fully.
Oh, is it cut off for you
Oh, it's
guys?
cool.
Do I have to do some more recopying? Hmm. I'm not seeing that it's illegible. You can see it? Okay. Honestly, I think it might actually be better for some of the stuff to be cut off because it seems to pique Christians' interest when they see something that they can't fully see. You know what I mean? Like if something's cut off, then they're like, "What is that one though?"
It's like a purposeful misspelling to get
Mhm.
engagement.
Well, shit, that happened with the last background I ran where I misspelled the word happen.
I remember, gosh, it was like 20 years ago now. I was on a job interview and they had me fill out an application. And like there were certain things you had to be able to do for the job or whatever and like rank yourself or whatever. And it said like spelling/grammar, but grammar was spelled wrong. And so I didn't like mark that or anything because I'm not grading a test. But I said one of the things that I'm good at is like attention to detail.
Hmm.
And then when I got into the interview, my boss, future boss, was like, "So I see you put attention to detail here." And she's like, what, give me an example of that. So I was like, "Well, like, okay, I
Did you
noticed
say
that."
she?
Yeah, I've had a female boss that was, oh, don't even start.
Progressive Mac, ladies and gentlemen.
I think, honestly, most of my career I've had women bosses.
Wow, very progressive Mac guys. Clap it up. Bare minimum Mac.
Yeah, I said, look, if you're going to put a man in a position of authority of me, I walk. And that was it. That's how I negotiate. But anyway, so she
That
said,
sounds so Hollywoodish. It's a perfect script.
so she said, oh, so like, what's an example of that? I said, well, like on this application, it says the word grabber, but it's spelled wrong.
This application.
And she's like, you like when you fill out an application. Oh,
Mhm.
that was just an echo. I thought you said something. So,
Hi, brother, how are you? Please, 5 minutes, please.
you know
I
what?
love
How
you.
about 35
5,
Look,
minutes?
Syria, my house.
4,
Listen, 5 minutes.
3, 2,
This Syria, my house.
1.
No, no,
Happy
please.
New Year.
I love it, brother. Actually, that's not the first time I've seen him, which is interesting.
Yeah,
No,
no, he
he
comes
hangs out
on our
around a
live
lot.
all the time.
Hmm.
Usually, it's like different people. Like he's the first person I've ever seen twice that I remember seeing twice.
He's a staple in the community. He needs an emote and Thinkers Live for sure. Sam is
Exactly.
always in that
How
motherfucker.
And then he'll go. He has multiple accounts.
Oh, that's not
Hmm.
okay. But anyway, she said she put it in there like to catch people. I was like, well, I caught it, but I didn't want to be like grading your application.
Fair enough. Now you know.
Yeah.
What does Juan 1K mean?
1,000 won. That's what he wants. That's his
Math
ransom.
checks out. Pressure, can you say good morning to Thinker?
Good morning, Pressure.
Say good morning. Don't be a stinky brother.
He's
Go
like,
ahead.
no. I swear, the way he's looking right now, and the way his mouth is. That's how my grandson will look when he don't want to talk to me. He'll like hold his head up and go.
That's okay. As soon as he gets his first meal of the day in, I'm gonna be fighting to keep him off of me. We have such a weird relationship like that, but I do love it.
Look, I have questions. Okay, these are questions that
Just
that
very
I've been pondering about.
quickly, minor mod thing. So Taylor, you want to speak to Thinker? You can absolutely do that for the low bargain basement price of $25. Okay.
So the one that I put in the chat, like, what happens after, judgment, right?
Hmm.
What's the rest of the plan?
Mhm.
Nobody knows that, and they've never like questioned it, and they don't realize that none of them can actually go into like the afterlife and get that piece of information, but they believe that a person can go into the afterlife and get this tad bit of information. And then, like, if that's the case, and they only know what the God has told them, we know that this God regrets shit, right? Like, he regretted making mankind. What else did this God regret that we don't know? Like, what other secrets is the God holding? Because we know that he can regret. He just ain't told us what else he regretting.
Mm,
You know what I'm saying? So how we know the plan ain't fucking changed?
Mm.
interesting. Yeah, for all we know, he's ridding the earth of the unsavories.
Exactly.
I mean, isn't that
Like,
like isn't that like one of the theories that the left behind are going to be the actual like righteous ones or whatever?
left behind. Well, that's what they want to
Within that
be.
framework.
Yeah, like they want to be. But how we know he ain't looked him like, wait, these motherfuckers are sour. I got the wrong ones. I'm switching sides. We don't know,
It's true.
True.
Yeah,
right?
that's
Because
interesting.
he done changed his plan a thousand times. And then like it's his forgiveness select. Like he's selective as fuck when it comes to forgiveness, right? He forgives whoever he wants to forgive. Like why didn't he make a plan of salvation for the angels, the fallen angels? Like he just let them motherfuckers fall and was like, y'all
Mm,
going straight to hell. Like they don't have a plan of salvation and they were his first creation. Like he is one of those, like he'll fuck you up in a minute. He don't give a damn if he love you, if he created you. Like there is
that's really
no,
good based on the first one. That's really good.
yeah, like there's no, I got questions. Like go ahead, we could break.
No, 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 that's good because I never even considered the fact because they always say, well, it was created for the angels, but like, damn, like you don't fuck with the angels? Like,
Exactly. They Jesus is like
But when was it
half
created?
brothers, half children.
Does it say when it was created, or just that it was created for Satan and his?
It
I
just
think
says
it
that it was
does.
created for Satan and his angels.
Yeah,
Was it? Does it? Maybe it's like a translation thing. I thought some use a different word than angels.
Satan and his cronies,
I don't think it was cronies, lackeys, maybe.
his underlings.
Satan and his dick riders. That's the what's that one? The Gen Z one.
Satan and his glazers.
I haven't heard posse in a long time, Stoic.
Stoic only watches 1970s media. Um, Time flies. Are you a Christian?
Oh, okay.
Are you talking to me? Time?
He said something about you're gonna fucking receive it. I think he's talking about the spirit.
Did he say receipt?
Yeah, he said the fucking receipt. He was trying to find his fucking receipt.
Oh.
Oh, yeah. You're gonna need that, especially if you're trying to make it out of the rapture. God's gonna need a proof of purchase, bud. I did want to read something to you, Thinker, because it challenged my very belief. I was reading Hebrews 10:26 through, wherever, talking about how if you lose out and, you're destined for hell. But somebody brought up a really interesting verse, and I thought I could not reconcile it. But it was Hebrews 10, verse 25. It says, not neglecting to meet together, as is the habit of some, but encouraging one another, and all the more as you see the day approaching.
So like what he's saying, like don't neglect to forsake not to assemble yourselves together. That scripture. That's what they use to say why church is needed. That's where you get your testimonies and like he's saying forsake not to assemble. Like come to church. Or like get in groups and keep each other encouraged. Share your stories, share your gifts. What's your question about that?
This
Absolutely
was
sheds light on 1026.
this was in opposition to 1026. This justified the fact that Christians can't sin. Thus, this 26 is null and void.
For if we willingly persist in sin after having received the knowledge of the truth, there are no longer remains a sacrifice for sins. What does he mean that? Huh?
He was
What?
so adamant that we read 25.
So when I read
What?
it and I said, "Now what does that add?" He was like, "Hmm."
This is the guy who wants to come up and talk to you.
Was that
Oh,
that one? I thought
really?
that was
That's the
I thought that
level,
was the
yeah.
other one.
No, it was Taylor.
That was Taylor? No, that was
Was it? Oh,
no, that was what was his name? The
what,
guy
the
before Taylor.
Hispanic dude?
Was he Hispanic? No, the veteran.
No, Terrell?
Terrell. Yeah, that was Terrell.
It wasn't Terrell.
That was Terrell
Uh-uh.
because he was like read 25, read 25.
No,
Yeah,
no,
it was
no.
truly Terrell. See, they
What?
know. Yeah.
I thought it was way later than that.
No, that was truly Terrell.
All right. Well, I got access to these recordings.
Taylor, I understand that I don't know who the fuck you are, but you know who the fuck I am. So that means that you must know that I know what I'm talking about because you are the one in the comments begging to get on stage to talk to me.
Unfortunately, you blew it, man. People didn't like you. They paid $10 to drop you. And the only way that you'll be able to grace my stage again before I go live next time is if you pay me 25 USD. Thinker, do you have that rule too? Double the
Uh-uh.
double it and then
No.
some.
Mm-mm.
That's weird.
Mm.
Because he said, I don't know who you are. God don't know you either, but God's omniscient.
Okay, so I don't want your God to know me. I wish y'all would stop fucking trying to know me and go live your life. But you can't because you're fucking infatuated.
How does an all-knowing God not know somebody?
Mm.
The same way a timeless God uses time.
Mm. Hmm.
Exactly. He's timeless, but he uses time. He's timeless, but he invented time. Make that make sense. Would a timeless God have a concept of time? Like, it just doesn't make sense.
Hmm.
I mean, time was like one of the first things he like established, right?
Yep.
Like, day and night. That's a day.
And the
But
but he also had time in his timeless world because of
Mhm.
one day is like 1,000 years
mm,
where he lives. So he has time too where he lives, although he's timeless.
interesting. Yeah, and well, I guess he doesn't have any physical properties to him, does he? I guess he kind of does, kind of doesn't. It's kind of unclear, huh?
Yeah, he has feet and nostrils.
But like I was just saying, because we know
Backside.
how time reacts to like large objects, and he's been described as really large.
Oh,
So
like
even if he
relativity.
had like a solid concept of time, it would be a warped view because time would react differently around him than it would around us. You know what I mean?
Explain.
Because like
Wait, how does large objects affect time? Explain that for me.
like space time, right? Like
Like a warp time.
yeah. You know how like they do the example of like a big sheet that's like spread out, and then if you drop a ball in it, then like the sheet goes down and wraps around it.
Mm-hmm.
In that example, that's time, right? Like time, it gets like
Oh.
distorted to fit around the matter, like the big object.
Oh.
Did
Yeah,
you ever
yeah,
see Interstellar?
Uh-uh.
They do a pretty good job of that.
yeah. Hmm.
Example, like they go on this planet where like every minute on that planet is like, was it years somewhere else or something? It's like
Hmm.
a really long time, and so they spend time on this planet, and then everything is aged out away from that planet. So then the guy goes, I don't want to give it away. Never mind.
So this why in the Babylonian myth, the Anunnaki that came here, they had to sniff gold in order to stay young because they were getting old fast, and sniffing the gold make them stay young. So is that why? Because where they're from, the planet Nibiru, time was different.
So like,
It would only.
like
They
when
I
would
you
feel like it
grind
would
the
only change
gold.
anything if it changes your density.
yeah, so like they're not just like smelling chunks of gold; they're like banging rails of like gold flecks.
They were so the reason why they created the humans was to mine the gold, and
Mhm.
then they one of them figured out that if they grinded it down and sniffed it, that it kept them young while they were here because they were aging fast while they were here,
Mm.
and sniffing the gold
Mm.
made them stay young whenever they came here.
I wonder where they got big enough mirrors.
That couldn't have happened. The $100 bill wasn't invented back then. They didn't have a letter J. Um,
What was it?
yeah, I feel like
The cowries. They're using
that's what it was.
cowries as a straw.
I feel like that would not be very effective, but very fun to try. Honestly, you could use it as like a scoop and then just kind of stuff it up into your. Yeah, no, I feel like it wouldn't necessarily do that unless they were like their density changed, but it had to change. Like it had to be a fuck ton of gold to change their density to the point where time would affect them differently.
But what was making them get older faster here? It had to be the time difference, like from where they lived, right? That's what you're saying.
Could it be the atmosphere? I don't know. No, because what I'm talking about is relative to how big and dense you are,
Mhm.
because that's what like alters the effect of time. Is how big
Oh,
an object is. So like unless they were humongous or had the density of a star, it really wouldn't have done anything for them.
oh, okay. So, but is that what they were trying to convey in the story? Is that the time was different? Is that because why would them being on Earth make them age faster than them being on planet Nibiru?
That is a really good question. I don't think that the ancient Babylonians had the concept of time dilation through gravity and density and all that.
Oh, they did. They had
Um,
all the technology we have and more.
oh yeah, actually the aliens knew. I forgot. Honestly, it all together makes me that question where they got this like concept from. Because never in a billion years would I come up with aliens that need to snort gold to stay young.
Exactly. Exactly. Like what the fuck? Like they were doing some drugs in the
Absolutely.
because what?
I genuinely wonder if it is related to the way that like ancient Romans used lead as like seasoning.
They did what?
Yeah, they would eat lead, like shaved lead.
No wonder
Like
they hung Jesus. They had
yeah, it
lead
resulted in
poisoning.
all kinds of problems.
What the fuck made them think lead was edible?
That's why they don't season their food.
Like, well,
It
they
killed them the
can't because
last
they
time they
thought
tried.
lead was seasoning.
Got scared off.
It killed
Got
them the last
scared
time
off
they
by the
tried.
brain damage.
The
They
more you
took
know.
baths and mercury.
What?
That
I mean, I guess if it's good enough for the fish, that's crazy. I would have never known that.
that's interesting.
Yeah. It's something, all right. So, Theo, I see you're in the guest request. Are you still here? or did you move on to your other account? The first pills were mercury. I didn't know that either. Motherfuckers was eating lead and mercury and was afraid of tomatoes.
But we get our knowledge from them. Like that's just like what. And but the thing is, one thing about Rome in their records, like they will say they're not ashamed that a lot of their systems and their education they got from other nations, and they
Mm,
feel like it doesn't make sense to like try to reinvent the wheel. So as they learned from other nations, they just adopted it, and so they are the culture vultures, the first culture vultures, and the
right.
appropriators of other people's culture and taking people's ideas. And they bragged about it. They said that it was the smarter thing to do. They let other
Honestly,
people do the work, and then they took it and took credit for it.
oh, I thought you. Oh, okay. I thought you were saying they didn't hide the fact that they got it from other people.
They didn't, but they took credit for it. Like they would brag about taking and ideas or systems from other nations
Hmm.
and implementing it in Rome. And they said it was the most pragmatic thing to do, right? Like let other people do the work.
Mm.
Yeah. Like they didn't hide that.
Oh, never mind. I was going to say something, but it's not really a difference. I'm just going to make a comparison, but they are the same. It would literally be apples to apples,
Yep.
specifically Granny Smith to Granny Smith. Both sour. Yeah, I know what green apples taste like.
I always see Forrest's picture, and every time his his earmuffs look like little tufts of hair. It's like this classic horseshoe pattern. It's like just these two sprouts of hair.
Did you ever play Tekken, Mac?
Not really, like a
Fuck.
little bit, but not really into it.
What's his name? Heisen or something?
Was it like too like stiff? Like it was like gelled hair, kind of went out to like in spikes.
Hmm.
I think I might
Hang
know
on.
that.
Yeah, you know where I'm going with this, baby. Let me go ahead and boop, bop.
Uh, yeah.
That's what I see.
I don't know who are y'all saying that y'all see that as.
Forrest, Forrest,
Who is
his
Forrest?
earmuffs in the
So he's
comics.
got like a shaved head, except he's wearing earmuffs in his picture, and it's a thumbnail, so it's small, but it just looks like little
Oh, you
tufts of
talking
hair.
about Uncle Forrest?
Hmm. That's what I'd be seeing.
Leave Uncle alone.
No, I'm cool. I'm cool. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? But I'm an equal opportunity clowner. I'm a clown everybody. That's how you know I'm genuine. Lee an asshole.
But that picture,
Um,
that picture with Uncle's voice though, that's hilarious. And then Uncle be coming off of, can you hear me? I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh goodness. Yeah, Mac's never awake for those times. Silly Mac.
yeah. To keep those weird hours that I do.
Anyways, did you invite Thinker to go play golf with us, or were you being sexist?
Uh, yes.
No, he didn't.
No,
Well,
he meant yes to the sex part.
well, no. Here's the thing. I only invited you, so
It's okay. I don't know how to play. Well, I play putty golf, but I don't know how
I
to
feel
play
like
golf.
nobody we're going with. Well, I think Gaslight knows how to play because he was like all about it. But I think Mr. Michaels just wants to chill.
Honestly, as long as I can get third place or better, I'm good. You know?
Yeah, we're playing the $20 a hole skins. So yeah, we got carryovers and everything.
hmm Could we also do skins versus shirts?
I was gonna say, yeah, we'll do shirts for you know the uh, less boisterous. How's that? The more modest of the bunch that can be shirts.
Mm, nah, man. Sometimes you just gotta let it all hang out.
Mm.
And speaking of letting things hang, Christians, Jesus,
Are you offering Jesus?
oh, he was hung, right? But because of that, you don't have to go to hell, which was created by God. But why? Also, can you lose out on the power of that sacrifice? And if you didn't, and you got called up to be with the Savior up in the sky, what's it going to be like down here? Hmm? Hmm? I should go into marketing. That was amazing.
Mm.
There's like 30 people in the request right now. I'm just chilling.
The lines are overloaded.
At this point, we're gonna stop y'all. Please don't call in anymore.
Look, is God like, so if he's all knowing and he has like, moments where he's surprised or angry about something or sad about something, is he like gaslighting the fuck out of humans, or like is he playing a role? You know how you already know something
That's what
when
they say.
that he's playing, because like you know how you people be like, they'll come to you and they'll say such and such and such, but don't say nothing, but somebody done already told you and you got to
Mhm.
act surprised. Is that what God is doing?
So in Genesis 3, that's actually what they say that this is rhetorical. But in Genesis 18, he's talking to himself. So like,
Mm.
right. So like, why would he do that? But then what they say is this is anthropomorphic. Well, they never say anthropomorphic because they can't pronounce it. But that's what they
Or
try
know
to
that
say.
it's an actual word.
Yeah.
But I'm saying like, I'm not even just talking about like that. I'm I'm saying like, can he actually like be sad about something? Can he?
He shouldn't be able
Yeah,
to, right?
yeah.
But that's why the omniscience is such a bad concept. And that's why, the ancient Hebrews didn't have that concept, right? They had like incredibly wise, but very clearly not omniscient.
Yeah. Yeah, because I mean, nobody that is all powerful would regret anything,
Right.
especially if they can pop in and out of time without disturbing time itself.
Somebody should like, that would be a good video of God pretending like, what? Or but
Guys,
the white woman tears. I'm so, that's my son. Like, and looking like, oh, I knew this shit was gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? Because that's
I
he
can't
had.
believe.
Yeah.
that's that meme it's from a reality show. I don't know which one, but it's like pretends to be shocked is the caption. Where she
Mm.
where she's a woman, she's like putting her hands up to her face that says like pretends to be shocked. Like that's God.
Absolutely. Yeah. Or what surprised in Spanish. And it's just a woman
Right.
that looks surprised.
The soap telenovela or whatever.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that would be good. I like that.
Guys, you want to hear a
Theo,
story?
you're up here for a specific reason, friend. I want to be very clear before we start this. I was trying to talk to you in the comments, but you were acting like you could not hear me. I didn't think you would load in, but here you are. Theo, I would like to have a conversation about what you think about one of the three topics.
Hmm. Why would God create hell even though it was not mentioned in the first chapter that God created hell? He only created the stars, the planets, the animals, the plants, humans, and basically no evidence about the dinosaurs or hell in the first chapter of Genesis, only to be discovered later that humans, having read the Bible, they think that if there is heaven, there should be a hell. So they fantasize about this concept of hell and then spread it out like a deadly virus, and then use it for fear, as how it was used today. Let the Lord be your salvation. Avoid hell and be faithful to the Lord, for it is you that will enter into heaven. They use hell as a reason to spread their propaganda movements, their colonizer movements. They spread hell because they don't want the people to realize that it's all a sham, it's all for their, but it's what I think though, that they marketed it so well that it influenced a lot of us. And for me though, I was influenced with this ad of hell, that I literally pray to God before, but now I don't. And ever since I read the Bible, God's actions could actually put him in hell. And why create hell when you're all loving? And I don't know, seems like it's more of a scam, thinking that God creates hell and lets people be tortured. I mean, we don't know the exact reason, and therefore there is no concrete answer to why would God create hell, because we are not God.
Do you think God created hell?
Oh, because even the first chapter of Genesis, it did not state that God created hell. It was not in the first chapter of Scripture.
So how would you answer the question, why would God create hell?
In Based on what I said earlier, maybe God created hell because he is a sadistic type of guy, or he created hell because he saw that there are sinners, and he wanted them to be punished, like just like how he punished Adam and Eve and the snake. And so maybe he created hell for the sinners. But like I said, the first chapter of Genesis has a lot of blanks.
I'm trying to think. Um, I don't think that'll work. Uh, that could work. Um, just a quick aside. You know how I know I'm a shitty person? Because I'm trying to find a nice way to put this, and it's escaping the fuck out of me. Um, how do I say this? Theo, I don't think this question is for you. Do you know what the rapture is like?
Based on the God destroying earth, Isaiah 45. Wait, no, not that chapter specifically, but one chapter where all the women are to be raped. The 144,000 is to be taken into heaven. the angels blowing off their trumpets, the seals. But I don't know. The Bible does not give us exactly what the rapture would be like if God did if God did come down. But I would say that it's gonna be earth blowing up in such a way we don't get to live, and we're all gonna suffer here in this earth. But like I said earlier, we're not God, and God might change his plan, or it might be something like based from my imagination. I would say that our hairs are gonna burn. Our For the men, this is not gonna be good for the men. If I were to change if I were God to change my plans, I would let the men be kicked on their pee again, and it would heal, and it would be painful for the men, since um our is it has a lot of nerves, and when it's pain. And for the women though, oof, I don't want to sound like a sadistic guy, but the rapture, it would I would say to let the humans that are sinners be immortals, and they are gonna experience a lot of pain from the food not growing out of the land. The waters are drained, all the aquatic life and livestock are killed. Maybe that would be the rapture in my imagination.
Thank you kindly, I'm called you Keo. Theo, I think that you have thoroughly, and I do mean thoroughly, explained what you believe to be the things that you believe. And I appreciate it.
Yeah, but I might be wrong about the rapture, and about why God created hell. We don't know.
Hey, Mac, you'll never believe this. He changed his name. Okay, yeah,
Um,
agree. Thanks so much, Theo, for coming.
yeah.
I appreciate you talking with me, buddy. You
Also,
tackled these things head on, and I appreciate it.
yeah. Wait, one last thing though. The X chance, they will always be right. The one thing, they would always be right. God works in mysterious ways. We don't know what will he do. We will we don't know what he thinks of. We don't know whatever bullshit he's thinking right now. All I say is God works in mysterious ways, and that's the truth I know. So please let me down.
You guys want to make me a father so bad. It is you guys that encourage this. Now, I know that's the only reason why I'm where I am right now. I know that. Okay. But much like those that are in charge of our current situation, once I get through the door, close that motherfucker behind me. Okay,
Oh
slam it
my
shut.
god.
Can I get an amen?
Amen.
Thank you. Anyways, Dr. Lawyer Esquire, MD, Sports Agent Supreme, Football Man. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fine today. How are you doing, host?
Oh, I'm the host with the most hosts. Host.
I think God is keeping you alive and happy.
You know what? I almost want to agree with you, but before I do, let's have a conversation. Pick one of the topics.
Yeah, for me, I want to take the first one there. But first of all, I want to say, as Christians, we do not have full information on the issue of God. However, the little information we have, which is almost like 0.1%, we can create conclusions and assumptions about it. You understand? It just depends on how informed, devoted, and how much of a scholar you are on that topic. So for me personally, I know from my research that hell was created for for Satan and his angels. You understand? That's the first thing that I know.
Hmm.
I also
This is
know that
from your
there are
research.
certain men. Sorry?
You said
It's extensive.
this is from your research.
And my knowledge, yes.
Okay.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
it was created for Satan and his angels. However, certain men choose to go there by their will. There are those people who just want to go to hell. Like they
Mm.
want to, it is their destiny, they want to go there. It's not even God telling them to go there. And then, however,
Well, hold
remember,
on. You
we
said
do
they
not have
want to,
any.
and it's their destiny.
Yeah, it's something that they want to, and it's something that they aspire to. Like
But
devil
you said it was also
worshippers.
their destiny.
Yeah, it's the destiny that they created themselves. Like they, when they were born so that they were born by Satan, like they are children of Satan. So they want to go there, and they know they'll go there. You understand? Like their father is Satan, so their destiny
So
is sealed.
the word destiny means the events that will necessarily happen to a particular person or thing in the future.
Mm.
Yes, based on what? Based on their choices and actions, right?
Mm-mm.
And
Nope, nope,
who
nope,
they
nope, nope,
are,
nope,
their
nope, nope, nope,
nature.
nope, 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 nope. You're adding to the definition. Destiny means that no matter what, that thing is going to happen. No matter what.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That because they were born, you understand, in a family where
But you
people,
said
like if you are born of a
20%.
mother, where your mother said
Did Theo
devoted
change
you
his back up to
towards.
0.1%? Holy fuck. Open the door back
So
up. He's back.
if your mother like is born and devotes you
I mean,
to
that's
a
just the way
certain
they do decimals. I don't like.
thing, then you become, obviously
I don't
your
like them.
destiny is to serve that deity. You understand? So that is the destiny for you. Even if you try to hide from it, we know people that ran away from certain deities, but
Hmm.
because that's
Hmm.
how they were devoted, so they end up being whatever that
We
they
could
were
skip past
devoted to.
destiny. I feel like that would be a fruitless endeavor. Um, the question is, um, do you think that infinite punishment is justified when faced with a finite crime?
Mm.
Now, for me personally, I don't attribute human logic towards the God's logic. So even if I think whatever, it doesn't matter because that world operates differently and it has its own logic anyway.
The world is Earth
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That you cannot apply human logic
to Earth.
towards towards the gods or the spiritual world because they have their own logic.
Okay,
So it
but they
doesn't
don't
matter what
die.
I think.
They don't commit crimes in spirit. They commit crimes in Earth, right?
Yes, but what I'm trying to say to
Okay.
you
Is it a
is
finite
what you
crime?
think, what you think as a human being.
Is it
It
a
doesn't.
finite crime?
It doesn't. I think now you are forcing me to answer questions, but what I'm trying to say to you is what you think.
Is it a
It doesn't
finite
matter.
crime?
What does the way? What you think doesn't matter? What does it mean?
Was it a finite crime? Do you know what finite means?
I don't know. Can you enlighten me?
Yeah, man. I'll give you the Oxford. Finite is basically just it has a stopping point. I don't know if that's worded. Oh yeah, I like that better. It has limits or bounds.
Yeah.
Yes, but what does that have to apply with the issue of the gods?
So if you do something that is limited or bounded, should you have to face eternal punishment for that?
No, we don't know what's happening beyond the grave. No one knows what's going to happen. You can be, you can be saved. You cannot be saved. That one, it is. That is why they say beyond the grave, there's
Can you
no
be
answers
saved
there.
out of
So
hell?
yeah, there are people in the Bible who were saved out of hell. You understand? There were people that
Who?
were rescued. Yeah, you go and study the Bible. There was a
Who?
man who was saved from hell, and
Who?
they said to him, listen, let me talk, you so that I
No,
can enlighten
who?
you.
Who?
I
So I can
want
go
to
find
Rich
answer
him.
you,
man.
but you are saying, keep on saying who, because you don't even know the story. I need to tell you the
Because I
story.
need to know who so I can look it up and read along. Who?
You can Google it. A man who was saved from hell. Uh,
Who?
his name, let me tell you. You see, when you are listening, you want to learn, you must listen.
Who?
You are
I, brother,
steamrolling.
let me tell you, you are not, if you are going to
Doctor,
learn, you need to
doctor,
give me a
doctor, doctor,
Who?
Your Honor. You are
Who?
steamrolling.
okay, your friends that are here on TikTok, can you just Google the man who was saved from hell, and God said to him,
Do you
take
know
him
the
out
name
of
of the
hell
person?
like a firewood. I know, but I forgot.
I don't
Isn't
think
it
he
that I
has
did
a
not
name. I think
come
he was
here
just a
prepared
rich
for
man.
that?
You said what?
I was not prepared for those topics.
No, you said you know, but you what?
Oh, I said I know the name, but I forgot it now at this
Oh, so
moment.
instead of just saying I don't remember the name, could you look it up for me? You're gonna try to make it seem like it's my fault that you're saying something that you don't remember?
No, I'm not saying it's your fault. I say I know the name, but I forgot it. That's what I
But you
said.
didn't admit
I'm not
that when I
even
asked you
making it
who it
anyone's
was.
fault.
When I asked you who it was, you're trying to mislead me by saying you. We'll get to that. Let me tell you the story. But when I
Yes, I
want
can
to
look
know the
into it if
name,
you give me a chance. If you give me a chance, I can mute and go look and come back.
go look and come back. I'd love to find out.
All right.
Is he inside?
I'm guessing no.
Interesting. Interesting. You'd think between doctor school and lawyer school, he'd have a pretty good memory.
What do you think he uses more in his agent career? His medical background or his legal background? Now you would think legal, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I
Mm-hmm.
don't know. I think that medical background would come into play if, like, somebody tries to say, well, this footballer is not healthy, and you say, you know what? I looked at his charts. I did an MRI. This knee has, 6 good seasons left on it.
Mm-hmm. I
Right?
feel like
And
that would be more
I'm a,
useful.
I'm a doctor, a legit
Mm-hmm.
doctor.
Mm-hmm.
You have to take my assessment.
Legally. And I know that because I'm also a lawyer.
Yeah. He
That
has
makes sense.
he has like 6, 5 seasons left.
6.5% of the year. Um, super, or I'm sorry, footballer agent. What happened? Did you Google it and
Where
find
did
out
he
that
go?
that's not in the Bible? He went to go Google the person that God plucked out of hell like a log in the Bible.
I mean, he's talking about the rich man, right?
I think he might have thought that that was the same thing, but God is pretty adamant about the fact that he has to stay there, right?
I don't know that story well enough.
Thinker was just reading it the other day, but in the story, the guy looks up at Abraham's bosom and sees the poor person that he shit on his whole life. And he's just like, hey, man, let me out, bro. I'm ready to be good. And Abraham's like, fuck no, you
Ah, there's
bastard. And he's like, well, at least tell my family. They don't really believe. And he's like, nope, they're going to be right here with you, bitch. Damn. I don't remember where that was, but I do remember thinking reading that.
I'm
Because
sorry, I didn't hear you. I was
was it
go ahead.
Lazarus?
And,
The rich
yeah.
man and the poor
No, the
man.
rich man and yeah, it was in when he was talking about Abraham's bosom.
Hmm.
Yeah, this
I don't know
child.
where he went. Probably
Bless
out there
you.
footballing. Oh, you still say that?
Yeah. How did you know that? Because my son's name is Blessing. You think I'm not gonna say bless you? I have a son. I have a son named Blessing. I'm gonna knock. I'm gonna throw you across the room. Stop. Quit. My fist are up.
I felt that on a spiritual level. Because I be saying that to pressure.
5. Quit, baby.
I'm
Will you
finna throw you
stop?
across the room.
5. Oh my gosh. Benny, come get your son. Quit.
Oh, goodness.
You touch this microphone again, we ain't grandparents. I'm not your grandmama no more. Stop. Don't touch the microphone. What was
What's
I
up,
talking
Warren?
about?
You asked me how it is that I knew something.
Yeah, how'd you know that was him? Because he changed his name. How'd you know it was him? Oh, bless you,
He
baby.
didn't change his profile picture. Well, he's had the same profile picture for 2 names now.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
happy was the
Okay.
son.
Okay. I'm a finna go on mute because he is wrestling with the mic. I'll come back when. Yo, snot. Hold on, I'll be back.
And that's why I prefer pressure because he doesn't have opposable thumbs. That's what makes it worse. When you can like grab shit. Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. Um, what does Luke 16 mean? That's what you got tatted on you or something? What's up, Mia? How you doing? You've been in here for a minute, but I ain't say what's up. I must have been distracted. I must have been. I must have been pressured. I must have been. Huh? Hmm? My little bazooka. Hmm? Oh, shout out to you
He's
for
such a
subscribing.
good little baby boy.
He is when he wants to be. Hmm? No, you don't
What
care
was
anymore.
he trying to say? That a Bible? He said a Babylon got saved from hell. What was he saying?
No, he's saying
I
we don't know what hell is like because I was asking him if it's okay to have infinite torture for a finite crime. He was like, "Well, we don't know how long people can be in hell for." I said, "Oh, so people make it out of hell?" He said, "Yeah, it's in the Bible." Oh, okay.
oh oh wow. So that's what he went to look for. Oh, don't 666. But I thought he was looking for the name of a person that got saved from hell.
That was the person he was talking about.
Oh, he was saying it was in the Bible
Hmm.
that. Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So I don't know if maybe he found the answer and realized it was dumb to come back and say I was wrong or what that situation was, but there's only one story in the Bible of a person in hell, right?
He wasn't even in hell. He was in Hades, so the in
Well,
between.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, that's the only one that I can think of. I don't think
Yeah,
there's
because
another
this
one.
originally I thought he was going to be talking about the souls trapped in purgatory, but either he was wise enough not to do that or forgot about it.
Then I heard him say to you, "You got to, if you want to learn, you have to listen," or something like, "This is why you can't learn." What they
Yeah,
really mean is, "Let me gaslight you."
absolutely. Don't think about what I'm saying. Just accept it. This is why you don't learn. You don't just accept things. Damn, that's what they think learning is.
But Raj, what's the other story of people in hell? What's the other story, Baraj?
W666 across the board.
Ooh, that's a screenshot. Well, do you know the other story also
This 1 Peter that they're talking about.
of people in hell?
Mm. That man just gave a book, not even a chapter, not even a verse. Like, I don't know.
Jesus preached to?
No, the somebody in the comments, Barrage said there's two stories of people in hell in the Bible.
Yeah,
I
he said
know.
First Peter, but I don't know
Oh, First
where.
Peter.
Is that? Yeah, I don't know. That's the only other one I know of, but
Soy, I'll be right back. Soy, can you brush your teeth real quick? I just did. Okay. Hey, sorry, I'm getting my kid ready to school.
He good.
Um, yeah. So, I think Luke 16 is what you guys were referencing, right? The rich man and Lazarus. Yeah. So that's one, and then the other one is I think it's First Peter 1 or 2. I can't remember which one, but it's one of those. And it talks about what happened for the 3 days that Jesus was in between his crucifixion and resurrection. And it says that he descended into, I think Thinker used the word, I can't remember if it's
In
Hades
Hades,
or Tartarus, or it's
to the underworld. Like he went to the underworld.
yeah, and it's but it entails like the entirety of I think David calls it the pit. On one side you have what's known as paradise or Abraham's bosom, and then there's like a big a chasm or like a canyon that separates the two, and the other side is oh, I don't know. I can't remember if that word in the Greek is Tartarus or not, but it's where the condemned spirits are. And it says in First Peter that Jesus went down and he addressed the side with everyone who's condemned. And all I can remember offhand is that it says he made proclamation to the imprisoned spirits or souls, but says specifically that it's to the people during the age of Noah who
That were lost to the flood, right?
yeah, that's
yes.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
not hell though.
that's not hell. They were
What?
in purgatory because before the
It
law, they didn't have anything to put them in the heaven or hell for.
it actually just refers to Sheol. Like the pit just refers to the grave. Yeah, it's not hell.
yeah.
Well, okay, we'd have to dig into a whole lot of theology, which I don't really have time for, but my understanding of at least my eschatology is that
Shouts out Tamar, I appreciate
it would
Like the word that David uses for pit is shakat, right? Which just refers to Sheol. It's just another word for Sheol. So if you're saying that, if you're referencing David and saying that that's where Jesus went, he just went to the grave, to the underworld where dead bodies were, or like not hell.
well, what do you mean when you say hell?
What do you mean? What do I mean when I say hell? Like
Although there's a good,
what it defines hell, fire, the lake of fire.
yeah, that's different.
Well, that's what we're talking about.
that's
Do you
yeah,
see
that's
the
what we're talking
fire
about.
on the screen?
Oh, okay. Well, that's Revelation. That's a future event.
That's what we're talking about, though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I guess we just interpret it differently then.
Or you
Interpret what?
weren't privy to the conversation that led up to that.
But also, what are we interpreting differently?
Well, the way I understand it, and I guess it depends on where your eschatology is, because this is, you know,
No, I'm asking, like, what are you saying that we interpret hell differently?
um, well, not if we're explaining how it is at the time of it, you know, being people being there, or I guess angels,
What?
people being there, because Revelation explains it as a lake of fire, but First Peter and Luke 16 explain it different.
It doesn't
So
call. First
there's
Peter does not use the word hell. First Peter is saying that these spirits were in prison, right? Um, like literally, if he's referring to the people at the time of Noah, that would have just been Sheol, because they didn't have a concept of hell in ancient Israel before the Hellenistic period. So, like, yeah, it
so,
doesn't say hell. You're reading your theology into First Peter, because it doesn't say hell.
so do you think that people will not enter into the lake of fire?
I don't believe in this. But that's irrelevant to what we're talking about, right? Like, you said that there were two times in the Bible, right? That two stories about a person in hell. That's what you said, which means that you are saying that First Peter is referencing hell, but it's not. It does not say hell. It doesn't say Hades. It says spirit in prison. And then you brought up David in the pit. If you're comparing this to the pit that David talks about in Psalms, then David is talking about Sheol, because he uses Shakot. So that again isn't hell.
Okay, well, I guess I'm not talking about what you guys are referencing specifically. To me, what David says and what is rendered in First Peter and Luke 16, all synonymous. But what Revelation depicts is not the same. But that's a future event. Does that make sense?
Literally in Luke 16, the person in that the rich man is talking to is asking for water to be put on his tongue.
Yeah.
Yeah, because he's obviously in a place that's hot, right? Like, he needs to be quenched. And he says, tell them, do not come here. Let me go tell my family, do not come here. So that is to, the author is painting a picture that this person is in eternal torment, right? So, like, but what First Peter is talking about here, if he, like, because he references the times of Noah, at that time there was no concept of hell, right? And in Psalms, when David talks about the pit, he's just talking about the grave. They, in ancient Israel, they believed once you died, that was it. It was just the grave.
I don't think so.
Yeah, if you can show me prior to the Hellenistic period, where they believed in eternal flames and fire after you die.
Oh, no. Okay. Well, when you say grave, do you mean like virtually an agno or a atheist sense of the grave?
I mean, the grave, dead, Sheol.
So yeah, you're in the ground and that's it.
Yeah,
That's
show me that they believed that there was life after death. Like, if you could show me that they believed that the soul lived on after death, then yeah, like, can you show me that prior to the Hellenistic period?
in. Let's see. Hold on, let me grab my Bibles. It's Second Samuel. I can't remember where this is. You're familiar with the story of David and his naughty act
Yeah.
with Bathsheba and his son before Solomon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh man.
Do you know when Second Samuel was written?
When?
Yes.
Oh, I don't remember the date.
It was written after the Babylonian exile. Some of it was written during the Babylonian exile and after the Babylonian exile. That would be during the Hellenistic period. So, like when I'm talking about the time periods, I'm not talking about time periods in the Bible. I'm referencing because a lot of these texts were not written
in
at the
order.
time. No, they weren't even written at the time of the stories that they're telling. Like, for example, the story of the Israelites in Egypt, right? They were not written at that time during the late Bronze Age. They were written after the Babylonian exile, or like sometimes between the 7th to 6th century BCE. So,
Oh, I see. Yeah, I
yeah,
don't think there's a text that's before that period.
that's my point. So, like, a lot of you see the influence of the time period that the text was written. You see the shift in the scriptures, and can see when they started introducing the spiritual ideals of the people that they were occupied under in their writings.
The only one that I could think of, but I don't think is going to take place before that age either, would be Job, where Job, oh man, I can't remember what he says. All I remember is that he explains the location of hell, which is in the center of the earth, but I don't think he doesn't say hell. I think it's pit, just like David says. So yeah, I don't think there's anything else before that.
The ancient Israelites didn't have a concept of hell like that, like how Christians, like later Christian theology teaches it. That was not an ancient Israel teaching or belief.
So you think okay, well, I mean, I know you know a good deal in that Jewish theology is a good deal different from Christian. But I think Jesus illuminated a good deal. Well, obviously he illuminated a good deal to people, but that's kind of the divide. They don't really follow what Christ says to the T, and we do. So I think
Do
Jesus just gave us more information.
you do? You follow Christ teachings to the T?
Well, to the best I can, best of my ability.
Oh, well, that's a little bit different than to the T.
I mean, I believe what he taught in its entirety, is I guess how I should say that.
So when he was talking about stoning kids, do you agree with that?
What do you mean? You're going to go somewhere else and I got to get a kid to school. I don't know if you heard me say that at the beginning.
I did, but you stayed up here this long, so I was curious if you thought what were your thoughts on Jesus talking about stoning children?
Which verse?
Um, where is that? It's where he was talking to the Pharisees, and they asked him, "Why don't your disciples wash their hands before they eat?" And he said, "Why don't you stone them kids?"
What verse is it?
Hold on, I'm pulling it up. Mm, was it Matthew? Matthew 15?
What? Wait, what? Book and chapter and verse?
Well, I've given you two of those. I'm still looking for the verse.
You gave me two of what?
I gave you two of those, and I'm looking for the verse.
What book though?
Absolutely.
I don't know
So
where you are.
I said Matthew 15. I don't know if you didn't hear that.
Oh, Matthew.
And if you look at, honestly, you could just read 1 through 7.
Matthew 15. What?
You could read 1 through 7. If you're feeling real spicy, you could read 1 through 9.
Then some Pharisees and teachers. Oh,
Oh, okay. Oh, I'll just read it out loud for the class. Then the Pharisees and scribes came to Jesus from Jerusalem and said, "Why do your disciples break the tradition of the elders? For they do not wash their hands before they eat," which is just sanitary, even if it's not tradition. It's just good for you, right? He answered them, "And why do you break the commandment of God for the sake of your tradition? For God said, 'Honor your father and your mother,' and whoever speaks evil of father or mother must surely die. But you say that whoever tells father or mother, whatever support you might have whatever support you might have had from me is given to God, then that person need not honor the father. So for the sake of your tradition, you nullify the word of God. You hypocrites. Isaiah prophesied rightly about you when he said, 'These people honor me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. In vain do they worship me, teaching human precepts as doctrine.'" Jesus was referencing a particular law in the Old Testament about unruly children and how you are to bring them to the gates and stone them till they kick no more. You agree with that? You follow those or no?
Well, I was looking for the part where you referenced Jesus talking about stoning children. I did not. I missed it if you read it.
Are you unfamiliar with the law that he's talking about here?
I must be, because I didn't see it, didn't read it. So you're saying Jesus referenced an entirety of a law, but he isolated a piece of the law here?
So I guess we should read the law.
Well, hold on. You're not displaying Jesus talking about stoning children. It doesn't even say the word children or stone in everything you just read.
Uh-huh.
It literally says that Moses says that they should die the death. What is that?
Deuteronomy. Yeah, it does say that literally, but we'll go to the actual law so we can see exactly what he's referencing. And then you could tell me whether or not this was different than what you hoped it means. Rebellious children is the subtitle for this one. This one's going to be Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 18 through 21. If someone has a stubborn, verse 18 through 21. If someone has a stubborn or and rebellious son who will not obey his father and mother, who does not heed them when they are disciplined, then his father and mother shall take hold of him and bring him out to the elders of his town at the gate of that place. They shall say to the elders of this town, "This son of ours," place, they shall say to the elders of this town, "This son of ours is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey us. He is a glutton and a drunkard." Then all the men of the town shall stone him to death. So you shall purge the evil from your midst, and all of Israel will hear and be afraid.
Okay.
So when Jesus says that you guys are making the word of my God, of my Father, null and void, because he's saying, um, you guys, instead of doing what God commands, allow your children to be bought instead of destroyed, like the command says, you are nullifying the word of God. You're not following what he actually said.
I think it's also important to bring in, like, anytime this God would command them to stone somebody as a punishment, it was to purge the evil from the earth. And
Hmm.
so Jesus is saying, instead of you purging the evil from the earth and getting rid of these dishonorable children, you are allowing them to pay their way out of their penalty, out of their punishment, and you're nullifying the law when you do that.
Do you agree?
Agree with what?
Jesus.
Agree with what of what Jesus said
The entirety of what Jesus said.
in this chapter?
I,
You're saying in chapter 15, what you just read?
this is the extra work that frustrates us because, like, it's disrespectful, right, for you to, like, allow us to, for him to go to the scriptures, right, read them. We give a detailed explanation of them, and then you go, huh?
Well, okay, that might be disrespectful to you, but what's
It
disrespectful
is.
to
I'm
me?
saying that's just. I am telling you what's disrespectful to me. I am telling you that. I can't tell you what's disrespectful to you. So when I say it's disrespectful, I am speaking for me.
Okay, and I am telling you what is disrespectful to me,
I
which
didn't
is,
ask you. You are on our
nor
stage.
did I. Didn't ask you either.
You are a guest on this stage and we are host. You came up to participate in our conversation. You are being disrespectful and you are wasting the host's time. He read two scriptures to you and your response was, "Huh? What?" If you're going to waste anybody's time, go waste your own.
What's even more funny is that he got up initially and he didn't even know what you guys were talking about.
Hmm.
And
And I gave him grace.
instead of leaving then to go get your child ready for school because you kind of had egg on your face, you persisted. You did what a man does. You persisted. Instead of you leaving then, because you had no idea what the conversation was when you initially came up. None at all. You didn't know what they were talking about. You just decided to come up and offer your 2 cents on something you had no idea what was going on. You could have left then, but instead you persisted for no reason. You don't have to do this. It's not mandatory, not necessary. It is literally not necessary. You got a child to go get ready for school. Go get him ready. Make sure his teeth is brushed, everything. Go do your job. You don't have to be here. But yet, for some strange reason, you insist.
I find it hard to disagree with Lawrence on that one. I don't know. Usually I'm pretty short with people, but I figured, hey, if he's gonna at least try to engage with the conversation, he can be up here. He has no idea why we were at the point in the conversation that we were at. But I'm trying, fuck it, I'll be nice. But it just sucks when you go out of your way to be nice to a stranger, and then the stranger decides to be disrespectful. And then when you bring that up, bring it to the attention because you would assume, oh, well, if I tell them that this is disrespectful, maybe they can respect me enough to say, you know what? I did not intend that. I apologize. Let me change that behavior. But instead, somebody that's filled with the Spirit of God is going to say, yeah, well, fuck that. I don't care.
No, what he said was, let me tell you about my feelings instead. Let me make the conversation about me instead. Let me tell you what I don't like about you instead.
And he literally could have left when he realized he wasn't talking about the same thing you were. He could have said, well, you know what? You guys are right. My bad. I'll talk to you later. And go get my child ready for school. But no, I'm going to send that motherfucker to his mama and I'm going to sit here and talk shit with y'all. I don't even know if that nigga still got cream on his teeth. But, fuck that. I'm going to sit here and be loud, long, country, and wrong with y'all.
Cream on his teeth is crazy.
Yeah, my son's been ready for school, so he
Hey,
can
get
put
the
that
fuck.
smoking
We
gun
don't
away.
care. We don't care. We don't
Hold on.
care.
He been
You
ready for school, but you just said that you were getting him ready for
remember
school?
I told you I was getting my son ready. I couldn't really stay long.
But he's been
I
ready
guess
for
the
school
mama
already?
got to do everything and take him to school too.
No, that's been me for the last 15 years. Nice try, though.
Okay, well, I'm gonna do it. I thought you said you had to do something with your
You getting
15
a
stupid mouth.
15
years?
year old? You getting a
15
15
years?
year old ready for school? The fuck?
Yeah, I have more than one kid.
Go do what you do. You mean to tell me it's 8:19 where I am, right? You got more than one kid and you sitting here fucking with her. You got more than one kid to get ready for school, including a 15-year-old that don't know how to brush his teeth. And you over here fucking with her.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Lord.
All right, I'm gonna get out of here because this gaslighting is insane.
Sir,
You
get
don't
out of
even know
here.
what
You
Get
don't
out
know
of
gaslighting
what
is.
here.
gaslighting is.
Yes, you have no idea. Just get out. Just get out.
Gaslighting is you sitting here asking for scripture, being read scripture multiple times, and then you answer it, huh? And then when someone says that's disrespectful, you want to tell them about what's disrespectful to you and switch it to how you feel and, basically insinuate that their feelings are invalid. That's gaslighting, right? So maybe look up the word before you start using it.
Thank you, Ria.
Now go ahead and pull that plank out your eye, buddy.
Okay, have a good day, you guys.
Have the day you deserve, man.
I guarantee you, if he is married, that's the shit that he pull on his wife.
Yep.
When she,
Yep.
yeah, she'll say something and he'll say, "Well, it's disrespectful to me that I've been the one changing diapers for 15 years."
I had to get up and watch a 15-year-old brush their teeth. Fucking weird, man. I gave you grace.
Even then, even then, how do you do that without like with no like you're not even helping them out? Like let's just say yes, this 15-year-old needed help. Not once did he while he was on mute or anything, not once did we hear him say, "Hey, hey, brush this side. Do it this way." Where's the kid that you're supposed to be helping? Not once did we hear one of them kids that you were supposed to be helping.
One whispered like at the beginning, but after that,
That
like
was
there was
it.
no contact with any child that he may or may not have. So I don't know. Yeah, you're right.
Because he does what most married men do. They let the woman take care of it.
You're right.
They let the woman take care of it. It's the same
You're right.
thing I've been doing for the last 15 years.
Or the 15-year-old, "Hey, help your brother get dressed, help your sister get
Hey,
ready."
Absolutely.
Like what?
And you better not tell your mama I said that.
Exactly.
at least
Absolutely.
something, to indicate that you are like working with kids. Like you just lying through your teeth.
Just a lie. Crazy. Um, all the smoke, are you a Christian?
No, I'm not a Christian. I do
Oh,
want to
okay.
answer the question on the thing. Why would God
Do you
create?
believe in God?
Um, I believe something created us. I don't know what it was, or I
Is it the
couldn't
God of
answer
the
that.
Bible?
No, I don't. I don't think the. I hope the God of the Bible didn't create us because if it did, we in trouble. That's
Okay, yeah,
my
so I'm
stance.
looking to have conversations
My
with people that believe in that God.
yeah. I was going to drop down. I just wanted to give you my perspective on what I think about the question you had.
That's crazy.
How would you do that? How?
That's crazy. I don't know how women live in a world full of men because honestly, I would go post on every single one of y'all motherfuckers.
And
Listen,
that's
I
it's
why
a
I
honestly
don't
think this is
entertain.
my fault because they think because I take all perspectives that they can go on every last one of these lives and
Right.
like every live ain't set up the same. Like you got to respect
Absolutely.
the rules of the live you're in.
How would you like? What perspective are you about to give? Like, is it more of like, oh yeah, I agree with y'all perspective? You can do that in the comments, y'all. Like, especially if it's in a live where they're asking for opposition. You just want to come up and tell us that, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all, come
Yeah,
on now. You can do that in the comments.
That goes for you too, Theo, because you shouldn't have been on the stage earlier either. But I love you. But that goes for you too.
We definitely want, we want y'all around and participating and stuff, but there's no conversation to be had if we're just like, yeah, yeah,
the
yeah,
thing is,
like,
he's still in the comments, sir. Go get your creamy tea children ready for school.
that's insane. Angel
Why are you
investor, are
still in the
you are
comments?
you are you beyond mathematics?
He is. That's the same person. That's the exact. The Mucinex man is back.
Yeah,
That's
why
the
why
exact
why are
same person.
atheists so sour?
That breath sounds sour.
Ray,
You
you seem
When
like
when
you
have you tasted
right.
one?
reindeer
That's my
sounds
question
sour.
next. That
do
when
you
have you
guys
tasted one, huh?
Exactly.
I could
do
tell
you
because of that
guys suck
dumbass
on a bag of
1% that you
lemons
put in
before
the
you
chat a
come
while
on?
ago.
That fucking exactly. That
It's like
fucking
you
breath
guys eat a
sounds
bag of
sour.
lemons before you come
That
on.
breath sounds sour.
You guys, like you
Always
guys, eat a
does.
bag of lemons before you come
Slimmy.
up.
That shit
Why are you
sounds
so angry
slimmy.
about other people's belief? You so angry about God and claim He
Cool.
doesn't exist.
Cool.
Why He
Let me
takes
tell
up
you
so much
something.
of your time?
Let me
You
tell you
guys
something.
have no
Duh.
life.
Yeah, I
Who's
can
angry?
explain. I can. No, that's okay because
You guys spend
I
all
am
your life
angry. Shut
obsessing
up. Shut
about
up. I'm
God.
talking. Shut up. I'm answering your question.
Let me finish my.
Shut up. I'm answering your question. I am angry because all of you, and I'm talking about black Christians,
Oh,
don't realize that the belief that you hold continuously keeps us at the bottom of society. Your limited beliefs that you hold in your brain, that you spew out of your mouth, continuously keeps black people at the bottom of society. Y'all have belief in a God that doesn't do shit for black people. And then people like you go around from street corner to street corner, from church to church, from TikTok live to TikTok live to make sure that black people never ever gets free from their slave master God. So yes, I am angry and I'm never going to shut up about it. Now, you happy?
Yeah, because you spitting on people like Mamie Till, Coretta
Uh,
Scott
and
King,
Give a
all
and
of the
fuck.
powerful black
Yeah.
women.
and
Hold on,
and
shut up
Yeah.
for a
and
second.
they were
Shut
wrong.
up and let me
They were
respond.
wrong. You
Now
don't
you gonna
have the
shut
power
up
that
and
I
let me
have.
respond.
You
They
are
were wrong.
powerless. You don't have the
You are
power that I
spitting
have.
on
You
black
can't
women.
quiet me like I can quiet you. You don't have the power that I have. And
You
they
are
were
spitting on
wrong.
black women.
And they were wrong about
And
this
guess what?
God.
And,
Disgusting human
and
being.
guess what?
You are spitting.
And Coretta Scott King couldn't stop her husband from sleeping with that white woman. So God couldn't stop
Amen.
her husband from sleeping
Coretta
with that
Scott
white
Amen.
King.
woman.
You
God couldn't.
Amen.
silly
God couldn't keep Martin Luther King from sleeping with this
shows
white
how
woman.
horrid
I know
atheists
one
are.
thing. He couldn't
Listen to
keep him.
them.
He couldn't keep
They
him
just
fucking.
mad.
He
They
couldn't
just
keep him from
spitting on
sleeping with that
Emmett
white
Till's
woman.
mother.
She
Listen
couldn't
to her.
pray. She couldn't
Listen to
pray.
her.
She couldn't pray
Raging
for that.
against Emmett.
She couldn't pray for that. I know one thing. She couldn't pray hard enough for that. She couldn't say get off of that fucking snatch. She couldn't say that. She couldn't say get off that powder pussy. Did she pray for that? 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 That's all I want to know. Did she pray for that and did it work? Did she
you
pray
know
for
the
that
answer
and
to the
did it
second.
work?
You know the answer to the second question.
Mute.
Did she pray for that and did it work?
It's a reason
Because obviously not. Because the FBI was following him around. The FBI was following him around, him and that white woman. It didn't work. It didn't work, Angel. It didn't work.
The way you can't
It didn't even.
separate the way you can't separate the work that these people did from their belief is ridiculous. You think because they did all the amazing works that they did, somehow we're just supposed to say, oh yeah, then your beliefs should be ignored. The fact that you're shut the fuck up, I'm
stop
talking.
rage muting.
The fact that you're over there serving your slave master God, we should just ignore that. We
You
should
don't. You
ignore it.
wouldn't have
Shut the
no
fuck
rights
up, I'm
without.
talking. I am talking, dumbass.
Uh-oh, he about to praise the
You
white
open your
man.
mouth.
He
You
about to
open your
praise the
mouth.
white man. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Angel.
You know he love
You
massa.
wouldn't have no
You
rights. You
He
wouldn't
love
have no
massa.
education.
He love
You wouldn't.
massa.
I wouldn't know that only 0.1%. I wouldn't be able to
We
say
wouldn't have
percent.
We wouldn't have Mucinex either. But we got it and you don't use it.
Why didn't this God protect Martin Luther King from
atheists
getting
are
shot?
rage
Why?
muting.
Where
Exactly.
was the God when Martin Luther King was assassinated? Where was he?
Where
Where
was the
was
God when
Angel?
Why?
Where was the God when Martin Luther King got
You know.
assassinated?
Why are you rage muting?
Answer the question.
Y'all are despicable.
Where was this God
Y'all are
when Martin
despicable.
Luther King got
Only one. Y'all are some
assassinated?
Y'all are disgusting human beings that have no.
You
your
can't answer
mama,
the
your mama. Yeah,
question.
you can't answer the
You
That's
are
about
question.
full of
You can't.
shit.
Yeah, you can't ever answer the question. That's
obsessed
all you do. And what's so funny is you talk
with
about us.
civil.
You talk about us, but you follow us around to every live. You change names. You go on different accounts. You follow us to every live. You follow
You
us
would
back and forth on every live. You get blocked and you change accounts. You follow us
there.
on every live. You are obsessed. You are
Atheists.
we are Mariah Carey.
They
You
rage
we are Mariah Carey and you are Eminem.
me.
Why are you so obsessed with us? You are
You
Damn.
scared to
obsessed. You are obsessed because we don't
Why
want to
you
hear that
so
phlegm.
obsessed with
why
me? God,
Because
I
we don't want to
wanna
hear that phlegm.
know. It's
That's
clear
black
all.
that you're obsessed with me, and
atheists
everybody knows your God ain't doing shit for you, and you
Mm.
just wanna
scared?
cry.
Uh.
You've been told a
You
stupid
so scared?
story, it's
What?
all a big fat lie.
Nah.
Oh, 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 oh,
Mm.
Hey,
obsessed.
hey,
The
hey,
crying, the
uh,
crying is
hey,
embarrassing.
hey, hey,
Hmm.
hey. Take it to the bridge. Take it to the bridge.
All right, Timberland.
Not as Mac comes up. Mac finna
I'm just
give
here.
it to us
Exactly.
I'm just
now.
here for the glazing.
It's over.
I'm just saying, like, why you follow us from live to live? You get blocked, you change names,
Niggas
you
are so
such a
scared.
sad,
Why are you so
you're such a
scared?
sad. Nobody is
Hey,
afraid of you. First of
Beyond,
all,
Scared.
first of
Beyond.
all,
Beyond.
first of all,
Beyond.
sir, you're a black man in
Atheists
America. Nobody is afraid of you, but other black men.
are you
Nobody is afraid of you, but other black men. You're a black man
you
in America. Nobody is afraid of you, but other black men. Nobody's afraid of you. The white people you glaze are not
1%
afraid
of
of you. They jail you by the thousands every
1%,
year for the littlest thing. They have no respect for you.
1%.
They have no respect for you, and you glaze their religion.
1%,
They
1%,
glaze your
1%,
religion.
1%,
That's what they
1%.
do. That's all you do.
Of
You
What?
I
glaze their
think
religion,
Oso
and
has
they have
something to
no
say to
respect for
him,
you
Lord.
at all.
Are you
None. None.
Hey,
I think
hey,
he's trying to.
so
I think he's trying to tell us how close he got to getting his degree.
Oh,
I got
1%.
1% of the way.
Yeah.
1%,
atheists?
1%.
Hey, look.
Atheists are 1% of black men and black people.
Hey,
Y'all
1%.
know that percentage. What
1%. Let me ask you
percentage
a
of
question,
y'all?
bro. What percentage of white people are atheists? Answer that.
The atheists that you follow, the white atheists you follow, is about three, maybe 3%. That's about the atheist.
3%.
That's who
Three
lead.
percent of
That's who
white
lead
people.
black atheists
Three
who
percent of
spit on
three
black
percent of
people.
white people. Three
About
percent
Your
of white people
mama's
are atheists.
stupid, bitch. Your mama's stupid for not letting you
They don't
run
have
down
that's
her
who
papers
leg.
on
lead you.
that.
That's who lead you dumb black
Your mama's
atheists.
stupid for not
That's who
letting you
leads you
run
dumb
down her
black
fucking
atheists.
leg. Your trifling ass
White
mama
atheists.
and your
White
absent ass
atheists.
daddy and your
White
absent
atheists
Answer the
lead.
father.
host. Can you
Yeah.
answer his question, please?
No, he can't.
I
He
can't.
just came up.
I
The
just
It's
thing
told
Hold
is,
you.
on,
no,
Lord.
no, no,
It's
no, no.
about
You just
listen.
no. You actually just came up here to call us names. You follow us
Oh,
from
here,
live. You follow us from live to call
hold
us names. So I'm gonna give you what you want,
you
Flemmy.
the
I'm
number.
gonna give you what you want, Mucinex man. I'm
Let
gonna
me
give you what you want. You wanna play games and call names, bitch? I'm the best. I'm the master. I'm the master. You want to play games and call? No, you don't want to give numbers. You want to call names, bitch. So I'm gonna play with this mute button all motherfucking morning. I'm gonna play. I'm not scared of the numbers because
Also,
I don't give a fuck
what was
about you.
the follow up question you asked him?
there.
Huh? What's the
Also, what
follow up
was that
question,
follow up
host?
question you asked him?
Oh, I was wondering if he was tying religiosity to like success in the world. I'm trying to get to the reason why he keeps crying about that 1%.
They scared. It's simple. I tell you why I keep talking about 1%.
No,
Because
no, 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 no,
atheists
no,
have been
no, no,
spitting
no,
in the
no, no, no,
wind
no, no, no,
for
no, no, no,
for
no, 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 no,
years,
no, 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 no.
saying the
Angel,
same
Angel,
thing.
Angel, Angel. Damn, I forgot
See,
your other name.
something is crazy.
Listen,
I'm telling you,
I'm
something is
Beyond.
asking
wrong with
you.
him. Something is
Yeah,
Beyond
beyond
literally wrong
stupid.
with
mathematics.
him.
Absolutely right.
Oh, I thought it
You
was
the
beyond
answer.
stupid.
I think it was beyond another M word that I can't say on TikTok, but it is D
Yes,
Rug related.
exactly.
Beyond mathematics.
Typical
So
angry atheist.
Yeah.
again,
Look who's angry. You know
what's the percentage of
who's
white
yelling and
atheists?
screaming. Yeah.
I just hold on. Can I answer the question?
What is the
If you're
percentage
gonna
of not
answer
of
it
white
without
Can
atheists?
all
I
the
answer
meta
the
comment,
question, loud
if you're
mouth?
going to do it, if you're going to do it
Loud
without all
mouth.
the,
Can I answer
you
the question,
tell your
loud
fucking
mouth?
mama she allowed. Now, see, that's what I'm saying. You're gonna keep getting muted. You can answer it without
To the
all the
question,
fucking meta commentary, felon,
Ray.
felon. You can answer it without all the meta commentary, you fucking felon.
So
You felon, you can answer. Can you
so
answer it without
scared.
all the? Can you? Nobody is afraid of you. You're a black man in America, bitch. You are nothing to be afraid of. You have nothing. You know nothing. You do nothing. You are a black man in America. Nobody is
Let
afraid of you. Nobody is afraid of you.
me answer the
Nobody.
question, loud.
Nobody. Well, bitch, stop
Let
calling
me
me
answer the
names, ho.
question.
Stop calling me names, you ugly bitch. And then you came.
loudmouth.
Without all the fucking meta commentary, bitch, felon. Without all the meta commentary, felon. You can answer
Host,
the question. If you don't want to answer it without all the meta commentary, you're gonna keep playing with me. That's what you're gonna keep doing. Don't call on the host now, bitch. You wanted to play, let's play.
if
You
you
wanted to play, you wanted to play, let's fucking play. You wanted to play, did it, let's play.
don't mouth
Let's play. Let's play, bitch. You want to play? Let's play. You want to. Nobody is afraid of you. You have nothing. You know nothing. You do nothing. Why would I
you're
be afraid of you? N- Nobody even keeps you in their calculations. You a black man in America. Nobody even calculates anything
angry,
for you. Nobody calculates anything for you. Nothing. Nothing. You're out of their calculations.
angry,
You're out of the school calculations. You're out of the education calculations. They write you off out of
and ridiculous.
everything. They write you off out of everything.
Sound
But guess what? You don't want to answer
is
the
the
question. You don't want to answer the question. You want to play with me. So let's play. You don't want to answer the question. You don't want to answer the question. You want to play with me. So let's play.
says you. you-
So
is-
beyond, do you know how to have like an actual conversation, or is this just like your whole thing?
Listen,
You keep yelling 1% in rage mute. Okay, but you keep yelling 1%. Do you not understand that?
she's rage mute. What else can I say? All she doing is hitting because she don't want to hear the truth. Some
I
people,
don't
I
care
know you
about you. You
atheists are
have no
scared of the
truth.
truth.
You have no
Let
truth.
me
There
answer
is
your
no truth.
question, host.
Hey, what?
You asked a
What?
question.
Talk to the host and
The
don't
three
talk to me.
percent. Listen, the demographics of atheism shows that most atheists are Asian. They live in Asian countries, by almost half of them. When it comes to white atheists, you might have around 3%. When it comes to black atheists, it's so horrible and so abysmal. It's only 1% of African Americans who are atheists. And I'll tell you why. It's
I
because
asked you about the
black
percentage of white
atheists,
people. I asked you about the
black
percentage of white
atheists,
people.
black, huh?
I asked you
Say it
about the
again.
percentage of white people that are atheists.
About 3%.
Okay. Are they supposed to be better off because of the fact that they have 3% or no?
No, it makes a black atheist, because I'm talking to black atheists now, look even worse
Well, we're making a
because it's
comparison
even
because you're
less.
you're hold on,
Because
hold
it's
on.
only one.
Hold
The
on so you
reason
can
why I say,
understand why I'm asking you what I'm asking you.
okay, go ahead.
You're saying that it's so bad that we have 1% that is not a monolith. They have
Hmm.
an even larger percent that is not a monolith, and they are doing leaps and bounds better than us. So
Hmm.
if we're going by the numbers, what do you think that suggests?
What I think that suggests is that black people who are atheists are ignorant. That's what I think it suggests. Because black people who are atheists are basically calling their brothers and sisters, the majority of black African Americans, stupid. They calling them soulless animals. They calling them hallucinating. All these people that's having these profound experiences and turning their life around. Atheists offer black people nothing. When
And you
people,
got
you
that from
have
the
people who
numbers?
are.
You
Hold
got
on,
this
let
from
me
the
finish my
numbers?
point.
You got this from the numbers?
Let me ask you a question.
Is
Do
this
you
based on
think
the
it's a
numbers?
hold on? Let me ask you a question.
Is
Do
it
you
based on
think
the numbers?
yes, it's based on the numbers. Let me ask you a question. Do you think it's a good thing when a black person who's a former gang member gives his life to Christ, becomes a pastor, and changes his life
and
instantly
starts
versus an
and starts
atheist
gaslighting older people out of their
versus an
social security
atheist? Oh,
checks?
let me
No, I
finish.
don't think it's a good thing.
Touching kids.
Yeah.
The
Nope.
thing is,
Atheists
Or selling
he doesn't
D-Rugs
even
through the church.
understand. He
No.
doesn't even understand your point. Your point.
do nothing for black
He
people.
doesn't even understand your point.
Do
He doesn't even understand your point because
nothing.
no, you don't. You don't understand his initial point.
Let me,
You don't understand his initial point.
if if
You
if
don't
the
understand
if
his
the
initial
if the
point.
black person thinks like you, who is a believer, then yes, I say they're stupid. If the black person who thinks like you is a believer, then yes, I call them a hallucinator. If the black person thinks like you and they are a
that's why
believer,
it's
then
only
yes,
1%.
I say that the person needs to leave this God and be get something else, because you are I can't even say the word because TikTok is getting sensitive, but you are Upit stay.
Black black atheists offer nothing to
He's like a
You know what?
cognitive
atheists offer nothing to the black
he's like a
community. You get
cognitive
angry.
Funny
You
is
get
Humper.
that
angry
Christianity has done nothing for black
with
people.
anybody
Christianity has done nothing for
follow.
black people. Christianity has done nothing for
These
black people. Christianity has done nothing for
women
black people.
offer
Oh, oh, that's the point. That was Oso's entire point. But because you have no self control, like a fucking black man, because you have no self control, right?
me.
Now,
Because
And
white men have to control y'all with batons and sticks and shit.
they have
You have no self control, right?
the
We
church.
know this. You have no self control. You haven't goggled the phlegm out of your throat this morning, or
Look
no
at
morning actually. I mean, you need to go in there and just goggle like you swallowing an ick day. You need some Listerine and gargle
Ooh.
like you swallowing an
Ishe
ick
essay
day.
all this way ik day.
Exactly.
Oh.
Like you gargling the ick day. You
Jesus
need some Listerine to get way back in that throat.
truth.
You need some Listerine to get way back in that
With
throat and clean out that
ace.
phlegm. That is years worth of Christian Christian octane phlegm.
Listen,
That's years worth of Christian octane phlegm in your throat.
Timber,
There's years the Christian unking in your throat.
sir,
That's years of Christian
you have
unking in your throat. You
have
got you got the Christian
you
update
have
so far
an
down your throat. You got umke. You got years worth
ass.
of umke down that throat. Years. Years worth of Christian
mm.
umke from
Atheist.
that Christian ignorance.
Aye
Black
umque.
atheist.
Exactly.
Aye umque
You got
ine oye o
years worth
three.
of
Angry
exactly.
Aye
atheist.
a day. Uye one wait aye
Atheists have
mx. Ayen say. Uye upit
Listen,
stay
the worst.
itch bay. Uye upit stay itch bay. Oye
very
ease
much
nay
so.
ofe
Very
oye
much
a
so.
gay.
Black
Aye all
Mm.
day.
Very much so.
atheists do that.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm. Mm. Think it said, I'm locked in.
What makes black atheists so angry? Why are black atheists
I just really want him to go say
angry
atheist
atheists?
ignorant. That's what I want you to do. Say atheist ignorant. Okay?
Typical
What I want you to do is say some atheist ignorant. I want you to say some atheist ignorant.
typical angry
I want you to do it
atheists.
so hard that you
Dion,
okay.
I'll cut you a deal, but you have to honor the deal. Otherwise, there will be repercussions. Can you abide by that term? Are those terms?
She stopped muting. She just raged me.
Okay,
See,
well,
see
here
what
are
I'm
the
saying?
terms.
The
Here are
term
the
is
terms.
don't say my name at all. That's the fucking term.
The first term is don't even reference lords. Otherwise, there will be repercussions. I'm gonna allow you to go on your rant, and at the end of that rant, which I will determine because I don't want you to filibuster. At the end of that rant, I'm gonna ask you a series of questions. Now, I will let you get your rant off, but at the end of that, you will answer the questions that I ask you. Can you abide by that? Okay. Again, just so we're clear, don't talk to reference or bring up lords. You may begin.
Okay, great. My whole point is this. There's a reason why black atheism only makes up 1% of the African American community. It's because black atheists spit on black people. They reduce black people to soulless animals. They offer nothing to the black community. You see Christians who feed the homeless, who help transform people's lives, who help make people's lives better. Black atheists do nothing but sit on their ass on TikTok and obsess about God 24 hours a day. You offer nothing to black people. You offer no help. You spit on people like Mamie Till. You spit on people like Coretta Scott King. You would have no rights if it wasn't for them, for black Christians. You would have no rights. But yet you sit on here, you spit on the memory of black people, and you offer nothing to black people at all. Plain and
So
simple.
thank you so much for your rant. Let me ask you a question about atheism versus theism. In the Bible, does God say you can have slaves?
What verse exactly you talk about?
I'm asking, do you know of any part in the Bible where it says you can have slaves and it's God talking?
No, there's no slavery in the Bible. If it was
There's no
slavery,
slavery in the Bible?
yeah, if it was slavery in the Bible, why are so many black people Christians? Tell me, if all the black people Christians, are all the black? Hold up, let me ask you a question. Now I didn't say nothing. Let me ask you a question, host.
You are
Do
so
you
You
think?
illiterate.
Let
You
me
are
motherfucker.
ask you a
so
question, host.
uneducated. You are so dumb.
Let me ask you a question, host. If
Go ahead.
all these black people who are Christians stupid? Do they read the same Bible? Do you think all these black people, like 75, 80% of black people in America, doctors, lawyers, uh, all sorts of all walks of
Don't
life,
confuse
1%
indoctrination with
are atheists,
stupidity.
75 to 80% are Christians. Do you think all these black people are stupid? Answer that question, host.
Thank you guys for
I
letting
think
me
they've
up.
been misled.
Could you answer that question?
One
I think they've
second.
been
One,
misled.
is it? Hey,
I,
So
Oso.
you say,
I,
Good
hold up,
morning, y'all.
I'm talking to the
hold on,
host.
Oh
hold on.
well, you can shut the fuck up because Thinker's talking. Wait.
I just have a question. Like, I know Coretta was married to Dr. King. I
Mhm.
know. Shut the fuck up. I know she was married to Dr. King, and I know she supported a lot of civil rights movements. But what rights specifically did Coretta Scott King help us get that we shouldn't be questioning her religious choices? I just want to know, because you this is like the second or third time you brought her name up. Like, what specifically did she help us get?
The right for him to use her as a human shield.
That
You said,
Yeah, nobody wants to
hold
hear
up,
you
the
talk
host.
for a second. I just wanted to say good morning.
Why?
Yes, yes, honey. Look,
Supposed to be
honey.
responding to Thinker.
Yeah,
The host did
just
not ask you a
The
question.
host said
No,
a
he did
question.
honey,
not. No, no, he
Angel.
It's
didn't.
only
No, he
one of
didn't.
me. Can
No,
I
he didn't.
respond to the
No, he
host and the
didn't.
thinker?
Thinker asked you a follow up question. So if you
Can I
can't answer
respond?
that, no,
Look,
you can't
listen.
respond.
You can
Yeah,
respond to
one
Thinker's
second.
question.
That's all I
But
wanted
after
to
Now,
Zena
do.
goes,
now it's only one of him.
What thinker?
Oh
What
my
she?
God. Is he, can
one
he hear?
second, after Zena goes, you can answer Thinker's question, okay? Thank you.
God fucking damn. I definitely just wanted to see. Definitely don't want to. Oh my
I mean,
fucking
goodness, y'all so.
God. Oh, okay. I just wanted a seat at the table. I'll make it quick because he doesn't have self control. Anyway, you guys, let's tap the screen. Let's share the live. We're at 144K. I really need to see that to go to 200. Also, I haven't seen any subs flying by, and I've been here for a little while, and that's kind of unusual for Oso. I don't know. Y'all don't like him or something? Don't be like me. Be better than me.
No,
Anyway, oh,
no.
shut the fuck up. Oh, sorry. I thought that was Angel. My bad. I'm sorry. My apologies. I was looking at my phone. My apologies. That wasn't a burn. That was just the truth. Anyway, you guys tap the screen, share the live, give the host, make sure you follow all of
The
the
chalet. The chalet. No. He's
Think of it.
ruined
Think of
it.
it. Think of it as exposure therapy, so that way, like, you know how to deal with it in the future. I feel like you might be,
Wait a
you
minute,
get
wait
what
a
I'm
minute.
saying?
Not
Just think of the
exposure there.
positive
What the
side, my
fuck?
brother. I got
You
you.
missed it. You missed it. My sister ain't Christ. What the hell
Zena,
is
you know
going
you
on?
wrong
What?
with Rio on my side. You know you
Right.
wrong with
That's why I said my
Now
sister
you
ain't
did him
Christ. What
dirty.
the
This
fuck
was
is
in public.
happening?
This was in public. You just did my man's dirty. I'm sorry. I can't.
God
This
damn.
was
She
in
said,
public.
suck a
4K?
dut.
Damn. He on
The
camera and
chalet.
everything.
you see what
No.
Bay
God.
you see what Bay said? Bay said atheists hurt each other.
Okay.
All right, I'm done.
Like, you
I'm done. I'm
proving
gonna
it
go back to
right.
my
Why
little
would you
corner
do
so y'all
that?
can fucking have it. Cause fuck y'all, niggas. All y'all who let him treat
Like,
me
what
like
if he
this.
started
Fuck him.
crying? He can't run here on camera. Like, damn.
That's
Look,
true.
the truth still set all of us free, and I want us to have freedom in this lifetime.
Uh,
Everybody,
uh,
please
are
tap
y'all
the
ready for
screen.
some
Yeah,
education?
you can go, Cut Nugget. You got it.
Cause y'all just spit on black
Answer my
people.
question.
Y'all,
Answer
Coretta
my
Scott
question.
King
What
said,
rights
hold on, let me
specifically did
answer your
Coretta
question.
help us get?
If you would listen, be quiet
Answer
and
it.
listen.
Go.
Coretta Scott King, who said, They were doing the will of God, her and her husband. Who
What rights did Coretta
hold up,
specifically? I
hold up.
don't want you to talk
Let me
about what Martin Luther King did.
let me
What
answer the
rights
question.
did Coretta Scott King
Yes,
specifically help us
she
get?
did. She
What
stood in there.
rights?
Hold up.
I
What
just want to
Coretta
know
Scott
if doing the
what
will
what
of God
hold
was
up.
fucking that
What
white woman.
Coretta Scott
Did
King
Martin Luther
did,
King think that
the
was the will of
person you
God when he
spit
was fucking
on
that
every
white
day,
woman?
what she
That's all I
did,
want to know.
you have no
Was
respect
that powder
for
pussy the
black
Okay,
will of
what
people.
did
God?
she do
What
though?
Coretta
What did
Scott
she
King did,
What
does
did
the
she
thing?
do?
What did
let
she
me
do?
answer.
Hurry up.
She
You keep
stood
talking
in
about shit
there.
that nobody asked you
You know
about.
what she did? She stood in there when people were bombing her home, when people were threatening her life,
What
when people were.
rights?
Can I finish?
I don't. What rights?
She gave what rights? They were.
Yes.
You don't have you don't drink out of separate water fountains. You could go in a
Coretta
restaurant.
Scott King did not help us.
Hold
Coretta
up.
Scott King did not help
Are
with
you
that.
totally
What
ignorant?
rights did she
You
help
are an
us get?
ignorant person. You
Yeah,
are an
you
ignorant
know why
person.
you're stuttering? Because
You
you're
are
saying some
spitting on
shit
black people.
that you don't. You're saying shit that you don't even know what you're talking about. You have not studied shit. This is a
Ignorant
script.
person.
This
You
is a
spit on.
script that you wrote down that you said, "Oh, this gonna get him. This gonna
What did
get him
she
right
do?
here." Like
You
you don't
spit
even know
on
what the
Coretta
fuck you're
Scott King.
talking about. Where the Holy Ghost at?
Super King,
Where the
super,
Holy Ghost at?
super King.
That's how you sound.
All he knows is one thing: Coretta Scott King and Mamie Till. He just knows two people in the world. And I just
Yeah.
Hey,
wonder if the will of God was fucking that white woman. Did Martin Luther King pray to God to say, "Don't let my wife," and the FBI knew Coretta ain't no shit. The FBI knew though, because they was following him around. The FBI knew he was fucking that white woman. The FBI knew that.
She not talking about that.
Okay,
No,
and the
it's
Holy
yeah,
Spirit
then
didn't
I
even
told him,
help her.
I'm in love with the Coco. That's what he was saying
Hey,
back in the 60s. I'm
hey.
in love with the
wow.
Coco.
They listen
All
to
I'm saying is, all I'm saying is, I wonder if that was the will of God. The powder
1%.
put
This is why.
powder and the powder pussy was the will of God.
It's
Dash, did you come up here to do the thing that you do?
this.
Yeah, how you doing?
Buenos
Hi,
dias,
They,
buenos dias.
Bash.
Doing good,
Hi,
Bash.
Bash.
they disrespect the black community.
Hold on. Another
Disgusting.
person with a penis is talking. Hold on.
Disgusting atheists.
Hold on. Hold on. There's a
I
man
really,
talking.
I really came to ask like one question. I gotta run, but damn it, if it is the case that 1% of Black people are atheists, and it is also the case that Black theists are the cause of all the state of blackness, right? Because Black theists did all the work, right? Okay, then we would then have to conclude that when whatever failures we've accomplished, like in whatever ways that you are not happy with Black life, it would then be 99% the theist's fault.
Oh, that's a good question, Sebastian. You,
Oh, Daddy's
you
here.
let me
Okay.
let me ask you
She knows how to be
let
corny
me ask you a
with
question.
another
So
octave in
Let
his
me ask you a
submissive.
with
Look
another
at
question.
you. Fit
octave in
Can
his
I
fucking
respond?
voicemail.
feminine. Aww.
Can I respond? Let me ask you a
Another
Just
question.
giving you
octave in
your
his oath
kudos.
man.
That's all.
Can I,
Guys, let him talk to his dad.
Sebastian? Are blacks, since the civil rights movement, are blacks better off today not drinking in separate water fountains, not eating in separate restaurants, being able to go to theaters, all the things that Martin Luther King, Coretta Scott King, Malcolm X, all these people did for blacks to live a better life? Did they accomplish their
No.
goal
Give
by
me my
having
fucking
blacks
water
live a better?
fountains back. The
I'm
hell?
talking. Can I talk to the guy? Answer the question.
What the fuck I said?
Can I can, answer the
I
question,
answer the question. I
Sebastian?
answer the question. I really
Did they
yes,
do a good job, or
yes
did
they
they
did.
do, or did
Yes
they,
they did.
or was they, or
They did a great
did
job.
they do nothing,
They
or
did a great
was
job.
it worthless?
They did a great job.
You say what?
They did a great job, but that's not the question I asked.
That's my point. They did a
Wait,
great.
wait,
They
handsome.
did a great
I'm
job.
okay with
Thank
that.
you.
Like, you're right. Okay, but that's not what I
Thank
asked
you.
you.
But
That's not what I
why do
asked you.
black atheists
Wait,
spit
handsome,
on these
handsome. Come
black
on, baby.
people
Come on,
though?
baby. Come on, come on. I answered your question. Now answer mine.
He has a penis, in case you were curious.
Go ahead. Ask your
I had
question.
to ask my question. Think about what you did. That's what I don't like, Andrew. That's why I don't be wanting to talk to you, man. Because I understand you have a point. I get it, right? And I've heard this spiel 100 times. But when I ask you a question, you go back to script, but not you don't engage with my questions. And do you think that's fair?
Hold on, say that again. I didn't hear you say that.
Okay.
See, that's all.
Okay. When you ask me a question, I answer it concisely. I didn't go off on a spiel. You asked, did they do a good job? I said yes. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, okay. But when I ask you a question, you never respond to what I'm asking you. Do you think that's fair?
Did I not just respond to
No, no,
you?
no. You
Did I
responded. You
answer
did
your
not answer. No,
question?
no, no. You did not answer my question. You did
Okay.
not.
What didn't I answer?
I
Tell me
asked.
specific.
I asked if the black
Okay.
community is 99% theist and 1% atheist, then wouldn't it be conclusive that the state of the black community is 99% the fault of the theist? You did not answer that question at all.
I did
You
answer.
did not.
Let
What you
me tell
asked?
you how
No,
I
no,
answered
no,
it.
no. Your answer was
I'm
to
gonna
ask
answer it to
me
you.
a question
I'm
about.
gonna answer, Sebastian.
Okay, no, 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 no. Before you answer that question, now I've asked you another question. Do you think that is fair?
Do I think it's fair? Yes, because I'm gonna think it's fair because you just admitted that black people are better off.
And I
He has
So
no
absolutely.
idea.
if
That's
you
not what I
admitting that
asked you.
black, hold
See,
up.
you just
That's
did
not
it
what he
again,
asked
Angel.
you.
You just did it again. Okay. Do you think that it is
Son,
fair that when I ask you a question, you do not engage with it?
I do engage. I
You
just
do
did.
not. You said something completely separate from what I asked you. You did not answer my question.
Parse it out, Sebastian. Since you making this comment, parse out exactly how I didn't answer your
Okay.
question.
I asked
Explain
you.
exactly.
Okay, okay. Your response was these black people did something good. Okay,
Hmm.
but that's not what I asked you. I didn't ask you, did Christian black people do good things? I know Christian black people do good things.
But
sometimes.
your question was, is they better
I
off?
did not ask if
And,
anybody was better off.
That's not what he
and if they're
asked
That's not
you.
what
better
I asked
off,
you
That
at
is
all.
not
hold
what
up,
he asked you.
Sebastian.
That's not what I asked you at all.
You did say
That's not.
you
I didn't
said
even
it,
use the words better off. I
but
asked you, is the
Sebastian.
state of. I asked if we're giving all the success of black people to theists, then wouldn't the failures of black society also be 99% the fault of theists?
But I don't see the black society as failures.
Okay, okay.
I see that.
Hear me out,
Yes,
hear me out,
we
hear me out,
still
hear me
have
out, hear me out.
problems,
Let's
but
start
yes,
with the
we have
question
come a long
first.
way.
Answer the question first, and then you can move into your. The question is, wouldn't it be the same if 99% of our success, if 99% of our success is
Hmm.
because of Christian theists, then wouldn't 99% of our problems in the ways that we struggle, okay, wouldn't that also be theists?
How are you struggling?
Me
What are you
personally?
struggling? You ain't you singing? Ain't
No,
you singing records?
Personally, though, he's
How
not
are you?
talking about.
Hold it. Wait a
Angel,
minute.
Angel,
He's
Angel,
not.
Angel,
No, 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 no. He's not talking about
Angel,
personally.
Angel,
He's
Angel,
not talking about personally. He's
Angel,
not.
am I
Struggling,
He's
people?
Sebastian.
angel.
Angel, is my
Angel.
name people? Am I more than
You struggling?
Angel? Am I people?
You don't have to
Am
mute him
I
up,
people?
Bash. You don't have to
Eating
mute him.
better than
Am
anybody on
I
this app.
people? Am I people? Or
You
am I a
eating better
person?
than anybody
I
on
know,
this
right? I know,
app.
Angel.
How are
You're
you
right. You're right.
struggling?
You're right. Am I people, or am I one person?
So the black people are not better off?
I didn't ask if we were better
So
off. Handsome, listen
can,
to the
Well,
can I
what
give
question.
us can I
problems?
can I give a statistic
Name
right
a
quick and maybe that'll
specific,
help?
Sebastian.
Okay.
Give a specific. Because you live in
Hold
high
on.
off
Think is about to give us a specific. Go ahead.
He's fucking.
Okay.
I'm telling
the
So
you.
hold
problem,
on.
Sebastian.
Stop. Like if you want to engage authentically and honestly, the wealth gap between white households and black households. And keep in mind, 97% of black Americans believe in this God. 97%. Okay, that's one statistic. The wealth gap for white households, where only 60% of white people believe in this God, is $188,200 per white household statistically. For black households, the median income is $24,100. That is the wealth gap. With 97% of black households believing in this God, the median income per household is $24,000, where the median income per white household is $188,000. There's a statistic. Now you can engage with Bash.
Statistic. But the thing Sebastian said, he didn't say that things are absolutely perfect. He asked, are things better
That's
than
what
what
he
they
said.
were?
He didn't ask
And
that at
and and
all.
Well, I
and,
didn't ask
and
that question at
He
all.
yes,
didn't
Angel, I did
ask
not
that at
answer.
we
That's not
all.
what
have
I asked you.
listen,
That's
we
not what I
have
asked you.
ways to go.
That's not what I asked you, and I don't want to mute you, bro. but
We have
wait,
ways to
wait. You're
go.
not
And
Not
answering
what
that,
my
he
question.
said.
You're not answering my question, Angel. You're not being fair. Stop.
but it's better than
I
black
didn't ask what was better. That's not what I asked. I didn't ask that, Angel. Angel, I didn't ask that. And I want you to engage with what I'm asking you.
He's not capable of engaging because he doesn't listen. You can't
Sebastian.
engage with people when you don't listen to what they have to say. You cannot. It's not possible. He doesn't listen. He
You're
didn't come
living
up here
good,
to listen.
Sebastian.
He came up here to call
What are
us
you
names
complaining
and
about?
drop. That's what
What
he
are you
came up here.
complaining about, Sebastian? You
Damn,
can do
even
better
Base
than
Now,
that.
Journey
now he
just
says
switched
Sebastian
teams. Y'all
complaining.
see
Yeah,
that?
y'all.
Base
You're
Journey
complaining
has
good.
switched teams in the comments. He not even on both sides no more.
You,
He said he running the script into the ground.
He
Like
won't even answer the question. He's not capable. He can't answer the question because he hasn't thought past Mamie Till and Coretta Scott King. That's why he can't answer the
Sebastian.
question.
But keep in mind, bro.
It's
Keep in
not
mind. Keep in mind.
capable.
I don't want to. I don't want to put you down. I got to go to help some kids this morning. I'm literally putting my clothes on. I'm going to go teach some kids right now. Okay.
You living
turn
good.
your
You
camera
living
on.
good, Sebastian.
That's not
Thank
what I'm asking.
Christmas.
Angel,
That's
please
not the
listen to
point.
me. That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm. I didn't ask anything about me. I didn't ask anything about better. Okay. Okay. But she just gave you a statistic, right? Okay. If it is the case, if it is the case that to believe in God is somehow going to make black life better, this statistic, actually, the wealth gap has grown. At the day slavery ended, we owned 1% of the nation's wealth. The day slavery ended. Now we own 0.5% of the nation's wealth. Okay. All right. So we are in that regard, in just that one area. Okay. So since I don't want to talk about things on a swath, let me pick this one thing. Why is it the case that while theism amongst blacks has grown, the wealth gap has also grown?
You said the wealth gap.
The
No,
wealth,
the wealth gap
yes,
has actually
it has grown.
decreased.
The day that slavery ended, black people owned
No,
one. Listen to what I'm asking. Hold on, hear me out. The day that slavery ended, black people owned 1% of the nation's wealth. We now own 0.5% of the nation's wealth.
and how much was that 1% worth back then? And how much is it
1% of
worth
the
now?
nation's wealth.
Answer the question,
I'm telling you, it was
Sebastian.
worth 1% of the
Answer
nation's
the.
wealth.
Hold it, Sebastian.
Yes,
Don't run from the question.
I won't run. I won't
How
run.
much?
I
Hold
won't
up.
run.
Did back then
In,
when we
in
owned one
estimated
percent,
inflation, the nation was worth about $1 trillion at the time.
and how much is it worth now?
Well, now it's $48 trillion in debt.
And how much is 1% of that?
In the
You
debt?
don't want to answer the
No.
question.
I'll answer it. Let's say he.
Sebastian,
Okay, no. Hear me
why
out.
are you so scared to
Wait.
say
Listen, to what I'm saying.
black
I'm
people?
answering.
Shut the fuck up. You
I'm
like you're
answering.
taking him down a rabbit hole that is irrelevant to what he's asking
So,
Right.
you.
Well, no. I'm
Nothing
answering.
that you're asking
I'm
him
gonna
is
answer.
relevant.
I'm gonna answer it. We hold about a
then
trillion.
it's Sebastian.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm gonna answer your question. I promise you. Okay. Okay. Let's say that at the time we own, hold on,
Yeah,
hear me out.
see,
Let's say that at the time we owned $1 trillion of it. Okay. Let's say at that time, all of America is worth 100 trillion and black folk own 1 trillion. Let's say that right now, America is worth 400 trillion and we own 2 trillion. Let's say that's the case. The wealth gap has still increased. The buying power has decreased. The number is not what's relevant. The power is what's relevant in money. Okay? Okay. That being the case, go back to what I'm asking you. Okay. So even if the number increased, the buying power decreased. Okay. Why is that the case?
How many black millionaires were there back then, Sebastian?
Let's say there was
Over
only one, and
Give
now
me. Give me.
okay, let me answer.
Do you know the
Let's say there
statistic?
wasn't one. Let's say there wasn't a single one, and now
Let
there
let
are
let.
thousands.
He
How
gonna
many
keep
black
doing this.
Okay,
millionaires?
no. Listen to what I'm saying. Let's say there was
Answer
not
the
one.
question,
I'm answering it. I'm
Sebastian.
answering it. Let's say there were zero, and
Stop
now there are
running.
thousands. That does
he's
not
so
change what
fucking
I'm
ignorant, bro.
asking you.
He's so
How
ignorant.
many? Answer the question.
I
How
answered it.
many
There
So
were
black
fucking
zero. There
ignorant.
were zero. Wasn't one on the planet. Now there are thousands. Now answer my question.
blacks are doing
I didn't
better
ask if we were doing better. That's
He
not
didn't
what I'm
ask.
because
That's
asking
of
you,
not the.
Angel.
because
That's
of
That's
black
not
not what
his
I'm
history,
asking
question.
you. That's
because of
not
the
what I'm
civil
asking
rights.
you, and you refuse to engage in my question. Why do you do that? Why do you do that?
You failing bad, man.
I'm not
No,
failing. You're not
no,
answering my
you're not answering
question.
his question.
I did.
You did
No, you
not.
did
You
not.
asked me a question. You
Angel,
didn't
what is
answer
his
my question
question?
at
What is the question
all.
he asked you? What is the
By
question?
every
Repeat the
measure, black
no,
people are
no,
doing
No,
better.
sir.
that is not the
Repeat
case. I just gave you the measure. The measure
repeat the
is
question.
we now own 0.5% of our nation's wealth when we used to own a whole percent. That is a measure in which we are not doing better. So it cannot be the case that by every measure we are doing better. I just gave you one where we are not.
Angel,
Okay,
repeat
but
the
that's not even
question.
the question, though, Angel.
Repeat the question Bash asked you. Repeat it. What did he ask you?
Hold up. What's black purchasing power,
Sir,
Sebastian?
what did he ask you? I'm not
What
listening. What did Bash ask you? Repeat his question.
powers?
Repeat Bash's question.
Black purchasing power.
Repeat Bash's question.
Now they gonna rage me.
No, I'm going to, because I want you to repeat his question. I want you to repeat the question he asked you.
I answered his question.
No, you did not repeat the question he asked you.
Let me repeat it without
What
you
did he
raging
ask
me.
you?
He
Okay.
asked me to. He
Okay.
asked me.
What he ask? What did
Can
he
I
ask?
answer the question? My goodness, do you just babble?
Bitch, hollering at him. What did he
My
ask you?
goodness, this babbling atheist. Let
What did he
somebody answer
ask
the
you,
question.
Mucinex man? What did he ask you? What did he ask
Stop
you?
babbling. Let me answer and stop babbling.
Mucinex man, what did he ask you? What did he ask you, rerun? What did he ask you?
Atheist,
You know he's
Sebastian.
Lord, you know he's doing that so he don't answer the question, right?
No,
So
Yeah,
I
he's
know,
trying
I
to he's
know,
trying to
I
bait
know.
just
you.
ask it and
No,
don't say nothing else.
listen, rerun.
Like
What
if
did
you
he
keep
ask you?
saying stuff, he's just gonna keep eating it up. Like just ask him the
Mhm.
question and then don't say nothing else. He's just gonna keep peeking at everything you say.
No. Listen.
He asked me. He asked me if black if you should blame theists for all of the problems. If you credit them for, let me answer. If you credit them for all the successes, should you credit them
Twerk,
for all of
twerk,
the
twerk,
failures?
That
twerk,
what that
twerk.
hold
Why
on,
he's
wait, Angel, hold on,
why
hold on, hey
Sebastian?
bro, hey bro, real quick. I really
The
got this.
problem with your question is we have a 1.98 trillion purchasing power as black people.
Mhm,
1.98 trillion.
mhm.
Are you talking?
Where
Are
is that
you
money
nuts?
going? Is it going back to
We
black
have
people?
almost
No,
2
no, no,
Hold
no, no,
on,
trillion
no.
in
hold on,
Let
purchasing
him get
hold
it out.
on.
Let him
power.
get it out.
You
Let him get it out.
sound ridiculous.
No, no, no,
He's
no. Wait, wait,
You
wait,
don't
wait, wait,
think
wait. Angel,
Christians
Angel,
gave you that?
Angel.
Black Christians you spit on
I'm with
gave
you.
you that.
I'm with you on that. But that's not
That's
what I
why
asked you.
black
That's not what I
atheism is
asked you.
so
That's not what I
ignorant.
asked you, Angel. That's not what I asked
Black
you.
atheism
Angel,
is
that's
so
not what I asked
ignorant.
you.
You spit on that.
That's not what I'm spitting on. I said they did a good job, Angel. I said they did a great job. Didn't I say
Thank
that?
you.
Didn't I say that? Didn't I
I
say that,
rest my
Angel?
case.
Okay,
I rest my
that
He's
was
case.
so
not what
fucking
I
stupid.
asked you, Angel. Your
He's so,
case has been rested. We get your point.
he is
he don't deserve to be coddled
ignorant.
because he don't respect it.
I'm
Exactly.
Like
not.
he just
This is not
gonna
about
like.
coddling. I'm not coddling him. I'm
Y'all
just
gonna
saying,
get out of
answer
jail when you get to
my question. I get
100%.
your point. Your point is well made.
Tap the
Thank you.
screen.
Okay, great. You're proud. Okay, now answer my question.
How, is that not specifically answering your
No, no, no.
question?
I asked the
Explain
wealth
that.
gap. Listen, here's my question
Explain
again.
how that's
Let me
not
ask.
it.
Let me ask it again. Let me ask it again.
Look.
The day we got out of slavery,
Hmm.
we owned 1% of the nation's wealth. That wealth disparity has grown, has doubled, as a matter of fact. Okay, why is that the case? If being a Christian was somehow supposed to increase our quality of life?
If that's the case, because we have more wealth, Sebastian,
No, no, no. We
that's
have
why
more
that's the
money. We have more
case.
money.
We
We
have
have more
more.
money.
Let me answer. We have more wealth.
No, no,
We have
handsome. No,
more
no,
opportunity.
no,
We
no,
have
handsome.
more well-being. We
Handsome. You're
have
not.
more.
No, no.
You have
No,
more
you're not. That's not.
freedom.
I didn't ask if we
And
have
Sebastian,
more. That's
we
not what I
have
asked you.
more of
Listen. That's not
everything.
what I
Hold
asked
up.
you, Angel. That's not what I asked you. Listen to my question. I'm talking specifically to the wealth gap, not how
Yeah,
much do you have. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm not asking how
but
much
you.
money do you have. I'm asking about the wealth gap.
But Sebastian, let me explain something to you real quick.
Mhm,
If I got 1% of $100,000
mhm,
versus 1% of $100 million, I
mhm. You
have
have
more
more.
wealth.
That's correct.
So you can't not talk about the actual
But I'm
numbers.
asking about the gap, not
You
the
can't
amount.
talk.
Yes, I heard you
That's
about the amount. Listen to me, Angel. Listen to me. I heard you about
crashing,
the amount. I get you on
Sebastian.
the amount. That's
You're
not what I'm
crashing.
asking you. I'm asking you about the gap, not the amount. Listen to my question.
Think about where
Sebastian,
think about what this purchasing power that they talk about.
the
Who
gap.
controls it? Where does that money go? When black people spend $1.8 trillion a year, whose bank account is that going to? Is it going back to black businesses or listen? Is that money going back to black businesses, black to the black community, or is it going into other people's bank account, other communities' bank accounts? Where is that 1.8
Let,
trillion? Listen, where is the 1.8 trillion that's being spent a
hmm
year from
hmm
the black community
hmm
going? Where is it going?
Let me explain to you something about
Answer the
economics.
question. I don't want you to explain shit.
Listen, I'm gonna
Where's
answer
the
the
money?
question. The reason
Where
why
is the money going?
I'm telling you, let me
Just
answer.
answer. I don't want a reason. Where is it
Let me
going?
tell you. I'm gonna educate you real quick.
Where is it going?
The reason why
I don't want
most
a reason.
listen,
Where does the money? Whose bank account is it going to?
most of them, and that's a problem in the black community.
Whose bank account is it going
A
to?
lot of the money from blacks, they don't spend money in the black
Thank you.
community,
So
especially
that's
in
the wealth
TCS.
gap.
But
That's the wealth gap. That's what Bash was trying to get you to address.
but that
Shut
doesn't
up.
mean the
Shut
blacks
up.
don't
Yo,
have the
shut
wealth to
up.
spend.
Black
They don't
Christians
have the
spend
wealth to
money.
spend.
Black
Of
Christians
course.
spend money with
Listen,
other businesses that aren't black. They're giving money to
what are
mega
you doing for
churches.
blacks?
Shut up. And like Bash said,
What are you
if
doing for blacks?
97% of
Nothing.
black Americans are theists and the wealth gap is $16 for every dollar a white person makes, it's $1 to every black person, that is black theist fucking fault. That was
Thank
Bash's
you.
point.
You just made my point for me. That because of blacks theists, you have this huge wealth to spend. You wouldn't have it if it wasn't for black theists giving you your rights and fighting for your rights, you idiot. You wouldn't have those rights. If you spitting on black
You know
people,
what? You are
what's
absolutely
wrong with
correct.
you?
If it
What's
listen,
wrong with
listen, you're
you?
right. If it
You
wasn't
have
for
no
black
respect.
theists,
You
listen,
have
you're
no
absolutely
respect.
shut the fuck up. I'm about to give you your flowers. You're absolutely correct. If it was not for black theists teaching other black theists to aim for proximity to whiteness and to spend their money with white businesses while ignoring who they are, teaching black theists that they are only slaves and they only came from slaves, that not to support other black businesses. If it wasn't for black theists constantly saying, "This why I don't support black businesses," if it was not for black theists teaching other black theists to send their money to other communities, then you're absolutely right. It is on black theists.
Who was beaten and hosed in the street and kicked out of restaurants. The same black things you spit on, you disgusting human.
Yep.
Those same black
Yep.
things
You're dumb
who
as fuck. Are
bled
you
and died for
assuming? Are
you.
you? Is
Who
your
bled.
dumbass assuming? Shut the fuck up. Is your dumbass assuming that everyone in that fucking in that time was Christian? Are you dumb? Are you
It,
assuming that every single person that was in that dumb up? Shut the fuck up. Are you assuming that
it's
everyone that was
disgusting.
hosed down and sent and had dogs sent on them? Are you assuming that they were all Christian? Is that what your little brain
Atheists
is
are
assuming?
disgusting.
Is that what your stupid ass
Hey,
brain
welcome
is
back, guys.
assuming?
People
Is that what your dumbass brain is assuming?
for black people.
Yeah, you're
They do
obviously
nothing
dumb. You
for
don't
black
have a
people.
fucking
You are disgusting
you
human.
don't have a brain cell to fucking work with, obviously.
These are
Dummy.
Y'all let me know when you're done with him
Atheists
because
are
I
I'm
have an
done.
disgusting.
idea.
Fucking
Can I
waste of
drop?
time.
Oh, yeah, that was quick.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Lord, two bad dropping. That's
whoa.
what.
Who took him
Who
down?
took him
Who
down?
took
I
him?
don't know, but that's not what I
It was
meant.
me because
They
let me tell
kicked
you
me and
something.
ran
Let me
because they
tell you something.
disgusting
Let me
human.
tell you
I
something.
had
Let me tell you
dumbass children.
something. Let me tell you something. I
Human
listen. I can listen. I can talk
things.
whatever. But see, when he start calling names and shit, you big
They
fat
they
funky
they,
rubber
they
leg bitch. You and your
Well,
trashy ass mama. You and your trashy ass mama.
Also, is this your
And
idea?
your
mhm.
absent daddy. You and your trashy ass mama and your absent daddy and your investor.
are
That's why you're a felon
This is
because your
some
dad wasn't
diabolical
there and your
shit that
mama
you're
wasn't
about
there.
to
Light.
do, and I'm not here for it. I'm not
Miss
hearing none
So
of
Let's
this
like
shit.
the
what
live
Mister.
what we're gonna
after.
do
wow.
is
Did you hear that,
everybody's going
people?
to go on mute, and we're gonna let Theo and Beyond Mathematics have a little conversation. I think Theo said that he
Oh.
wanted to say something to him.
Oh. Also? Okay.
Yes, so to start off, why don't we talk about some of my history as a Filipino and how the Spaniards used fucking religion to control us? And then we have an idea that They have an idea to be the oppressors, and we become the oppressed. And so, what do you say? Are you up to that? Are you up to that debate against a Filipino?
Against you said that you were oppressed. Well, look, wait, you got people over there in Asian countries killing Christians. What are you talking about? What are you
Okay,
talking about? They over there
so
killing Christians.
please don't gaslight the fuck out of me.
What
You
are you
don't know
talking about?
Philippine history.
What are
You
you?
don't know Philippine history, bitch. Your
What are you
Spaniards, the
talking? You don't
Spaniards
know Black history.
came from Europe.
You don't know.
The
You don't know
your
Black
the
history. Like these
Spaniards
Black
came
atheists
from
don't know
Europe
Black
and
history.
slashed the fucking children and
Like
oppressed the shit. They even
yeah,
have churches that have all the multi-billionaire decor. Let's say the grand piano, the chandeliers. Oh my gosh! And even
and Black Christians
the priests are
help Black people
Oh, so
like
oppressive.
you
Oh
better be
my
Bible.
proud.
gosh!
You better be
Are you
proud.
gonna you gonna want to see Philippines? And great shout out to Jose Rizal for writing about the Spaniards'
How many
injustices.
Christians in
I
Philip?
dare you to
Tell me how
read.
many
I
Christians in
dare you
Philip?
to read
How many Christians in the
Noli Me
Philippines?
Tangere and El
How many Christians in the
Filibusterismo, good
Philippines?
sir,
Philippine man. How many Christians in the Philippines?
because we are
What's the percentage?
inducted.
What's the percentage?
Percentage, oh my gosh,
You don't
we
know. You
have
don't have no
we
clue what you're
have the
talking
world
about.
record we have the world record for the most Christians in Philippines. Thank you. I
Where
know
do
that for
most
a
hold
fact,
up? Where
but
do most
I can't give.
atheists? Where do most atheists come from in the demographics of atheism?
America.
No, over half of the
I can't say a
demographics
lot
of
of
atheists
countries.
are Asian. Come from because you have dictators over there that
Fuck
run
are you
countries
talking
and force
about?
people to
That is just
Wait,
and force
Miss
away
absolutely.
Zena, Miss
I'm
Zena,
Christianity.
sorry,
Miss
I'm
Zena,
trying to shut up, but god
Miss
damn, you
Zena.
letting Theo cook you like this, nigga? This nigga is cooking you
What?
like fucking Korean barbecue, bro. Like
What?
this is absolutely embarrassing for a nigga like you, and
He
I'm
ain't
talking
said
about
nothing.
you.
He talking about Philippines. Hold up. He talking about Philippines.
What the
He
fuck?
Oh
talking
my
about
gosh.
hold up. He talking about Philippines while you black
He's
atheists embarrass
18.
yourself.
He's eight.
He said
What are
The
you
Philippines.
talking
the
about?
person you were just
You
talking
black
to that just
atheists are
hey,
embarrassing.
shut up. The person you were just talking to that just ate your ass up,
You
that
gotta
just
run to
fucking
a
fried
Philippine.
your ass. He just cooked your ass. He's 18, by the way. He just embarrassed the fuck out of
18.
you.
He didn't say
He
his
just
You
Yeah,
just
name.
got
Angel
embarrassed
of
the
the
you
fuck
Deep,
just
out of
got
you.
Angel,
cooked
You are
Angel,
by an
bitch. I am a
18-year-old.
Filipino.
He
I
said
am a
nothing.
Filipino and I'm gonna
Black
roast your ass
atheists
like
are
a
embarrassing.
barbecue. I must sprinkle
You run
salt
into
on your wounds
Philippines because you
that
can't
Miss Lords
debate
have opened. And
because
you
you
know what?
embarrassed the black people.
We
You embarrassed
may
about your
have a
own
dictator,
He
people.
but
said
we
he
have,
gonna put
yes.
salt on your wounds, nigga.
Man,
Yes, I'm
salt.
gonna go
He
put
said
salt
that
in your
Lord's
wound.
open. He
So
said Lord's cut you open and I'ma season your ass.
You guys
That
are
shit,
embarrassed.
yes,
oh my
yes,
God.
that's for being
What are you
ignorant
guys?
about
What are you
Philippine
talking about?
history.
You
Philippine
guys
Oh
are
history,
my
yo.
embarrassed.
God.
Philippine history. You need to know more about Philippine history, you fucking
Why? Why do I need
ignorant
to know?
piece of
I know
shit.
about Black history,
Your argument
and
is
I know
so
that Black
far out of
atheists makes up
space,
1%
it's
of
so
blacks.
far out of this
I
universe
know
that we
about
can
Black
go
history.
reach it and grab it to go
I
observe
know
it.
about Black
Your
history,
argument is
Theo.
not
Do you know
observable
about Black
anymore.
history, Theo? Do you know anything about Black history? Because you Black
You
atheists don't
don't
know
know
about
shit
it.
about your history. Like,
These
shut
Black
the fuck
atheists,
up.
Look,
You
they
don't know
spit
I
on.
have
anything
been
about your
taught
history
I have been
These
either.
taught
Black
by Miss
atheists,
Tinker not
they
to go
spit on
deep
Black
into that
people.
topic because
Hold
I
up.
am not
Do
black,
you spit
but
on
I can talk
Philippines?
about my
Hold up.
Listen,
history the
rerun.
way I do
Listen,
because
rerun.
I have been
Spit on
educated about it.
Philippines like Black atheists spit on
I
Black
just
people?
no,
Who
we
the fuck are
actually don't. We
Filipinos?
actually
This
we
motherfucker said
Philippines. He's so
Philippines.
stupid. He's so
Black
stupid.
Black
What
Imagine being
what
Philippines.
that
chapter
stupid
Philippines?
and proud of it. Do you spit on Philippines? Imagine being this stupid
Black
Oh
and
my
Philippines.
proud of it.
gosh.
Right?
Hey,
You
I
Theo.
are
don't want
open
hate for my
Theo,
country,
stage
do you agree?
because
to
Hold up.
the
the
Do you agree
10,000th
with
Philippines,
Black atheists,
power.
Theo?
yeah.
Imagine being this
Do
foolish
you agree
and
with Black
proud of
atheists,
it.
Theo?
The
Amplified.
When they
felon,
spit on Black people,
we
do you
know the
agree with them?
felon don't know nothing because during his formative
Confidently
Theo.
years,
dumb.
he was out there breaking up fucking
Theo.
rock with a
Theo, do you
Okay.
agree
sledgehammer.
with Black atheists
Now
when they
this
spit
time
on
you
Black
guys can do
people?
the
Felon?
thing if you want. Now this time you can do the thing.
We know
Let
that
me
the
ask you, Theo.
felon doesn't know
Let me
anything
ask you,
because he was out there breaking up rocks. He was out there breaking
I
up
was on a work
rocks
call,
With
and I
black
think I
while
missed a lot of
atheists.
this. Does
everybody else
this
was in school.
does this goofy think that a half a percent is
Hey
better than
Theo.
a whole percent
Um,
Hey
when the
Theo.
raw
Let
number's
me ask you a
yeah.
higher?
He
question,
thinks.
Theo.
Listen, he
He
thinks
wants to
because
talk to
it's he
me,
thinks
guys.
because it's more money. He thinks
What
because it's
a
more
fucking
actual
absolute
money that
toolbox!
it's better. He's a
Bad enough for
jackass. He's a fool.
You'd
That's
be
why he
so
calls
about
it.
black
like
atheists who
that
spit on
is such
Well,
like
my
Yes.
ass
that
is
is
so
such like
eloquent that
elementary
you
school
are used
math.
to wipe
Yes. But that's
you
why
are
he calls
being
himself
used to wipe
beyond
my ass, and
mathematics because
you're
he's
gonna
stupid.
smell that shit. You're full of shit that even a diaper cannot hold you. Even the
Mm,
whole world cannot
mm,
contain all your dumbness because
mm,
as I said, it's infinite. Seriously, and you're
Mm,
talking shit
mm.
about me knowing my country's history. That's so fucking not. That's not cash money. That's not stocks in my market. That's not a good thing to
Theo!
invest in.
Wait, where did he go?
mm.
Theo, this nigga said that's not cash money.
That nigga said that is so not cash
He said
money.
that's not cat. Some fucking angel investor,
Y'all, I don't
bitch.
think y'all know how goaded that was.
Hey,
I
you,
didn't
hey,
think that
you
was
need to
hay off
be
a black
you.
tea
You should
talk
be
for
a
real,
proud
man.
father right now. Also,
Oh
Oh
my god.
goodness,
oh my
Theo,
gosh,
Theo,
Theo.
I'm gonna tell you
walk
this,
him
man.
down.
You typed in the comments, "Let me at that motherfucker. I want to talk to him." And it
Ah,
wasn't it wasn't until Mac hit me on the side and he was just like, "You saw what Theo said, right?" And I was thinking about it. And I was like, "No, I'm not gonna do it." But then I thought about it. And I was just like, "Fuck it."
that motherfucker
And let
know
me tell
two
you what.
people in history, Mamie Till and Coretta Scott King.
And
Can
Coretta, and
somebody,
right, and
can
not know what
somebody
Filipinos are
tell
called.
me
You
why the
spitting on
Lord,
them.
why the Lord, why the Lord didn't stop Coretta Scott King husband from glazing that white woman?
I realize it.
Absolutely.
Don't
Like
test the
I
Filipinos
realize like
because we
how
can rage the fuck out of anyone, and
We
while
know, we know,
in
we
video
know Theo,
games we claimed five championships.
like
we
Absolutely.
know
Theo,
I
Theo
I
realize
was
like
want to
ugly.
say,
how his brain works. Where like he looks down at whatever microphone he has, and it's just covered in like caked saliva, and he's like,
mm,
you spit on him. Because
mm,
it's like that's
mm,
his little reptile brain
mm.
made that association. He's like, oh spit, you
You right.
spit
You're
on
right. You're right. You ain't lying. Theo, I want to say I'm very proud of the fact that you had good reasoning. You were able to present your argument very well. And most importantly, you fried the fuck out of that guy. Okay. Lords opened those
With the
wounds and
seasoning.
you took just a fistful of salt and dumped it in that motherfucker.
Well,
And I appreciate that.
Oh,
yeah,
he's back on
well,
his
we're
script.
gonna have him for wait, what was it again? Lechon. You guys want lechon? We are serving up Angel Investor, cutting him up with a knife, and
Theo
then
said nothing.
let him
What did
digest.
he
Let him
say?
sit.
Nah,
Is
He
this
said
nigga?
Do you
nothing.
want to
who
be?
brought
Do
this
you want
goofy
to
back
be
up?
You
scared
Who
so
can't
brought
sit
him
bad
up
back
here.
that
up?
your
I think it
intestines are
was
coming
Rhea.
out of
Rhea,
your
why did
You
you bring him
can't.
ass?
up?
Rhea's a
They
chaos
so
agent.
scared of me.
You
Why y'all
can't.
so
You can't.
scared?
Sir, no
Said
one is
chaos in
afraid
her
of you.
mouth.
You're a felon. You're a convicted felon. You can't
Atheists are
even
so
go in most
scared.
of the
Not
buildings
a
I
single
come
person
in.
scared of
You
you,
can't
man.
even live in most
Guys,
of the
Why are
let's
buildings
wait.
I
atheists
go
so
in.
scared?
Let's have some sisig because we have the
Sir,
ingredients up in the panel
Theo,
right
you didn't
now.
even know how
So
many
what we
Christians were in
need
sir,
your
are,
it
country.
doesn't matter.
his
One second, one
Theo,
second,
you
one
don't
second,
know
one
how
second,
many
one
his
second, one second,
ears.
one second, one second, one second, one second. Rhea,
Christians in your
is there a
country,
reason
Theo.
nigga, shut the fuck up while I'm
All
talking.
right, I'll be I'll be
Rhea, is
Theo,
quiet.
there a reason why you brought him back up here?
No,
Nobody is
wait.
Where
afraid
did
of you.
she do
You're
this shit and run? Where is she at?
That's
Yes,
what I'm
yes,
saying.
she
Like,
She
why
is.
ain't
did you
even
do
in the
this?
I
comments.
know.
I was like, she's
The
You
thing
different.
brought
is,
him up here.
Angel
What do
Drop
you
the
think?
Investor, you're a
ball, said
convicted
deuces.
felon.
Or
You
maybe
couldn't
he
even
listen,
live in
didn't.
most of the
listen to
buildings
the
I go
fear.
in.
It may
You're a
have been
Listen
convicted
to the
different,
felon,
y'all.
fear.
sir.
Guys, let him talk to
Why'd
me.
you
Oh,
bring
I
him
so
swear,
up?
reset your
I
gift go.
swear he wants to be
Oh, you're right.
roasted. He wants me to add more ingredients to his sisig body. And I love sisig, especially when they're spicy.
Theo, how
I
many?
think he just called you his girlfriend.
Mm. And on that,
What are y'all talking about?
and I oop.
It said you
Oh,
brought him
really?
up.
Now you want to play Badger? What's his name?
No, I
Badge
requested. No,
Barrage?
literally. hold on. Chill out, y'all. I've been sitting here requesting. Nobody brought me up. I left, came back, requested again. Like, what are y'all talking about?
That's
Mm,
why I said I think it was an accident.
how'd
Maybe
you
she
It
Like
didn't
had
hear
to
my
you.
be.
phone, like
request?
I
It had to
literally
be.
came back. I'm
Well,
probably
TikTok
when
told
I
me you
requested
brought him
again,
up.
I hit the button or
I
something. I
think
didn't
what
do
Yeah,
that on
happened, like she
yeah.
purpose.
went to request, and then
What the
his
fuck?
request came in and
I
like
didn't.
bumped
Yeah,
bumped
I
the
kept
button
Yeah, I
up.
doing
don't
it
think
because it
she
was
did that.
glitching.
Happened.
Like what?
Because I was in
Okay.
the guest request when
Yep.
he came up. I was
Yeah.
in the request looking for you because I was like, well, obviously she brought him up to do something, but then you weren't there, so I'm like, well, what did you bring him up for?
No, I
And the
didn't bring
thing
him up on
and the
purpose. If I
thing is,
clicked that button, I did not do that on purpose.
he
My bad.
he's talking about Mamie Till. What did Mamie Till do?
Give a
So
speech.
the 0.1%, let that be a reminder to the last two guests that came up, Angel and the other guy, the sports agent one. Please get your facts up and be a bitch, and we love bitches who stand their ground even though they know they're wrong. So,
What?
well, let us prepare our swords and slash
Well,
off your mind. You are
you know, the
getting
thing about
lobotomized.
hell is that it's infinite, and I think that it is bad because it's an infinite crime for a finite punishment. Speaking of finite,
Crazy.
Theo, thank you so much for coming up. You hang out, and if we need you again, I'll call you up, okay?
Anyways, I do need to go. It's 10:25. But remember, you guys can lobotomize their brain and
What?
It
Also,
wasn't
Lost.
me. I won't say who it is, but it wasn't me.
damn.
Not a
It wasn't me.
Me
I'm
either
not dropping
now.
no
It
dimes.
wasn't me either, so don't put me in it. Okay.
Well,
Yeah, no.
I
So
could just say it
y'all,
wasn't me.
y'all
I could just say it
canceling it,
wasn't
taking
me.
to go.
Would
No,
have
sir.
been me if I would have
No,
got
sir.
to the screen a little bit faster. It would have been me. If I would have.
I wanted to hear him say, "Let me know."
Yeah, Theo's all
mm,
kinds of fun. We ain't on your panel. I didn't think.
Yeah.
mm.
Yeah. King, do you mean to be up here?
Just asking. I'm not trashing Mamie Till. I'm asking what she did.
You know what's funny? When they say shit like that, like, oh, you're not supposed to be talking about it
No,
because
but
they were
no,
victims.
because they think that people that do shit like that are beyond reproach.
No, but
That's
no,
why.
that's not even where I'm going with it. My thing is we don't talk about shit like that because the question that's gonna come up is where the fuck was God while that was happening? Right? That's why
Yes,
we don't bring up shit like that, right? That's why
exactly.
we're not gonna talk about their beliefs. That's why we don't, there's no need to do that because guess what? We can recognize the good work that they did, but guess what? God watched your son go through all of that shit, right? So we
The
wouldn't we
fact,
wouldn't say that. We wouldn't talk about that.
exactly. The fact they had to do it in the first place. The fact that they had to do it in the first place. The fact that he had to stand on the balcony of that thing and get a bullet to his neck. The fact that that had to happen in the first place. Where's the God?
Yeah,
Where is the God?
100%. 100%.
You got a people had to march and be unalive and be blown up and set afire. Where's the God? You got to go through all that with the God? You got to go through all that with the God?
Is this gift giftable, y'all? It's new, and usually when I do the new ones to try to see what they look like, people are like,
Nope.
Got to ride in the car and get blown up
I
with the
feel it.
God?
Maybe it's just not for everybody.
Comfortable for me.
"Oh, interesting. Okay,
Mhm.
well, that's not as cool as I thought it was."
Cool trick, man. Hey, you guys, test this
And the
gift
people
out.
to
See if
gift
it's
you.
givable.
Mm-hmm.
No, I just, me
You fraudster.
personally, you know what I'm saying? It's just crazy that you would even go against me like that. There will be repercussions.
Cameron, that's fine. I just want you to know that.
Yeah, but it actually is like a lot of times not giftable for most people, and I wonder why that. I wonder why that is. I try to keep track of mine.
Like
Um,
individual app updates.
yeah, but it's not like a major update, which means every time you open the app, it should like, you know
No,
what I
I'm
mean?
saying
Like,
like some people don't like update their stuff.
oh
You know
well,
what I
you mean
wanted
like
to
force
tell
close the
y'all?
app to let it do it?
Yeah.
I got banana yesterday. and on this account.
But God.
And when they notified me about the banana, they had a clip, a video clip of the live I was on saying the shit I was saying.
Yeah,
That's a
Thicker
new
got that
thing.
too.
Yes,
I didn't get it.
I did.
I caught one
Yeah,
yesterday. I didn't get
that's
it.
that's what they did. Also got us banned the other morning.
Mm-hmm.
I was doing a test to, you know how they say black people know what other black people are talking about even when they're not like using sentences to speak. I was trying to do that with and I just used the word fuck and I said it repeatedly, right, just within fluctuations. Also goes, ew, I'm a Christian, ew, I'm offended, no, don't do that to me. And they thought I was bullying Oso, so we got suspended.
Wow.
And they sent me the clip, and so I appealed it, and they was like, "No, this is hate speech." So yeah,
Well, you know, I
To
appealed
be
mine
fair, it
and
was
they
really funny.
disapproved and they
it
approved
Good
it.
was.
job, Oso.
It was
I
funny. Yeah.
appeal. The appeal process is still a bot because I approved mine and they appealed.
You mean you appealed?
Yes,
Also,
I,
get off
appealed.
camera. You can't
I
control
appealed
yourself.
mine. I appealed mine and they approved it. Outright.
What did she say? She appealed and they appealed?
She said
No,
she
she said
approved
she
it, and they
Approved
approved it
it
and
and
appealed.
they
they appealed it.
appealed.
I'm surprised.
Oh,
And guess what? And like the approval was like instant. I don't know what
yeah,
they're
it's like
doing.
that sometimes.
Yeah,
They must
mine
be testing
was.
some kind of new foolishness. I don't know what
I
they're
don't
Yeah.
know.
doing.
That they got it out for me. You can clearly tell that me and Oso are joking with each other. Like you can clearly
Laughing
tell.
together at yeah.
Yeah. And they said nope. And so that account, the Queen Jezebel account, is suspended to the 21st.
I got mine overturned in like 2 or 3 minutes. It was
Yeah, before I could
Yeah.
even get to
real
it.
quick.
I don't know what happened. Look at uh Theo wants the clip. Theo I don't even know if
I'll
I can
post it, buddy. I'll post it, buddy. You don't have to worry about it. But
Angel Angel Investor is crashing while
Slick,
black
are you
atheists
a
obsessed with a
Christian?
God they say doesn't exist.
Come back to the app.
Yeah, on Chica. Yeah.
What else we got?
Hit the microphone button at the bottom of the screen. Slick, are you with us?
Back on the app.
Mhm. I sent him an invite.
Are you there? You gotta unmute.
Yeah, why is silent? Last night at the graduation, this little white boy started to dance across the stage to get his diploma, and the principal stopped him in the middle of his celebration and was like, "No, no, no, go!" Like was telling him to get off the stage. But then they finally let him walk. They wasn't gonna let him get his diploma. It was so embarrassing for him.
Wait, start over. He did what?
So he was going across the stage. They called his name, and he started to dance. Like he did like a little, like
Oh,
brush the shoulder. He started to dance across the stage, and the principal got up and was like, "No, no, no, no!" Like in front of everybody. Like it was embarrassing. And
yeah.
he wasn't gonna let him get his diploma, but they let him get it.
They were strict as hell with that in my high school. They were like, if you participate in senior prank or if you do anything like outside of walking past the stage, all you have to do is walk up the stage, get your thing, and walk off. They said if you did anything other than that, they were gonna hold your diploma. They're not
But
gonna
Yeah,
give you one.
why though? Like I
it's
get it's
crazy.
not cute, but like it's to me it's
Is
never
there,
that deep to like want
Isn't
to
that
if the kid wants
illegal?
to celebrate like
man?
Well,
That
like,
You
12
get it.
years
You
of
get it either
school.
way.
Like
you know what?
what?
yeah,
You
Let
like
me
still
I
tell you
get
don't
it.
look
something.
I
They
like
just don't let you walk.
Yeah.
But you still get
You
the you still
you
get the
know what?
diploma. You just don't get to walk.
I kind of understand how they mean. And the reason I say that is because when my daughter graduated from high school, it was like 500 kids. The shit was already long. Imagine 60 kids, 70 kids. That shit was, we was in there for so long.
But if they dance is faster. Their walks was slow as fuck.
yeah, like let
But you
them
Like it
know
have
was
a
what?
little
forever. It
fun,
took
you know?
forever
Like
last night.
that's a
But you know
big
what, Thinker?
accomplishment, you know?
My daughter's high school graduation was the fourth graduation that day. So it was the last one. They were rushing them kids and push that fucking stage so fast. One of them fell. She was walking so fast. They were rushing them kids across that stage so fast because we were like, her graduation started at like 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. High school graduation. We were the fourth graduation that day. They were rushing those kids across that stage so fast. There was so many of them.
But that's like adults' fault, though. I
Hmm.
wouldn't fault the
Yeah.
kid for
No,
adults
I
not
wouldn't. No,
having proper time
I wouldn't
management.
fault the kid. I wouldn't fault the kids for it either. But
Yeah.
They should make them dance if
Yeah,
they
they
want
should
to
be
Right.
allowed
perform.
yeah,
to celebrate. And but I did as I watched them walk, I did think about how there were so many black graduates and what our ancestors went through for moments like that. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so like my whole family, when my nephew walked across the stage, which we do at every graduation, but like the whole section just was loud as fuck because no matter how many graduations I go to, I still think about that and I still get emotional
Mm-hmm.
to see because and then so many young black boys because it wasn't like that a decade ago, right? Like they were dropping out of
I didn't even
school,
go to
but
my master's
man.
graduation because it was during COVID. Had to wait until next year, and it was still like what do you call that? The graduation they have online. It was still online.
Oh, damn. Yeah, I hear what you're saying, thinker, but I think it's funny that you say that when you spit in the face of Mamie Till and Coretta Scott
Stop!
King.
You gonna get her a flag again? Don't do
You
that.
Who
are
spit?
crazy.
No, I was gonna say something to what Max said earlier. You were like, "Oh, you still get it?" No, they literally held people's diplomas for like a year.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even joking with you.
Like as in like they could not graduate?
They could not graduate. They were ungraduated, literally. However you say that shit. They already did all their work, passed all their exams, have all their grades. I had like three friends that had to keep going to the Cobb County office, like, hey, we want to get our thing. But guess what? The principal had a note to the office that said anybody that partook in blah 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 blah, and they have an ISS record, they have a
Now,
suspension
see, that's
record.
crazy. That should be
Yes,
against
if
the
they
law.
have that
That
record
should be
for that
against the law.
particular,
A
hold
lot
on,
of
Lord, hold
principals
on,
and
hold on,
schools do
hold
that.
on. So if they have that particular offense in their thing for that, they did not get their diploma. And then like you had to get like you had to like order it, or you get like you were offered like your official transcript, right?
It's
But then
crazy. Like, why are
later
you
on they
holding
would give
on
it
to
to
a
them though.
diploma? Why are you holding on to that as a principal? Like, what's wrong with you?
Damn,
That's why
Selena
we
said
need
they held on
education
to hers for
reform.
10 years.
They can do
Her
that.
high school diploma?
Yeah.
They can do that.
No, like they
For
really, and it's
what?
not illegal for them to do that. Like y'all don't understand. That's what I be talking about. Like I know, like the country election thing, national election is very important, and I get that, and I don't dismiss it. But I get real passionate with these midterms, these local councilmen, the ones who your
Vena,
superintendents,
exactly.
all
Finals.
the people who's fixing your fucking roads, the
Hmm.
postmaster. Like people have to pay attention and know who are the worker bees that make your small little country called a state work. And if
Hmm.
you bitch and moan about something, you better be able to name the councilman or the person who's in charge of it, right? Like the tax inspector. People don't or insurance inspector. Like nobody cares about those people when the votes comes up. But then when things like this happen and your kid can't get their diploma because they did a heel toe on the stage and you
Yeah.
trying to point a finger, you got to find that fucking superintendent and realize who voted for niggas like that.
Dre said that they withheld his diploma for coming out.
Mm.
Telling y'all,
What?
they don't care. Yeah, like they do that all the time.
What the fuck?
That shit should be illegal. And like I said, we need education reform, and we need it at the highest fucking level. I agree with Zena. We do need to start local, but we do need to change it on a federal level because these motherfuckers that the oh damn, I almost fucked up. I'm gonna say Republicans. I almost said the R words, but that just doesn't sound right. Republicans are putting in for these education are just like draining the fuck out of it, and education is becoming worse and worse by the year, honestly. Like I don't know. I never really paid a lot of attention into it until I started school in South Dakota because that college pumps out a fuck ton of teachers, and I never really thought about their perspective on like education and how they fit into it. But Yeah, no, the whole system is really just set up to make it so that, people can achieve the bare minimum and then go into the labor force. And I don't know, that's just, you're not really teaching anybody anything at that point. You're just kind of reinforcing um, obedience, really.
Some other like fucked up shit that my school used to do too. We had like, well, my school was pretty bad, so I guess. So like, when we would have fights or something, or they had like something going on in the school, literally something as little as like a prompt proposal, right? If they say like, hey, don't do this at the pep rally or anything like that, if you had like a certain amount of like ISS or OSS on your record, they would not give you tickets to the graduation.
They did that
Yeah.
at my school too. You couldn't go to
Yeah.
the spring
You can't go
dances.
to
You couldn't go to the
graduation. You can't go to the
games.
game.
And you had to show your student ID to get into the games, so they knew who the
Right.
fuck you were when you came. So it's like, no, like, school people don't understand. I think when kids complain about schooling, and I know adults sometimes think that, oh, that's not, it's not really your, like, a big deal, right? You're not working, you're not, but I don't think they realize the adults in there who literally take the power that they have to another fucking level, and a
Mm.
disturbing level, and they don't see the politics between children as well that adults help influence, right? Like, to Ria's point, little things like that. But if you find that they have little power like that, imagine the other shit that they're doing, to those students, and allowing other students in retribution because they can't do it, right? You can't hit a kid. Well, with Trump in office, but they'll let the other student do it. Stuff like that. But to Ria and Lord, to everybody's point, like, they man, the school I went to, they did a lot of fucked up shit. And nowadays, like, like, if there's a school shooting, your phone has to be in this little packet that you can't even get out in an emergency.
Hmm.
Like, this is ridiculous what they're doing in schools, and they don't give a
Yeah.
shit. That's why my son ain't in no fucking school. And you know what's fun? I do credit myself with, and I'm very fortunate in my situation, is he hasn't been in a regular school since middle school.
Hmm.
Okay? Since middle school. And he is not planning on going.
Oh, see, he better than me because your
He
boy was
said
screaming
nope.
freedom.
Nah, he said he don't want none of that. I always ask him, I say, do you can? Like, he said, nah, I'm good. He said he went for the end of the year when we came down here. And
Hmm.
since then, he been like, nah. Nah.
The problem is, I think my ego is in the way because I always knew I was destined to be the most popular kid at school. And it was just
Mhm.
such a rude awakening going to a 5A school in high school where everybody has been going to school
For
together for the last
years.
8 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
thought I was just going to show up and become the most popular person at this big ass fucking
No.
school.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
You know what's funny? Even like when I got here, I had to kind of realize that people were going from elementary school to middle school
The
to
middle
high
school
school
time.
together.
Yes, all together.
Yeah.
Neighborhoods,
I
bro.
was
Like,
like, how
whole
the
ass
fuck y'all like
neighborhoods growing
I'll
up.
be in like in the middle of the conversation and they're like referencing like, what they did in elementary school. And I'm like, y'all know each other in elementary school?
Right. Oh, we weren't friends
What?
back then, but we knew each other. But because we've been around each other for several
Right.
years, we all just hang out now. Like, God damn,
Right.
bro.
I just be feeling left out as hell. I'm like, okay,
Can a
Yes,
nigga
that's
get a friend group?
but that's how schools
Mhm.
used to be because schools used to be in people's neighborhoods, right?
Right.
So like my elementary school was across the street from my house. And then you would be like, well, what we used to call it junior high. What junior high are you going to? And then some people would go to one and some people would go to the other. And then I took the people that were with me and went to my junior high. Then I met people in junior high and they were like, well, what high school are you going to? So then we
Hmm.
all just went to that high school.
Right.
But you know what's sad though is, like, as a Christian, like, even if I did go to elementary school with those kids and junior, I wasn't able to hang out with them. I couldn't do sleepovers. I couldn't,
Mm,
and which understandable about them fucking sleepovers now that I'm an adult.
absolutely. Yep.
But I couldn't do parties though. no parties, whether parent supervised or not. I recall probably two parties that I went to, but one of them was a sleepover. Couldn't do the sleepover part, but I could do the party part. Other party was weird, but it was fun to be there. But it was always awkward because I could not, like, football games, couldn't go. I've never gone to a prom. I've never been able to go to a homecoming. I've never football games, probably three in my life in high school at least, right?
Mm.
Unless I was cheerleading. If I was cheerleading, that was different, right? I could go, and of course that's when you do start to go to the games, right? But if it wasn't like that, where she could be there because she had to pick me up, I wasn't going fucking nowhere, bro.
Yeah,
Selena, clearly.
yeah, I get that. I used to be really heartbroken about the not sleeping over at people's house thing. I mean, it just tore
Yeah.
me up because I'm already at home all the goddamn time. Can I go somewhere else, please? But for whatever reason, and I'll call it a lapse of judgment. My mom would call it otherwise. One day she was just like, I mean, if you want to, it was some kid in the neighborhood. We had just moved to North Carolina. Don't know the motherfucker for shit. His name was Tommy. He fucked my arm up permanently. It was on accident though. I forgive him. But anyways, I went over to his house. I spent probably like a good 2 hours there, and I called my mom. I was like, "Yeah, no, I get it now. I want to go back home. Like, I don't like it. The vibe's weird. I don't really know these people like that. He got this old ass Xbox. I'm cool. I don't want to go home."
Do sleepovers or even parties either. Like I would only see my friends at school. Like if it wasn't school or like maybe at the basketball game, because I used to be a basketball manager. Like I used to find all the extracurricular activities to do just so I could hang out with people
Yes.
after school.
Debate, forensics, everything. Chess club. I was in the honor
Choir.
society. I was in the
Wait, you were
choir.
in debate?
Yeah, I
Yes,
was in
yes.
debate slash. I was number 8 in Virginia at
Yeah,
one
I
point.
was
I know
in
number
chess
8
Oh
ain't
club.
really
wow.
high, but I have a shirt with my name on it. It's kind of cute.
Yep.
Oh my
Um,
God. So if
Yep.
you were in debate, can you explain to me why 1% of black
Oh
people are
my
you can
atheists?
goodness,
go
Bethel.
fuck off,
Hush.
bro. You know how they talk about
I was in the
regression
debate
as you
club.
get older and you realize like what you're
Mm-hmm.
diagnosed. I have severe certain things. I have severe regression in because of how stunted my social skills
Same.
are.
Same.
Like
Like
y'all
sometimes,
think,
sometimes like I'm so like to me at least like I'm so conscious of like
yeah,
the social interaction I'm having that after I leave that interaction for like the next like maybe 2 days I'm
yes.
pondering on that
Hmm.
interaction.
I could tell, like, in person, Rhea is quiet.
Mm,
Mhm.
I am.
She's really
Yep.
quiet
I don't
in
talk in
person.
person. Yeah, no, I don't.
And see, because I grew up in New Orleans and because New Orleans is so social, like everything you do is outside with every fucking body else, right?
mm,
Festivals and Mardi Gras and because we used to our schools used to be closed for a week for shit like Mardi Gras, and so you were just outside with everybody. I could imagine that would be hard on somebody that really didn't like that kind of stuff. Like my daddy had a really hard time during Mardi Gras because he didn't like it, right?
mm.
So it was just, it was the opposite. Like you had to be outside,
Yeah, I
right?
can't ride the bike
Um,
past the sidewalk with my mom. Like, we had a cul-de-sac, right? But on the side of the cul-de-sac was the other set of townhouses, which is like literally 5 second, 2 feet away, two. But she can't see. She couldn't see on the other side, which again I understand. But it was a really, when I say a safe neighborhood, I don't say that lightly. Like, it was a safe neighborhood. Like, nothing happened. Then when I say nothing, nothing happened over there. And people, we had, like, I wouldn't call it a neighborhood watch, but we had parents who were always visual. And she knew the parents, like, she knew her neighbors, but she would not let me go over there until I was like 13, maybe 14.
Mhm.
That's when we had already started butting heads. So anything I did, you can't go outside. Anything. My friends would beg.
Baby, let me tell you something. We used to be outside
I
so
remember
much.
those days.
We used to be outside so
Yep.
much. That's all we used to be. Our mom used to be like, go the fuck outside. Because it was six of us, She
Stay
used to be like,
outside.
y'all
Mm,
get the
that's
hell
the
outside
opposite.
and stay outside.
But my mom
Get
wouldn't spend
outside.
time with me though. Like, I would be cooped up in my room and she'd be like, she wouldn't spend time. She'd be on Solution
Yeah, my
Radio,
mom stayed
if
in her
y'all know
room.
that.
Well,
My
it
mama stayed
was
in her room.
it was six
I
of us. So like my mama, she was so busy like washing clothes and doing all that kind of stuff for like 6 kids. She was like, "Y'all get out of my house. We would stay outside."
We
That's
lived on
fair.
a family compound. I call it a family compound because everybody back there was family. And we lived on this long dirt road. We could go anywhere because it was family. Now when it came to me going off that little dirt road, I had a friend who wanted me to go to her birthday party. My grandma said no because my mama was at work. No, my mama said no because my mama was at work. My grandma, I asked my grandma and she was like, "What your mama say?" I said, "Well, she said I can't go." She said, "Well, we don't have a ride for you anyway." So I called my friend and said, "Well, I don't have a ride." My friend got her mama to drive the 15 minutes to pick me up, and my grandmama still told me no.
Oh,
I was so embarrassed.
She said
you know
she
what,
really said you
Selena?
weren't going anyway.
Selena, I almost have a similar experience, but it's a little different. I was in pre-K and just being fast as fuck. I ain't gonna lie to you. I met this girl and I thought she was the most amazing girl in the world. And I was like, "You're my girlfriend now." She was like, "Okay." And I was like, "You gotta come over to my house today after school."
Oh
And
no.
she said, "Okay." And her moms pulled up um at the house, rang the doorbell and shit. And my mom answers the door and she said, son, who are these people? I said, "Oh, it's my girlfriend and her parents." She was like, "Oh, were you gonna tell me that you invited people over at the house though?" I was like, "I thought they could come over." She's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. I have to talk to my son."
Person.
And and
That's
I'm gonna be honest
amazing.
with you. I'm gonna be 100% real with you. At the time, I thought it was unfair, but as an adult,
We
why
get
the
it.
fuck are you pulling up to somebody's house because your child said that they're
What did
dating
the
another
mom
Right.
child?
say?
That was
What
dumb.
did
Right.
her
That's
Some
mom
yeah.
parents don't
say?
be thinking, bro.
What did her mom say?
That was dumb.
One of her moms was like, "Oh yeah, no, I get it, like I get it." And the other one was just kind of like offended. I was just like, I don't know,
They
maybe they
probably
could have
thought
been,
they probably thought like they were invited for real.
yeah, well, they might
Right.
have, and they might have, I don't know, it could have been a bunch of different facts. Maybe they might have thought that my mom was homophobic. I don't know what they thought.
They no, they probably asked a 5-year-old and let the 5-year-old say,
Mm-hmm.
"Yeah, yeah, yeah."
Like that's what I'm saying.
Oh my
Kids be
god.
doing
Because
some
The
crazy
thing
shit.
is, we didn't do sleepovers because my mama was like, "It's too many of y'all. Sleep over this motherfucker. Like it's
mm-mm.
Yeah.
and because everybody on our street had multiple kids, like the lady, my best friend's grandmother, she had 9, and they had it was like, you, why are you going to sleep over at somebody else? It's a bunch of motherfuckers down there. It's a bunch of y'all in here. Like, what you doing? Like, we didn't really do sleepovers, but my mama was, because my parents were really old, like we just used to do whatever the fuck we wanted. But I also grew up in a time where it was kind of okay to do whatever you wanted, right? You can't really do that shit now.
Mm-mm.
But we used to do whatever the hell we wanted. We would take our bikes and ride a whole mile on our bikes, which was a lot for us, to
Mm-hmm.
McDonald's, and we would be across the train tracks. My mama didn't know where we were majority of the time, but everywhere we went, people knew whose children we were, right? So they would be like,
Hmm.
"What y'all doing back there? I'ma call y'all mama."
Hmm.
Hater, hater.
We were in
You
the
Yeah,
know,
I
food
hated
desert,
that
so
too.
riding to McDonald's was
I
not a thing.
I grew
We
up
were
I
20
grew up Gen
minutes from the
X, right?
stores.
So we would, they didn't give a fuck about us. We just used to do whatever we wanted to do. Shit. We did whatever
We were
we would.
raised in the wild.
I'll never forget, my mama left me at a parade one time,
Oh
and
wow.
me and my brothers had to walk, and my neighbor had to walk home over a bridge that went over Lake Pontchartrain. Baby. And then it was a drawbridge at that.
Oh.
When I got here, I will say like I like obviously like the like having the black community here or like the demographic of black people, you see like how the neighborhoods are very different from like the white neighborhoods. You kind of see a bit like what I saw was kind of like what we have back home, even though now you guys might kind of see it as watered down, right? But I saw the similarities of like what the black community looks like, and it's like there's still that sense of like community, right? It's like more of a communal living than
Hmm.
how dry white neighborhoods be. Like it's very I don't know, to me, like it just, when I make the comparison, or when I try to like think about it that way, I can see the clear difference. Because even back home, like I was very shocked when I came, like just, outside of outside of the continent altogether. Because most of the time, like you can send your kids to church and like another mama is gonna bring them back home for you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you stand,
Mhm.
like you wake up at 12, you send your kids outside, all the neighborhood kids are in the middle of the street. Like even till today, like even in, like till today, you still see stuff like that happening. So when I
Mhm.
got here and I saw those similarities with, like, obviously, like now it's not as prominent, but
Yeah.
I could still see it. Like I could still feel that sense of community in the Black community, if that makes sense. Like I know you
Yeah.
guys are saying,
It's like a safety in numbers
yeah,
type of deal. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah. Like I know you guys are
exactly.
saying it's watered down now. I get
No,
that,
I
but
feel
Mhm.
you.
yeah,
I'll trust my child with a Black person before anybody else. I'm sorry. Like, I don't need to see
Same.
nothing. Like, I'm
right.
always gonna like
Same.
look for and that's just an innate thing I think with all Black people. Like, we
Hmm.
all gonna look and see who is the closest
Vested in
shit
your
Who all over
survival.
there?
in the
Who
Right.
room.
all over there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
and be
can
like, we
still
gonna go
see
sit
that.
over there. We gonna go sit
But
over there. We'll find out what they believe and all that shit later, but we gonna sit with those who look like us, because traditionally we are always going to be the safest. That's just true. Like, I know that media in certain situations likes to separate us, and I know we talk shit about
Yeah.
each other, but that's inner
y'all
community,
spit on the faces.
right? That's inner
Spit on the
community
faces
dialogue.
of
You know,
Percent.
he didn't even
yeah.
he didn't even mention
Everybody
Lori
Um,
gonna
like
Hey,
ever.
let me
Here's
tell
a
you something.
question: Who's gonna succeed me today?
The only two
Ooh.
black people I don't
Oh,
trust
What's
what time
the?
you getting off?
Oh well, never
Coretta
mind.
Scott
Selena
and
said she
Mamie
know.
Tim. That's
No,
it.
no, no, no. I asked what time he getting off, so y'all can know.
Y'all.
I,
Like,
I
What
don't
time are
like
you
it.
getting off?
blacking.
Oh,
I don't like you talking about sucking seed.
Oh, Mac is
no.
gonna go.
That's all
Yeah,
you
I,
hear, huh? We've
yeah,
been
I
talking
heard.
so long, and you hear about sucking seed, and
You
you want to
sucking
say something.
seed.
Uh
I
I
huh.
heard
can
Right.
be
Mac.
flexible for like probably another good hour, depending on what you might need.
Mm-hmm.
But just, if somebody was just like, I can go at 5 minutes from now, then I'd be like, oh, okay, that's cool.
I thought Selena had said that.
Yeah, I
No, no,
thought she
no,
said that
no.
too.
Yeah, I
I
heard her.
have to do capitalism today, so I can't.
Mm.
Well, I
Me
gotta go
too.
to the dispensary, so I can't go.
Mm.
Come on,
Wow.
Lord.
That
But
put you in
but
prime
but
position to
Zena,
do it.
the only two black
Mhm.
people I don't trust are Coretta Scott King and Mamie Till. I
Hey,
don't trust them.
They coming for you. They coming for you tonight, Lord. They coming for
Heavy,
you.
heavy. But my thing is,
As
he
when you guys
kept
were talking
saying
about
there were. Go
the
ahead, Mac.
when you guys were talking about debate, I was gonna say like a formal debate is different than like on here because in a formal debate, like you have to declare before you give your
Yeah.
portion like
Mm-hmm.
who you're gonna be spitting on.
Like, hey there, dumbass. I know you don't know anything about this conversation. Let's begin. Like,
Let's
Right.
begin.
Like, come on, sir. But he mentioned Christians, but they failed to think about um and I hate that they spit on this man. I use that intentionally. But A. Philip Randolph was a freaking non-believer, and he was a co-organizer of the March on Washington.
right.
He helped set that whole thing up, and they want to ignore him. And then you have oh, what's the other little man name that he the one
Oh,
that was gay.
Rocksteady. Oh,
Um oh
no, you
You
just
said
said
little. You
little.
said
You
little
said
man.
little.
Little
You
Rocky.
said
man.
little man.
also,
You said little. So I thought maybe, but
Wow, we're rocking. Is rocking here.
That's his
honestly, it don't
dad.
even matter because Rock be letting him get away with it.
That's his
Like,
Rock,
dad.
stand on
Oh
your
wow,
tippy
that's true.
toes to see if we can still see you.
That's
Come on
true.
now.
What the fuck? I'm going on mute.
Oh,
never says nothing bad. I'm
oh.
I'm not fighting for Rock no more because he not fighting for himself. I don't understand.
Tell him to fight back. Fight back. Fight back, Rock. Swing on him. No, but
Hey, cool people know
it's
when not to get into it, and Rock know.
Really, really, you just gonna
Rock
keep
know.
you shitting on that man? Okay, all right,
Yeah, he know
all
not to
right.
get into it.
oh y'all are so hard. We love you, Rock.
Well,
I'm part of this, Rock. I just want you to know.
We love you, Rock. I
allegedly.
didn't say
So many
anything wrong.
people that were in the civil rights movement that were not Christian, but why would they say that, right? Especially back then.
Hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
what would be the reason for them to divulge that? There's no reason.
Bayard Rustin. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry, thank you, Joyful. Yes, him. But they ignore, they erase him, and I don't know,
Oh, Bayard
because it,
Rustin. That's an interesting name.
yeah, yeah. But they erase him. They erase anybody else who were non Christian or non believers,
Hmm.
because it helps push their narrative of Christians did this, Christians
Right.
helped you. They use the church because that's where most of us were on Sunday or Wednesday or Friday.
Right.
That's where they could get the most information out. And a lot of them started going to the church for the information,
Well, and
but they don't
it's
talk.
dumb as fuck because it's just like when they're like, "Well, you know, Christians freed the slaves." It's like, well, bitch, who did they free them from?
Who
Right.
Well,
exactly?
the other
Thank you.
Christians. Yeah, okay then, dude. What?
Oh, that fucking dude yesterday.
Yeah. The
Oh yeah.
the year of Jubilee guy.
The
Hmm.
guy who's like
Mhm.
America led the way in
Yeah,
abolition.
that's
That was
him.
this morning.
Yeah, that's him.
Oh, that
Year
was
of
yesterday on my
Jubilee.
live.
He said black
Oh, that
Oh
was
wait,
on
people
no,
Max
no, no,
Live.
no,
enslaved
no,
other
no. You're right.
black
You're right.
people and paved the way for slavery, is what he said
You're
on
right.
Black Live.
Yeah,
Oh
you're right.
gosh.
Yeah. He said black folks paved the way. We in America
Oh,
specifically.
who was selling who to who?
Hmm.
Fucking piece of shit.
Both pieces of your ancestry actually were the one selling, but we won't keep track of that. Mm,
He got mad because that's why I clocked him before, and I just let it happen. I said,
Yes.
absolutely.
I said, let me ask you a fucking question. And that's what pissed him off, and that's what
Yep.
really got him pissed off.
Yep. I wanted to veil my racism. Fuck. How dare you, black woman? You spit in the face of Coretta Scott King.
Back
Hi,
home.
Jess.
Back home we have this thing where like we try not to say like people that are unalive, that gone. They
Mm,
like try, you can't say their name too much because you could probably have them come see you later in the day.
mm,
Hmm.
mm. Well, if that's the case, Eartha Kitt, Eartha Kitt, Eartha Kitt, Eartha Kitt.
I'm trying to think of like a dead hot chick.
You go to hell.
What? Eartha was fine. She might not necessarily be my type, but you know,
Do a little,
that's the conversation for when she visits me.
do a little Batman role play.
Yeah. Damn. Damn. What did that Batman sound like? Fuck.
Do better. Don't. Why would you even be having Batman play? Pick another character that
You're
has
right. I would do the
some
Emperor New Groove
steez.
so she could be like, pull the lever, Kronk, and
Oh
then we
my
get into
god.
it.
Wrong lever.
Tight shit. Yeah. Yeah.
Nobody
Because
else.
that Batman was made in the 60s.
Not Adam.
Mm. Adam Wee. Holy smokes, Eartha. Hell yeah.
So you
We
nailed
can
it.
get down.
I mean,
We'll get down.
did you just play a tape of him?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
It was it was a
Gentlemen.
deleted scene.
Zoinks.
Zoinkies. Guys,
So
we are
before we get
Christianless.
off of here, let's try to help also finish out the gift go. When are you trying to get off also?
Sooner than later. I have a few things to attend to in preparation for this weekend.
Okay, so can we go ahead and try to help also finish out this gift go before he gets off, guys? Please and thank you.
Thank you and please. And it's going to be so great because at the end of this, obviously, we're going to go to Zena Mae's crib, go hang out with her because she's so down
The
for.
only way that I could do that is like I have a really good co-host. Sometimes y'all like
Uh-huh.
to be on silent.
Hmm.
Sometimes y'all like to be on period, which I do too. But if I'm co-host, I can't do all. I can't.
That's gonna be a whole road trip
I
all the
just
way
gotta
back.
Some of you guys
I
are on
just gotta make
ellipses.
sure I know when to speak, Zena.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh,
Uh
I'm
she
oh.
said the
like,
quiet part out loud.
listen,
She said the
I'll be like,
quiet
all
part
right,
out
Uh
babe.
oh.
loud.
I'll be
She
right
said the
back.
I
quiet part out
did.
loud. The
Where
quiet
you
part out
going?
loud.
Don't
Because
leave.
sometimes Zena be like, no, not yet. No,
I
stop it.
don't need.
God
Okay, let's
damn.
I want to
clarify.
finish
When I'm
this.
God
talking,
damn.
a lot of y'all
I've
interrupt me when
never
I'm
No, no,
experienced
you
that.
talking.
I've never
Like,
even
fine.
hold
seen
on.
it.
If everybody's gonna give Zena a critique, let Zena give a
No.
critique.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Sorry,
let
guys. The
Zena
live
give a
is over.
critique.
Thank you so much for
No, one
coming.
second. No, 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 no. Let Zena talk.
I'm listening. I'm
If we're
For the
gonna
listening.
record,
give
I've never
pointers
seen
for
nor heard of
Christina,
this
I mean
either.
for Lakia in her
What
life
community?
or Zena in her life. One second.
Hmm.
Whew.
So here's the thing for me personally. If I'm talking, right, and other people
Amen.
are jumping in, I'm gonna be like, hold on one second. Or
Hmm.
if the person is talking, me in particular, I like to hear what they have to say. But if
Hmm.
everybody jumps in, personally, I'm hard of hearing. I really am. So it's hard for me to hear anybody speaking, like
Hmm.
at all. So that's why on my live in particular, I always say, one second, y'all. I got to hear them out because I literally cannot hear. So
Thank you, guys.
on
Dang,
my
now
live,
somebody interrupting you with the gold thing, and I can't hear
Yeah,
you.
that's
yeah, stuff
disrespectful.
like that. So like when that happens, I'm usually pretty like y'all, but other people do it too. So I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe I'm just special.
it gets annoying.
Right, because that's why I don't do panels because I
Me
can't take
too.
it. I will lose my fucking mind.
Hey, thank you. Exactly. That's
Too
why
much.
I ask. Like at least when it's on my panel. That's why I say, hold on, y'all. Let me. But everybody's a mod, So like that's why I make every co-host everybody's mod so they can do what they want to do when they're there. But me in particular, and I don't see anybody else not being respected in that way. So that's all that I ask. Yeah.
No, I think
Okay.
at the end of the day, how whoever is running their lives, run it the way you want to run it. I'm
Yeah.
not getting a bunch of
I
people
j-
up there because I get overstimulated. If I get frustrated, I'm dropping every fucking body. Everybody gonna cut the live off. Don't even worry about it, right? So I think like at the end of the day, if somebody say, "Hey, when I'm here, don't speak over me," then we all should try to like respect that. But honestly,
I don't
yeah,
know.
that's just
Respect, respect.
It's just,
Bless up.
it's like
also
when
eat
there's
that
people up
gobble
there
on.
that I know, let him rest. He fed up with
Nah,
you
he gotta
right
get
now.
these
I
reps
He's not
in.
can't
even
say
looking at you.
nothing because I'm over
He
messing
gotta
with
get these
mine
reps
too.
in.
Huh?
Lightweight, baby.
I said I
Lonnie
can't say
Coleman.
nothing because I'm over here
Oh,
messing with mine too. So
I've
Ah,
never seen your dog,
will they
Spicy.
be friends?
no,
Oh
mine
yeah.
Best
mine is
of
an
friends.
asshole.
Pressure don't mind.
Wait, what?
Well,
No,
No
mine's an
doggy
asshole.
date. No
there's
play
that.
Yeah, pressure don't mind that.
No,
No, that
he's
no, it's
mean
not
now.
being an a-hole. Oh,
Well,
okay.
I
He's
mean,
old and
honestly, I
grumpy.
like to listen to dog owners. If a dog owner say don't mess with my dog, I'm not messing with your fucking dog now because you
He's
know the
fine with
dog better than
humans,
me.
Rhea. He's fine with humans. He's not friendly with other dogs.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Oh.
You
You
don't
know
want
what's
to
Yeah.
do
funny?
that.
That
You don't
it's
want to
kind
bring
of
your dog in front of them. If they say the dog is not friendly, don't even worry about it.
it's kind of the somewhat opposite of that for like with my dog because like every time I board my dogs, I'll be like, look, if you're gonna be with other dogs, she has to be separated. She doesn't get along with other dogs, and they're like, yeah, okay. Every time I come back, I see pictures and it's like her with other dogs, and like they're all just cool. So it's just like her around me makes her like an asshole to other dogs.
Oh, she's territorial for daddy.
Yeah. My boy, he
So
doesn't care.
if
He
you're
gets
not
along.
there,
He gets along with everybody all the time, right? But if I'm not there, no issues.
yeah, well, you're gonna have to send you somewhere then.
Yeah, that's fine.
Uh,
You have to leave.
that, also, who the heck is that?
That's old dude that couldn't talk yesterday. He couldn't get up.
I called from
He
his
was
bed.
literally
He called from.
suffocating himself.
He called from his back.
He's like,
He's like,
like just can't. I was like, what?
Shit was wild. Guys, um, two things. The first one is
You
my
said my
son has
mama
just
was
informed me. Hold
talking.
on. Uh, he just told me that we have things to do, places to be,
You lying
people
on
to
that baby.
see. I'm not lying on him. Pressure, did you say that?
Quit putting that
In
on that baby.
American Sign Language, he told me yes. It's been fun. It's been real. Actually, this time it actually has been real fun. Thank you ever so much for those who have been gifting and who have been subscribing. You guys are amazing. Everybody that's been liking the live, sharing in the comments, sharing in the laughs and the misery of talking to these people and trying to understand the world a little bit better. I will be back, I guess, at some point. Going live at my normal time Saturday morning would probably conflict with me getting to Atlanta at a decent time. There's certainly enough time to go golfing, so we'll see. I'll let y'all know. I might do a little impromptu thing here this
Where you
weekend,
go?
maybe. I don't know.
Why don't we just go live from the course?
Uh,
I'm
oof.
jealous that you guys are going. Just saying.
I'm
Weren't
not
you
jealous.
just at a
You still
bass show?
come?
Hmm? Was I? I
You
don't
can
think I
still come.
was. Was I? I don't know.
You don't remember getting
Wow,
on my
Jess.
panel and shitting on me? Remember? You don't remember that?
I mean, Selena looks adorable.
Oh, okay. So you do
I'm just
remember you just old
saying.
nigga. Okay, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. Either
Yeah,
way,
you got all kinds
Selena
of like.
reminded me, you know the Proud, you know the little blue people off of Proud Family?
the Gross sisters.
Yeah, the
The
little
Gross
girl with the
Sisters.
foosball, when her
Hmm.
little pink,
Yes.
she reminded me of that, and it was adorable.
Oh,
It was the cutest little
cute.
thing with her little outfit.
That's what's up.
Yeah, I'm
That's
a
what's
little
up.
puffball in the bed.
Yes, she did. She was
Um,
adorable. I loved her outfit.
Thank you.
well,
Jess
that's
is adorable,
amazing.
y'all.
I
Y'all
love all
have
the
to meet Jess if you
positivity.
haven't.
I really do.
No,
But at
so
this point, the
go
positivity
ahead.
is just
You
to
try.
prolong me being
That's
here
fine.
and
That's
No,
fine.
absolutely.
it's
Go ahead and
not.
leave.
Also, we
Goodbye.
love you.
Goodbye.
It's not
Go ahead
about
and go.
that. I've been here since fucking. I've
No,
been
no,
up
no, no,
since.
no. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Go ahead. Go. Go ahead.
Hey, next time you're 3 minutes into a live and you want to talk about a restart, I'm no. Fuck no.
Shut your ass up.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
Zena, are
just
you
remember
going
that. three
live or
minutes.
Rhea?
When you're
You
going
you
three minutes
you you're
into it.
not allowed to remind me of that. Thank you. Yeah.
Wouldn't it be so awesome if the world worked that way? You
It
just
does
say
work
something
that
and it just
way.
has to be.
You're not allowed. You are forbidden.
I got free will, motherfucker.
When I tell you, when Rhea snatches your behind up, I think all of us is going to be
That's
watching
why
in a
he's
circle.
dodging me. He's going to the
We,
show that I'm not
we
going
are
to
not
go.
going to help you
That's
out.
why
And
he
so I
dodging
just,
me right now. You're going to Atlanta because you know I'm not
Dang.
going to be there. It's okay. I get it. When I was going to be there in Florida, you didn't show up. I
Oh
understand.
man,
You're
also.
scary ass. It's all good. I'm going to get you one day. One day.
Wait,
she
wasn't
is.
Rhea just on your side earlier, like
Mm-mm.
an hour ago?
You don't
But that's
understand our
because,
relationship, sir.
yeah,
I know. I
yeah.
understand. I'm just trying to poke the bear.
also, also, it's like, yeah, that's okay. That's fine.
Now that makes sense. As much as I love hate Rhea, I do understand her, and
Oh, okay.
So
as
that's
long
why
as we
you
understand each other.
hiding. You know what I'm capable
Mhm.
of.
Mhm.
So take your little ass on to Atlanta, have fun or whatever. Be
Honestly, I'm
happy.
only going to Atlanta to dispel this little man.
We're all gonna know
Rumor.
how tall you are at the end of the day. It's okay.
7'4". That has never changed.
I'm only
And
gonna take a word from Zena, Mac, maybe I don't know who else I'm gonna take the word from. Who else is going? Thinker. Okay, Thinker's
Me.
going. All right.
Oh
Okay.
well, yeah. Thinker gonna tell
Thinker
you the
gonna tell
truth.
me the truth for sure. I
because
think
Morris,
you're
didn't
probably
we
gonna
see?
be at Thinker's shoulder, maybe. About
Oh
yeah,
dang.
a little bit below that. Yeah, yeah. That's what I
On that
estimate.
note, on
Yeah.
that note, I'm not a Christian. I don't have like a deprivation kink. I don't like sitting
Wow.
here and having people fucking
You
tell
mean
me,
degradation?
huh?
Degradation?
He said.
What did I
What
say?
she? What is? I missed it.
Deprivation?
Yeah, he's
Did
meant
I say that?
like
Yeah,
praise deprivation.
he said
Mm.
It's time for
definitely.
me to get the fuck out of here because I feel like Invest might be able to cook me right now. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie.
Bye,
I
y'all.
don't know what 0,1% is. So shit. I'm gonna catch y'all on the next one. This is definitely going on
Bye.
YouTube. This was a fun live. I love each and every one of you guys.
Bye,
Have fun. I'll see you
guys.
on the next one.
Bye,
So
y'all.
y'all look
Love
for
you
me
to
at 4.
life.
4 p.m.
4 o'clock.
Mac
Oh,
Live.
I might go on.
I'm gonna be working
Oh,
for the
okay.
white man.
Do
Hold on.
it.
Do it. All right,
Said that
wait,
right before
rearrange.
leaving.
Hold
A
on.
second
Wait a
before
minute.
leaving.
Rearrange. Rearrange. Hold on. You
I
ain't
hate
going
Rhea
nowhere, nigga.
so
She
Was it
fucking
thought
Zena?
much. Cause why did
she
we
You
thought
do
ain't
this?
going nowhere, nigga.
she thought she was gonna say it like as you hit the button.
Stay your ass right there, nigga. You tried it. What's that song?
Dang.
What's that song? I'm gonna
Oh
get you.
my
What's that song? He be like, little nigga, I'm around little nigga.
Oh, that Mario Judah song. Oh my God.
I don't
See you
care.
later, thinker.
My thinker.
Oh
You
my
gone.
God.
Thinking by real.
And this is why I could get away with the stuff that I get away with Rhea, because she does this shit to me, right? This is a back and forth thing, right? God damn, that sucks. Yeah, I might do it. Well, I guess we can just wait. We can just wait. Rhea, go live.
Oh shit.
Why are you still in the comments?
She
Fuck.
waiting on you.
How?
I don't know. I just said that.
That's probably her logic.
You can never get me. Rhea. You never get me, bitch. I'm the gingerbread man, ho.
Well, in the meantime, in between time, while we're waiting on Rhea to get set up, we'll just go through
Oh,
some of the pictures that I've created.
No thanks.
This is Mezzo when he is creating Harlequin's disease.
He doesn't look evil enough.
No, he
no,
needs to
no.
be
He
more
needs
Well, this was a
vengeful.
candid.
eyebrows.
This was a candid pic.
Oh,
He
okay.
didn't know it was coming.
Okay.
You
Okay.
know what I mean?
He didn't have time to put
Um,
on his evil face. Got it.
right. This is that same guy, but as Chewbacca
Wookie.
type shit.
Mm.
Of course, y'all remember
That's
Simply
who I woke up
Pearl.
to yesterday. That's who I woke up to.
Pete
Simply
Earl.
Pearl.
Simply Pearl. Patrick Earl himself, inventor of Simply Pearl. We got this guy because I mean the face just fits, you know.
It does.
You
Who is
know,
that?
I don't remember half
I
these
was
people. I just
gonna
know that
say, do you
they.
even put names to these? Can you?
Nope.
I don't think so.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
because I need
I
to
gave him
know.
this one too.
Oh shit.
Oh, that's too
The
flattering.
Silver Surfer.
It was
Yeah,
because of
because he
some
got a
bullshit he
boss.
was talking about the universe with, and I was just like, dude, are
Oh.
you the fucking Silver Surfer? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? We got this one, which won't show well, but it's a bottle of 409 off to the side, and the word says fear because the guy was telling us about having clean fear for God. I don't know what
Yeah, I
the
remember
fuck
I had
that
that.
means.
Oh
Oh
wait,
yeah,
What is
clean
that?
wait, I got
here.
one for that.
Um,
Oh, that's the sinners.
Now that's actually me in
basket.
2008.
You know,
Put Mac in. Put Mac in
look
Mac.
at that.
Hmm.
Nigga, how he get a
So
clean beard like
funny.
that back then?
Yeah.
Don't worry
Ain't
about it.
nothing nigga that do.
I don't need it for that. It's
Wait,
just that's what I had when you had the fear up.
Jesus got on a T-shirt.
Yeah, you know, he was just
Oh,
the guy was talking about hugging.
Chilling with the
Jesus
homies.
was touching him or something. I don't know.
uh, uh.
Filling them up.
Filling him up.
With your Holy
Oh
Spirit.
wait,
Is
I
she?
like
Just
that
do a
one.
Was
slide.
Rhea actually
He in
going?
the
Or was
slideshow.
that
Is Rhea going
I'm.
was
live?
that all bullshit?
Yeah, she going
Uh,
for real.
Oh,
Maybe.
okay.
I'm talking. I don't
oh,
know.
she's live. She's live. Rhea's
Oh,
live. Everybody.
oh shoot! I thought
Thank
that
you
was Kevin
again.
Hart.
Close enough.
Okay.
Angry Kevin Hart. Angry Bean Pie Kevin Hart. Anyways, guys, it's been fun. It's been real fun. I've already done a sign off. Fuck out of here. I'm just kidding. I love you all. Bye.
Bye, y'all.